стоять на месте стоять, иначе рискуешь ничего не понять. Жил-был на свете злободетский, ивентов нет, загрустил не по-детски. Заходит в конфу, ща от скуки умру, но спасен наш хороший, можно хлопать в ладоши. И туса соберется, слеза счастья прольется, и новая дача очень скоро начнется. Но вдруг налетели на дачу тени, привидения говорят, не бывать наслаждению. Ну что же ты, что ты потупил свой взор? Сдавайся, злоба, полный позор. И треснул мир напополам, гремит разлом, и льется дым, идет ретейк под бэкплентом. И мелкий свет ковра под флешку выхожу, по дачным улицам свой фраг я нахожу.
It's the BetBoom Dacha, and no one's even around right now to stop me from tactically acquiring one of these super cool shards. The shards that will somehow unite the universe in a way in which no one has ever seen it before. But which one do I want? I'm thinking like, we got a stat track here, C4 down here. Not the diffuse, this is the one right here.
Welcome everybody to BetBoom Dacha. Trace, what are you doing? I've been looking ages for you.
Me?
Yeah, you. What are you doing?
Just hanging around. No.
Step away from the artifacts. Yeah. Let's keep moving, because the whole point of BetBoom Dacha Belgrade is for us to save and reunite the universe once more. And we can't be doing that if you're stealing artifacts, Trace.
I don't like the term stealing, but instead I'm tactically borrowing, or acquiring rather.
Borrowing. You were going to return it. I refuse to believe that. But you know what? Today we have 2 elimination games coming on up, Trace, which means we'll be one step closer to bringing the universe back together once more.
Yeah, and who would have known that all it took was some Counter-Strike pieces and this wall to unlock it all, Jasmine. Of course, we have the Falcons VP game here to start things with. And then we look at Heroic MIBR as our second game of the day. And we're just one day, after today, we're just one day into the playoffs.
Well, it is indeed worth mentioning as well. This is going to be a rematch, a little repeat showdown of the Falcons versus VP, because we saw them face off against one another in the opening matches as well. The real question is, can the Falcons bounce back from this one?
Well, they did it yesterday. They ruined their own streak of L's yesterday. So that's good for them. Whether they ruined it, that's all up for interpretation. But yeah, can the Falcons do it? I don't know. VP is a much, much taller opponent.
Well, you know what? I know some fantastic folks that might just be able to let us know their thoughts and feelings and maybe even their concerns. So without further ado, it's over to our talents.
Oh, so kind of you, Jasmine. Fantastic, she says. Fantastic. Well, we're having a fantastic time here as we get deeper and deeper into BetBoom Dacha Belgrade 24. Scrawny and Launders to take you guys through the opening game of the day, and that's going to be the Falcons VP rematch. Now, not a long time since this opening game went down, so not a long time to adapt or whatnot. And yet I find myself questioning who is the best player in the server in this series, because when you've got a guy like Norbert dropping 3 kills in an opening map and then 33 in the follow-up and then 4 to end the series, I think that is just like the pinnacle of the inconsistencies that we're getting from what was supposed to be a promising and supposed super team.
Yeah, and you're also, they're not a super team, but if they get Perfecto maybe, but at the same time, it's obviously Norbert, who was one of the only good players in. You also pointed out that it was a team failure when it came to like Dust 2, for example. So it's like not like they could lean on anybody, you know? Jay missing an odd op shot, everybody having a moment where you're like, wow, what's going on? Like, why aren't you fitting in? And most importantly, Electronic, who was bottom of the board, and also bottom of the board the last time they played against Falcons. He didn't even play that well in a game where they have a huge edge and were able to like easily win. So things are not working properly right now for VP. I think it's fair to say that at this point. And when it comes to Falcons, I think that's already been clear to a lot of people. But this downtrend is more surprising for VP. So the question is, when will Falcons get it together? Because even though they might not have the right composition, maybe their players are skewing a little bit older, maybe they don't have enough young star potential, they still have enough sort of court IQ between the 5 of them and their coach
Surely.
to be able to get it together eventually. They will eventually stabilize somewhat. You know, I mean, they might not reach a massive peak, but they can be much better than they are today. You know, so the question is when that happens, and it's going to happen right before our eyes. Like, it really could just happen in a match like this, and, you know, they'll be a threat at some point, but now's their last chance.
Well, to be honest, we kind of got that stabilization at the start of the year with the Katowice playoffs run, right? Like, I mean, having Falcons succeed in that moment, yeah, it was off of the back of a great performance from Boros, but it felt weird because we got a flash of it and then, you know, struggled with the roster changes and whatnot. So when does this one stabilize? When can Dupree bring it back into place? I think you're dead on. It could be a series like this when we're literally watching Electronic, a player that we all consider world-class, slowly kind of retract back into a level of performance that isn't what anybody would have expected, regardless of that was even when he was IGLing for Cloud9. Thought we'd get a better version of him there. Whether that was once he shed the in-game leadership and got back to just fragging, thought maybe we could, again, get that uptick to the Electronic that we know. And now for Virtus.pro, I guess this is really a testament to the difficulties that someone can experience when it comes to slotting into James' hyper-unique system of Counter-Strike. Because if you had to ask yourself, you know, can a world-class player slot into James? You'd assume so. It's still Counter-Strike at the end of the day, but there is very clearly an issue here if during the Falcons opening game he was the lowest rated player, and even with Norbert getting 3 and 4 kills across 2 maps of that best-of-3 against Maus, Electronic again ended as the lowest rated player. He is the lowest rated player for Virtus.pro at this event, and it's not close. That scares me, because it's like, we're talking about Electronic. This isn't some up-and-comer that, you know, is getting their big chance, and then we kind of understand their struggles. It's a difficult jump to make it to Tier 1. This is Electronic we're talking about. This is Simple's right-hand man who simply can't gel with this current system.
Yeah, he's the other player besides Nico who's had the most impressive rifling stint in all of CSGO, right? He's been top 5 alongside Simple multiple years. So we've kind of forgotten about that because since like Navi 2021, well, things have sort of changed. And there is something that happens when you join VP where you do sort of get washed into the background of James' system while your team actually does show that they can win. And it is normally James that ends up being the best player in the long term. So I'm not surprised to see Electronic not be the best player on the team as he could be, as the player who's been the highest ranked on HLTV for multiple years in a row. But it is surprising that he's this low. So it's like, yeah, maybe if he was around Flit's level or just below or in between Flit and Fame, then maybe this would all make sense. But at the moment, he cannot be 5th best player on the team, and yet the only player that they paid a buyout for in sort of like the history of Virtus.pro.
The first big starstruck moment of VP, and it hasn't gelled quite yet. But we'll get our players on stage now so that we can see whether Falcons are their easy appetizer in the road to the playoffs.
Well, can you believe it, Jasmine?
I can.
What's not going to happen? Tell me what's not going to happen.
We're not going to get a 2-0.
Okay.
We will get plenty of overtimes. I want to see all the maps. I want to see plenty more CS, and I want to see plenty of action as well.
Something tells me that you're a little off there. I do think that this could end a 2-0. Which way, I won't say, but I think it should go without saying.
I want to know. Tell me.
I don't know. If they can orchestrate behind me and beat up on the Falcons, that could definitely happen. We know what James, Fame, Flip, we know what these guys are capable of. And dare I say, if Electronic shows up at the server today, might be a bit of a problem here for the Falcons. Now, on the other side, for the Falcons having a little bit of vindication yesterday, I'm saying there's a chance there is a world, but it might not be the one that we currently find ourselves in, this universe.
Which universe are we in exactly?
FY Pool Day.
All right, so for the folks at home that might only just be tuning in, the world is in disarray. It has been separated into numerous multiverses, ultimately. Yeah. We've got the boys, the English casting boys, they are in Mirage, I believe.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah, they're in Mirage. We've got the Lego map as well. We've got a little bit of a black hole for our Russian casters as well. But without further ado, it's finally time to get the show on the road as the Falcons take to the stage, winning 2-1 versus BetBoom, and finally ending their losing streak. It's the Falcons.
Well, with the Falcons situated, they need a contender. And so I thought it was only appropriate to bring out the other team. That's actually what's going to happen in this moment. We're going to bring out the other team. But in doing so, let me tell you a little bit about these guys. Virtus.pro, that's the name they go by. They're status quo, playing Counter-Strike just a little bit slower than the average. But hey, if that's what it takes to get a dub, that's what it's going to take to get a dub, Jazz.
You know what? I'm super excited to see them perform. Obviously, they've had recent roster changes as well, but the same could be said for the side of the Falcons. Which roster change are you feeling is the stronger one, though? Ooh, I put you on the spot once again. I'm so sorry.
Why have you done that? Yeah, well, there's so much veterancy behind you right now, and there's actually a lot here, too. It's kind of like the new versus the old in a way. But hey, that's neither here nor now. I can tell you that much, Jasmine. What I can tell you is it is time to get that contender on the stage. A Virtus.pro is that. This team is ready to lock and load. Take horns. It's Virtus.pro. Well, there you have it. Virtus.pro's here. Falcons are here. What are we missing?
We're missing our fantastic talents. We're missing some CS games. Are we going to see a Dust 2? I know it's your fan fave.
Probably not. I'm just going to go ahead and throw it right out there. More than likely not going to be happening. But our other talents, yeah, what are they up to?
I don't know. Let's go ahead and check in with them, folks. What do you think? Is this going to be another 2-0, or are the Falcons going to rise to the top?
Well, considering how close Vertigo was in the previous series, and knowing that we've got Vertigo Mirage again as the map picks of each team, I do believe, Mo, that we're going to get the same result as last time. I'm anticipating a Virtus.pro win over the Falcons again. I think it's good that they broke that dry spell, but, you know, eliminating BetBoom from this event and doing it in a shaky fashion, I think VP walk in today with something a little sharper.
Yeah, and it doesn't exactly expel out how good BetBoom were, because they were kind of good. Mm-hmm. It's just that the teams that they played against were, like, on par and better, I think, and they played to their level. Competition's just essentially stiff, so we're going to see if we're going to get a repeat of the veto here once again. And yeah, we've got Vertigo as the first pick, which makes a ton of sense, and Virtus.pro picking Mirage. So I don't remember what the decider was. Obviously, we didn't get to see it, but I guess there is maybe a chance for Ancient. There we go.
All right. Well, I think Ancient, great place for Virtus.pro to take it as well, if we need to get there. But I still anticipate a 2-0, even though, again, Vertigo got close. I think what was promising for me is that at the very least you had Norbert's crazy pop-off on Vertigo specifically versus Mouse, excuse me. And if we're going to get that Norbert, then it feels like VP don't have problems, right? The question is just which version of all of the players do we get on any given day? That is kind of the aura around VP at the moment. This inconsistency that I feel like they don't usually have to deal with as frequently. And yet right now, that's kind of the burden that I think Electronic and the role clash and the moving pieces of this new roster have caused.
This could actually be a very interesting demo set to watch, because you get the exact same veto, two teams that have played days apart. Mm-hmm. So sometimes it's very hard to see watching games from the outside, if you're not a coach or a player, to know what calls are made because of anti-strat or whatever. But there's fresh tape for everybody to see, and they've just played each other. So there's going to be mind games now in this series. If we watch these games back, the first two maps, which are guaranteed, I'm sure anybody could learn a lot about Virtus.pro and Falcons, answer some questions from the outside. So I'll definitely be going home and watching these demos. But look at the average age here. Of course, it's always a talking point with Falcons at 28.4, and Virtus.pro quite young. I mean, it's James who is the one who's a little bit older on the lineup. Electronic is not that old, considering he has a child and has won a major and done a lot already. Yeah. So yeah, everybody else is really keeping it a lot lower. And Dupree, the newest addition to Falcons and also the oldest edition, was also at the bottom of the board alongside Electronic in their game. So he's the guy who's replacing Boros. Boros is supposed to be set up to be a replacement for Nico, who they couldn't get, which means he's meant to be the star player of the team. It doesn't really make sense, I don't think, to anybody who is a sports enthusiast to expect the oldest player to come onto the team to be the carry. There are exceptions. I mean, there's like the Roys of the world. But I don't know. The results could speak for themselves, and we aren't seeing that. So if Dupree somehow has an amazingly high average consistency all of a sudden, we'll welcome it.
Of course.
But in my opinion, it's already a hard role to do it in as the entry fragger, and that's usually a role that I think it benefits to be young in. Like someone like Donk, for example's never seen himself lose, so he has just so much more confidence, right? And we don't know how many years are left on some of these players' careers, but we do know that they're going to be able to have some fight. And this I think the part that mostly worries me about Falcons is I really don't see Snappy enjoying the game. Like I've heard quotes from him just like very pessimistic about like CS2 compared to CSGO, and I think that's like a mindset that he needs to snap out of, because a lot of people have already come around on CS2, like that it's better in a lot of ways, that they need to adapt to the new changes, and I'm not sure if he's accepted that. Because his individual level is also not getting better when a lot of IGLs who are just like him have gotten better.
That's kind of been like the common trend in 2024, while he's statistically having one of the worst years of his career. So we'll see. Time for the Counter-Strike to speak for itself. Falcons kicking it off on the T side of their map pick, already into the B site. Norbert not going to be able to do anything from construction. All of the virtus.pro members that remain are still here. Ooh, they got nothing. Diddly squat, as some say, inside of the B site.
Wow, that's a nice attack here from Falcons. A good way to start things off. And yeah, again, they're looking for like a second series win so far at this event, and some revenge over virtus.pro, which is a true test of their, research ability, research and execution. Because you think if these guys have problems, the one thing they'd be very good at is adapting when going back to the drawing board and looking at demos and figuring out what to change, right? Between Snappy and Zonic and Magisk and Dupree, honestly, like the amount of like experience and talent and wisdom you'd think would overshadow any doubts that they have of themselves. And at least this will be a game where I think aim isn't going to be the focus. It is going to be wits. Sunpies is also someone who I think has escaped conversation, because he could solve all these problems just by being an elite star opper, right?
Sure.
He was supposedly top 6 last year. For me, I had him at 11, so I think he was a little bit overrated in 2023. But he was still the best. He was the opper of Ents that Snappy worked with. He should be only getting better, as sort of like this Spanish sensation. And I think that he's really not that for Falcons right now. He's just like good. He is good though.
What he was able to do on Ents as they made that run towards the culmination of the Dallas win, far more impressive. And we wait for the return of it, because, he had that flash in his off as well. He had that pizzazz that was impressive. There's still a player short, so there was. Flit will be found out with no impact, so we're looking at another round whereby Team Falcons keep everybody up. Just flexing the advantage of the weapons in round 2, making quick mincemeat of virtus.pro as they went in with the save and wanted to come through with the rifles round 3. So let's see, first guns for VP, and need I remind you, this was the hard carry of Norbert on Vertigo, specifically against Mouse. 33 frags, multi-frag after multi-frag. Will they be able to tap back into that? Will somebody else take up the mantle? It feels like a win condition for virtus.pro on this map.
Yeah, I'd be quite happy if Norbert was half as good and then Electronic was 2 times as good. And then we had that kind of scoreboard going on, because, yeah, he did way more than enough, but he didn't have help.
Snappy tries to get ahead of the B stairs commitment, and instead it's just a free kill for VP. But with the smokes up on green, it forces the defense to fall back, and that space they offer over is just vacuumed up by Falcons, content to push Sunpius forward too. But this one makes it interesting. We get the Jame kill on the flank, so attention turns back. That's a little less support now for Sunpius. He tries to give himself a smoke to work with. Ooh, Jame not anticipating a second T to get down the stairs, but his teammates will push forward. Dupree's pressured on quad, trying to take everybody with him. Madden's gonna have to clutch it. Health advantage over Fame, and he gets the higher HP player down first. Tap on bomb gets the peek out, and Madden's not gonna let this one slip by.
So it comes down to a 3-on-4. Falcons win it. That's gonna imbue you with some confidence, right? That's a losing position. That's VP with a good flank coming in a 4v3. That should be a round that VP can pull out, but they still don't do it. Another B attack, copy and pasted, a little bit faster, a little bit stronger, and Falcons are starting to impress.
Clean one from Madden. Somebody who could be hot and cold back in the Ents lineup, but then would have these reference games that would leave us impressed, hard carry mode. Good in the clutch too, good in the late round. And I think one of the, energizing elements of that Ents team, Madden, getting a little rowdy at times. So
there was some discussion back then as to whether or not he had too many support roles and was good enough to actually have some more star roles. But he was really good at sort of juggling a lot of different responsibilities and still having impact. Like, he really reminds me of like an Amanek from a long time ago. And I think he obviously can pop off. And yeah, it's rare that you get the carry in the same way that, the Norbert carry versus like one of the players in the bottom 2 or 3 in terms of how much space they get to really light up the server. But you can definitely expect it sometimes with Madden.
He's off to the races here. 3 rounds deep. He's 6-0 with a 1v2 clutch to his name. Virtus.pro trying to push up that one single rifle that they're working with in round 4. And poor Snappy being hunted without knowing for the moment. 2 nades from the bottom of the ramp, plus a 3rd player here on short. That's numbers confirmed for VP on this A site, and they pick up an opening kill.
Oh.
Falcons don't seem too timid, don't really want to give it away, but they haven't checked sandbags. Nobody's keeping an eye on this. And Falcons, will they fall victim to the Norbert 5-7?
They're mauling it. Norbert knows it. He calms it. He can peek out at any time.
Oh, he holds his own, gets a second. And then drops a smoke to hold on to the control he's earned. Virtus.pro set a trap, and Falcons step into it. It's not over yet. Still recoverable.
Ooh. Made it risky, and you can see that Virtus.pro is still nervous because they have all these pistols. Even though it's a 2-on-5 situation, they want to make sure it's just one player left alone. And I think Falcons can sort of sense that fear starting to come forward. That's a free frag. Still sandbags. No nades to dislodge him.
Timing on the peak from Norbert, doesn't get a 3rd kill. Flit with the rifles low. The other 2 CTs unable to get upgrades just yet, but now they're down to 20 seconds.
Don't let them win this round. They're going to get too excited.
Saw another one on default. Smoke behind him, trying to isolate what's left of VP, looking to chase down those pistols. That's 2 confirmed. But the AK from James brings it back with a second. James going to post what they need to get VP on the board.
Yeah, it got scary. Of course, they could have got sprayed down at the same time there from Magisk and Falcons. You could just imagine how excited they would be if they won a 2v5 after that last B attack and a 3v4 win. So really important for the confidence for VP to put a stop to it.
Good idea. Single M4 into the triple boost on short. Catches Snappy before he would have expected said boost.
And it's a small thing. They execute it really fast.
Yep.
They don't do that quickly enough. Then it gets heard, and then they get shot down.
And it looked like, Snappy was preparing for the 2-player boost. But the angle of the 3-player boost is that much higher up. Devil's in the details. So within the nitty-gritty, Norbert catching 2 heads turned.
I like Falcons starting out with some B pressure, knowing that Virtus.pro have to respond to it. They lost so easily for 2 rounds when this attack came in on an early timing. It's an easy way to draw grenades. VP look to have a decent spread across the map. I mean, they're close to information on the B side. They have 2 players still on A. Electronic, he's someone we've been talking about, going to take first contact. If it's a raw aim duel, this is where you expect him to deliver the most.
Using the sight crates to block off the first angle. They're not going to fall victim to the sandbags peak, even though there's nobody there, but they've yet to molly it out. Bit of chip damage through smoke. T's getting closer to the site. Electronic trying to use the thinnest piece of cover, but Madden's going to find him regardless. Now we get Fame activating on the flank. A little delayed to check it. Dropping down. Oh no, Magisk. He leaves the door open for Fame. Luckily Dupree slams it shut. And man advantage slips to the hands of Falcons in the post plant.
I know they're already thinking about saving the fact that James has this op.
Caught out on the fallback too. No escape because of the smoke gap. And James just wants to get out of here.
Oh, what a shot.
Okay.
Damn. All right, well, but that's it. Just to stay alive and to run away.
Here we are, okay?
That's
talking about the struggles of Electronic here at BetBoom Dacha, and he begins another map, 0-5, no impact, playing on drywall where he could have been set up for the opener.
That was a moment where it was like, you're playing CS2, he's up on that boost, and they can shoot through the smoke and fully see you. You know, if you're going to stay up there, you're not going to trick them in terms of where you're standing exactly. They can find you with ammo, and he had an opportunity to get a kill. It didn't work. He could have still dropped down. VP are a team that are great on retakes, but he decided to full commit. And it looks like a small mistake, but those are the small mistakes that add up when you look at a player that's as quality as Electronic. At the end of the game, you don't go, man, he just really screwed that whole thing up. He was double peeking and pushing when he way too early and taking tons of risks. Like, no, those aren't the mistakes that Electronic are going to make during a bad game. He's going to make small ones like that cascade over the entire half, and you look back and you go, okay, these were his moments to get impact, and he missed them slightly.
But leave that door ajar and Falcons slide through. Now, the fame-catching Magisk on the flank could have really been their door back in, but nice trade frag from Dupree falling off of Crane to make sure that it didn't slip away. And the money slipping away for virtus.pro now. So Force Buy features double MP9. The rules of engagement. A little shake-up. Two CTs starting to size up top mid. There's a fight there to be had. As Dupree's also creeping forward. Ops on him. Missed shot. Norbert, at the very least, is there to trade. Could have been a 5v4 off of the op shot, but
worth it to get Jame.
And another miss from Jame in uncharacteristic fashion. Snappy swings wide, sees both, got him stuck, and he's going to get himself the double entry into B. Beckons his entire team to come in with him while they're still playing games at the A site.
Oof, and that's it. Round's over. Surely well, actually, there's two CTs, even though they're low, but there's one of two. Down. Sunpius in the slurk position. Electronic, no man's land here, looking for a spot to save in.
Chance to come alive. Oh, can't even win that fight. Sunpius aware of it. Sunpius cautious on his rotation to B because they know that top mid is compromised.
I mean, they're gonna turn the mirror on VP in this matchup. I mean, whoever wins is going to come under heavy criticism, to be honest, when we look at recent results, because if VP lose to Falcons, that's literally losing to a team that has lost like 8 of their last 9 series and already lost in this head-to-head once in that streak. And then if you flip that around, then it's like, you know, Falcons, just one more series, they couldn't do it. They can't get the rematch. They've only beat one very weak team so far at this event. And they get eliminated. So I would say this is such an important game from that perspective. It's not to be, you know, relished as a champion and a great team that's coming up, but just to avoid heavy scrutiny.
It's almost a lose-lose situation in that case.
It is.
The other playoff contenders await. Madden, yeah, keeps his head down with the crouch into flit, and the pistol's not enough to drop him. So beautifully done here on the ramp, getting through the little risk that did remain. And Jame walking around in middle with the MP9. This is now not just a strong start, but a beating put forth from Falcons.
Yeah, this might be it, you know, the moment that they click, or at least the off day that it happens. It's still
a glimpse of what could be.
A glimpse of what could be, exactly. What people expected, you know, happening finally. But the framing, again, it's not going to be that, well, Falcons are amazing, everyone's just going to look at virtus.pro. Well, they're so bad for the team that they're supposed to be. But they can still know that they want a rematch, an important one. They stayed alive in a tournament. They made progress.
I think with their recent results, a win is a win for Falcons.
Yeah.
It's something they really need. I feel like that was kind of the consensus off of even their victory over BetBoom.
Yeah, it'll be months before they win over fans at this point. They've already sort of put the expectations for themselves in the ground.
A B walk up. It's going to get Fame down to 15 health. Not comfortable enough to stick around. Falls back to what's supposed to be the construction support.
Smoke's going to lose him around. Yeah, Norbert's own smoke on the back of the site, and they just walk right through it. just obfuscated their entire view. Usually you have the left side of the site open. Such an easy play to make, and once again a save.
Yeah, that was Fame. He got gushed, and then when he fell away, he underhanded that smoke on the rail side. So poor Norbert takes his place because he's got a full bar of health, but then falls victim to Fame's contributions.
It's the exciting game we wanted to see for Falcons. They look good, and they're playing fast, and they're fragging.
Madden really set the tone early on in this map. He's looking unstoppable for a little while. Now everybody else kind of riding his coattails in terms of momentum. Molotov kill for Dupree to finish off that B anchor, and now James hoping to save, but nothing. Completely swept out. This is Virtus.pro with no ground to stand on.
Conversation's so interesting around, like, you know, making roster moves, but obviously the joke about super teams is they mostly just don't work. Like they mostly just don't work, not just in CS, but like across all sports. It's something where you spend a lot of money, you don't get what you pay for. And at the end of the day, a lot of teams work because of the combination of players. You know, when people try to credit, you know, certain parts of Astralis more than others, when they, you know, it's like, well, Dupree won 5 majors, but, you know, Device was the best individual player, but Zonic is the GOAT coach, but like the best IGL was there. But then you see that they can't do it together. Everyone has trouble reckoning with the idea that they needed each other. And so composition can matter just as much as individual talent.
Little half by with Norbert in the corner. Oh, does it spread? Oh, Norbert's going to get away with this.
Uh-oh.
Pulls the trigger.
Oof.
Nice trade from Snappy, of course. It's fast. And he's got another duel locking in on B site as Dupree contemplates the walkout middle. More utility pressure. This time a deeper volley of nades. And with support, Snappy no longer alone. Trying to cross the Tetris. He'll meet the SMG of Jane. Just looking to get through on the jiggle. There is still that threat of the mid walkout from Dupree. He begins to activate and is coming over construction. These two CTs just now stuck in with all of Falcons, and they're not going to get away at all. Sun Pius, easy cleanup. Snappy cautious of the flank. Flit arrives, but delivers nothing. 8 rounds to the 1 of VP.
It's such a better day for Snappy individually too. And especially with the strats that he likes to call sometimes, he is the tip of the spear, right? He's going to be in first on some of these execs and does need to hit entries, so.
Off the arm, catches the crane kill. Wow. Beautiful.
Yeah,
Snappy.
He's back.
This is what we need, because even with Snappy's individual struggles at time, 2022, 0.94 rating. 2023, 0.95 rating. 2024, he is currently sitting at 0.83. A noticeable drop-off, one that he himself has discussed and thought he had maybe fixed going into Pro League. Mentioned he'd been focusing a lot on individual level as of late to elevate that, to get back into the game. And, well, even with that statement, we haven't quite seen it as often. Nice to see him having 10 kills deep on this 10-round game.
There was a period of time in early CS2 where, like, if you were really aggressive, you just won duels. Oh, okay, hold on. Fame on the back foot, and that's the last chance again for Virtus.pro. You don't think that... And I don't even say they couldn't win, it's just that they're not going to try, right? That's the lineup that Falcons know they're up against. But there's also going to be a statistical difference from people who figured out early on in CS2 that you could just run at them before they had adjusted, you know, the donk nerf, so to speak.
Sure.
Obviously, donk survived that nerf, no problem. But a lot of the other IGLs who were just like running out and swinging were benefiting from the fact that you had a peeker's advantage. And Snappy hadn't figured out his game at that point. So now he's playing, I want to say, the harder version of CS2, that you can't just sort of ape swing every single thing. But certainly, he should still be getting better. He should still be getting better. game's in such a better place than it was a couple of months ago. Gameplay just feels so much more fair on low ping.
Oh, I'm gonna say it. Norbert still has 0 kills. Excuse me. Electronic still has 0 kills.
Norbert's like, why'd you say?
No,
why'd you say fuck me though?
It's too used to saying Norbert. I feel bad.
What?
Yes, that's right. Electronic has 0 kills. Sorry, Norbert. There's an opening. Man advantage. As James has been trying to keep his hands on this off as often as possible, as per usual. But I feel like it's been taken away from him more often than not in this map. So, 5v4 off the back of that. Looking for 3 rounds. Best case VP here on Vertigo. Fame takes the off angle to try and catch Magisk off. Slow approach from Magisk, and it's not the instant kill that Fame really needed because he had no support in that bomb site. Too late to the action is Norbert. It had to be the headshot, the clean first, and if he was lucky, a second, but with 4 players coming straight at him, it now falls entirely on Norbert. Trying to dodge utility here, eat a delayed flash. Madden comes through with the headshot, and it is Flit to try and hang on for dear life inside B.
That was like some kind of NFL combine exercise. Like, look left, look right, look left, look right, die.
Tried his damned hardest to dodge all those nades. The fadeaway flash did get him. Can't flick over. Electronics on the scoreboard, and Madden's in another 1v2 clutch on B post-plant. Not on Tetris, but stuck here behind tall box. They get closer. James scoped in, ready for the peak, and able to get VP's second.
Yeah, beautiful. In that 2v1, there was really no counterplay unless you went for the left side swing, which was way more risky. So nicely done from VP, keeping it close and finally getting that retake in.
A 3v5, I do believe. Oh, no, that's right. Dupree goes down 2.
But a 3v4, still impressive. And that's Electronic's first kill.
Yes, sir.
There's impact. For Electronic, I think it makes sense that he wanted to try to go to a team like VP. I mean, he was leaving a rough situation. I don't know. I mean, I think like it's kind of weird. Cloud9 were almost onto something, but obviously they still had that major issue of not having perfect composition when Shiro left and not being able to replace him. I totally understand the sentiment of wanting to try to play under Jame and a team that's been very stable since 2019.
Yes.
But of course, it could be a big undertaking.
I mean, you would have struggled to find somebody at the announcement of virtus.pro plus Electronic that would have said, oh, this will make the team worse.
No, I mean, you'd have to be crazy to think that. I mean, and that even goes to show, like, VP were so hesitant to even make a purchase like this. You think the one time that they placed that bet, it's going to be when they thought about it so much that there's no way that it goes wrong.
The time has finally come.
Yeah, and it's not like Electronic comes in as like, oh, if it's like Degster, for example, and you're kind of worried about, oh, is he just going to do whatever he wants all the time? You're not really worried about that with Electronic. You know he's going to obey the system and probably add to it. So, yeah, it was a hard roster move to doubt.
Electronic trying to press down. It's a dangerous reposition, but with the flashes, one that could pay off. It's going to have to be the reclaim of the 4v5, but no sir. Sunpius pops open the smoke up in front of Electronic, and he will finish this half 1-12.
Damn.
Doesn't matter, you know.
You know people are going to screenshot that one. That's...
I can't remember the last time I saw a half so rough from him. Fame will try to take it all back from top sights. A good chance at a multi-frag, but it's really quick trade frags coming through from Falcons despite the smoke and the carnage. Jame looking for a moment to make a big play, and he's lucky that his teammate died in the backdrop because now they're not concerned about him still being here. He'll deal with the support, but can't manage. Dupree hands back on the gun fast enough to get themselves double digits on the Vertigo T side.
It's an amazing T side. What can you say? They just have to think about closing the map now, but it's pretty much their decision whether or not they want to stay focused enough, because it's VP or mentally destroyed. They started off this game all wrong. The rematch is all Falcons all day, and yes, it shows that they are smart enough with this roster that they can figure out what they needed to change in this specific head-to-head. Very valuable experience here at BetBoom for them to play VP once and then play them again a few days later, I think. Because it could be a matter of variables as well for Falcons, losing to all these different opponents in different settings and different events, and then not knowing what exactly the problem is. But now they can sort of A/B test things on the same maps versus the same opponent, just days apart.
The same damn chairs, right?
Same chairs.
They were just here. Last time they locked horns on Vertigo, well, it was an overtime victory for virtus.pro. If I was a gambling man, I wouldn't anticipate anything more than regulation today. But Mirage was also a blowout for VP, and as we saw versus Mouse, map to map, VP can suddenly arrive. So we'll find out if maybe the series gets extended. Maybe the map does too if VP get up to their classic antics.
Yeah.
But it feels like with Snappy having the day he is, Dupree having 10 frags, Madden to 16 kills, the winning formula is very much in place already for Falcons.
Yeah, and VP's Mirage versus Mouse was kind of rough, but also that was Mouse's Mirage, so
make of it what you will.
Yeah.
The retake on B, Sunpius has a singular flashbang, just threw it out, and the wave of defense comes flying outwards. Jame and Fame with one apiece, but it falls to the 1v2. Norbert's gonna have to do it from the flank. Deals with the player to support the defuse. Oh man, oh Dupree, he's got no kit, so he gets gunned down, hoping Norbert wouldn't run the risk, but a 1v2 from Norberto.
Yeah, he could have got off it and tried to fight there for one last chance, but was hoping that it was some kind of fake pressure. Nice one from Norbert to come up over mid. I thought for sure that VP were going to win as soon as they got this first kill on the bomb down, but
it was that really fast flurry from Snappy and Dupree.
Oh, it was Falcons who got the first kill. I see. Okay.
Whoa.
Hey.
Whoa.
Keep that off the field, buddy.
Dropping the Norbs on him.
The orbs. You mess with the Norbs, you get the orbs.
Ooh. Flit and Snappy. Yeah, not this time, Snappy. Sorry. Flit's gonna go ahead and chase down those pistols too, but they do escape. So still gonna make virtus.pro go through some protocols. And one of the 3 rounds for VP was that singular M4 of Flit stacked inside A. He's not gonna fall victim to his own antics. Dupree on the chase. At the very least, racks up some cost for virtus.pro's potential 4th round win. They group up with utility in their back pockets, but a stacked A site at the moment. Team Falcons are in the right place at the right time. The Desert Eagle comes out, misses its chance. Sunpius to the SMG, side by side with Magisk, who does a little bit more damage, and Sunpius racks up that cost. But Fame, Electronic, the 2 of them survive, and VP get their 4th.
Their goal was to make it expensive. The pot of gold was to be able to win the round, and they got close. But VP, I think, just relieved to have survived at this point.
Quite a bit of purchase here, actually. Snappy comes through with Armor MP9, so Falcons trying again with some investment. And it's not too worth it in the end. Got this in you, Dupree. Down to half health. The utility over the top. Full-blown hit coming through. It's just pistols at the end of the day, but their flash ain't half bad. Fame, good cover as he jumps up from the side of the staircase. And virtus.pro not losing anybody this time, so looking to piggyback off of the previous round's costs. Unfortunately for Falcons, their investment this time not worth it whatsoever.
You would have won that round with a 5-7.
I did get a 18-bullet 5-7 ace the other day. CT side Vertigo.
We were all standing around watching the demo after.
It was pretty, technically on LAN, because the 5 of us were playing here in the studio.
With 1 ping.
With 1 ping. 18-bullet ace. I'm nuts. I've also peaked, so I will hang up my mouse.
You'll join virtus.pro.
They're starting to reclaim the start of this T side. But it would require a world-class choke from Falcons to also lose this first map.
They have been world-class at that for some time. So.
Blitz managed to get through the ramp smoke, so a little bit more info to be gathered. Yeah, and he's keeping his head on a swivel because he knows they're not far off. That's indicative of Falcons wanting a little ramp control.
And they'll go for the same boost up that we saw Electronic have struggles in. It'll be interesting to mirror this position. See if Sunpies can play it any better. Oh my god, Snappy's coming through that smoke. Wow. At 37 seconds, I think he was finding the exact moment they're going to line up grenades. Little does he know, they wait until 6 or 7 seconds.
He's been fooled. And virtus.pro walk away.
Yeah, because too many people were seen. So what does this mean, Magisk? He's here on the B site by himself, starting to slot into spot.
Can he do it? Oh, the timing on the peak is good. Front runner softened up. Tucks into the corner. Frag grenade explodes, looking for more.
Oh,
he's tagged up 2 players. 3 of them on virtus.pro are low, but all that damage for naught. The rest of Falcons can't commit.
No way.
Oh, so close to taking that one away from VP and making them feel foolish.
Man, how do they do it? How do they do it, man? They're right that they wanted to lead the site. Snappy saw everything there, and they would have run into so many players, even with an extra kill. But just Magisk getting so close to getting 1 kill. I mean, again, another situation where everything has to go right for virtus.pro, and it does. The comeback already went from impossible to improbable now.
You can feel the rumblings of it starting. All part of the plan as far as James is concerned. You know, that's a part of the identity of virtus.pro that Electronic is really going to have to buy into. You know, I've seen games where I felt like him on Cloud9, the whole Cloud9 camp just kind of gave up.
Yeah.
You know, you let a map slip by, you go try again on the next. And they could turn it around on a map-to-map basis, you know, but James is not of that philosophy.
They created overtime so that we could witness James.
They gave us MR12 because of James.
There's a clock because of James.
Just puffing his chest a little bit with Dupree. We got a little Danish duo on the B site. In the face of all the utility, their attention stays honed in on ramp, but nobody coming up those steps. It's a silent shuffle of virtus.pro's players back to A instead. We already have Sunpius floating in elevators, so a support system for Falcons A defense. Not too far away. Smoke grenade for Madden to be deployed front A site. That could make it weird for them to wrap around the crane at 30 seconds. But down to the wire it goes. Utility over top. Madden smoking the front site, gets chased down, and, well, that's an easy one for him.
Oh,
it's
what?
perfect. Sunpius comes out from elevator. A gap on the other side of the bomb site with half of virtus.pro standing in it, and the 11th is all too easy.
They got mauled. They got completely mauled. Ooh, they cannot afford that. They cannot afford Falcons to have a 5 alive round when they're already in double digits. So, slow start in the second half, but they stabilize quickly. From a 5v5 down to a 1 round in just about 10 seconds.
Wonderful, Sunpius. Triple kill on the round. And posting an impressive half thus far.
Was there a miss smoked there? Left
there
side
was no second smoke, so
yeah.
that was that left side site smoke was underhanded.
And they should have challenged it from sandbags probably, right? Instead of running up.
But that was Madden who just dropped smoke front site, looking to give himself a pocket to play on short. Snappy there to support him. So virtus.pro didn't have the time or the ability to unroot that A defense. And to make things even worse for virtus.pro, Sunpius swings out with clean execution on the A1S. Much louder on the approach this time around. VP, whoa, tempo change. Flit comes swinging. Multiple grenades for sandbags. The smoke was there ahead of time. And Norbert finding Dupree elsewhere. So at a minute 30, we're talking 5v3 already. Snappy trying to take it back. Won't be able to get himself into the cover. Sunpius' impact was felt last round, but now he doesn't have those CTs ahead of him. Wallace smokes up from virtus.pro. They change the tempo up, gives Flit a chance to shine because he too, uncharacteristically, having a slower map. And now they've got this one completely under wraps. Oh, there's a nade on Magisk, but not fast enough to kill the bomb plant.
Yeah, they didn't hear it. So, low HP for virtus.pro. They get away because of Flit's entry. Back and forth we go. But again, because Falcons won that last round with so many players, they can buy again. EP will be slow to the chase. They've got their own economy to worry about. Really don't like how Falcons go for that walk. They used to do that on Ents as well, but that walk clear on the A ramp. Taking all those headshot angles. And, I mean, it's also that you know they're going to do it too.
You can see the concern for sandbags, but nobody there. And the Norbert duel won straight up in middle. Easy rebuy.
Yeah, 4-round game. Don't know if we're seeing 5 M4s. Yeah, we are. So 4 M4s and the op. Utility's looking good.
Oof. Damn, a straight bottom fragger to top fragger head-to-head, huh? It's like that around here?
Not the names that you expect, but, I mean, now you do. You do expect that. This is Electronics' second series versus Falcons, and they won the last one with him at the bottom of the board. Now they're losing with him in the same place.
Just feels unfathomable for Electronic to play 3 series here at BetBoom and all of them be him at the bottom of the scoreboard.
Yeah. Yeah, it does.
Alas, here we are. Series isn't over yet. If Norbert can get 30 more kills map to map, so can Electronic. Sunpius, top mid, goes for the contact. What was just Norbert 1 round ago is now a 3-man attack from VP. And good thing they had the numbers there, because it gives them the advantage, and they get all their kills needed. Magisk, beautiful dunk on Fame to finish that one off. So, A-ramp under question. James comes over to support his teammate to just get him out, to unroot that commitment as he was stuck inside the corner. Team Falcons still trying to dance with the ramp players that aren't anywhere to be found. It's a fast movement towards B instead, so your anchor better be ready. Magis concerned about middle, flashed and has to give up all of the bomb site. They're already able to cross out from back lane, and he just dies straight up with no impact in this 3v3. Oof. Fast movements from James, good read to go support the A ramp player to make sure he can get out so that their number's strong on B.
Yeah,
no man left behind.
Yeah, not a great moment for Magisk. Once again, in a spot where he like wins or loses the round on 1 kill. Somebody who I give a lot of credit to as an anchor, but a couple of very key moments here for Falcons which don't matter yet, but might matter if this game gets any closer, where he just needs a fragment to stay alive. Or even if he stayed alive, a retake could be possible. And so the worst possible situation happens, and he dies fast on a scramble back to the other side of the map.
Terrorists win.
I keep finding him in the same spot on the right side of Generator.
Good timing.
Oh, he got that nade at least, yeah.
Good timing on putting that third player top middle as well. Just a change in the approach. And a change in the tone of this entire map now, as VP only trail by 3 rounds.
Luckily, they've still got the money. It might be kind of hard to read if you're VP, but you're seeing a lot of nades. It's feeling like a rifle.
3 top mid again. They don't find that 2-player extension from Falcons. There is nobody holding mid whatsoever. Nobody CT spawn, nobody elevator. This is a huge gap in the defense, and virtus.pro are looking to exploit it with a very strong timing and a 5-man split into this B site set. Norbert gets the kill. Dupree has to recover everything, and that's far too much of an ask for him on his own. They slip right through the net, and virtus.pro make Falcons look like fools in round 20.
Yeah, big time. I mean, it's a good play. There's no resistance. Why there's no resistance is kind of a question. 5 players on the map, no one in middle. And 2 players at B, no one watching heaven.
A very stark contrast to the round previous where Falcons go 2 players pushing top mid. Clearly they thought they had more time to come back and plug that hole, but
maybe that's the reason. James saw an opportunity where Falcons thought, there's no way they're going to push now. They just saw what we did.
to be inside the mind of James would be an honor. Fantastic call.
That's why there's James Time YouTube.
That's fair, yeah. You see what he said about Simple's YouTube channel?
Yeah, he says, I do it for free.
I do it for free. Any less than Simple posts, I'll do my own version for free at James Time YouTube. What a guy. Snappy, he's been fond of this aggression on short A. It's cost him a couple of rounds, but he's locked into the side. Snappy gets wall-banged by James Opp, and it's 5v4 again to the favor of VP. Sorry, Snappy, but his impact has been stifled a few of these CT rounds. Made to the base of the steps. Norbert dropped to 37 health, but he's got a teammate already behind the wood wall. So Magisk may be walking into his own coffin. Good reaction. Little flash didn't bother him all too much.
I like to see him playing this side of the site more now instead of in the rotator position, but oh, now electronic.
And that was the closest defender to the A site. Madden just inside of elevator.
Oh.
Nice kill from Magisk.
That's a massive find, 3v3.
Yes. Couple shots down range.
Sampaius is low, but he has the op.
But it also stalls out Falcons for a second because there was still something on the other half of the map, and A has fallen silent. Sampaius creeping wide, catching the little that was left of electronic. We've got a Molotov for the jump up. James now on his own. Dupree has gotten the difference maker. Tech9 connects. It's very little health here for Sampaius, but James wants the plant, and he'll get away with it.
Rotation slow.
And even as he arrives, Magisk will find himself smoked off. That fades. Sunpius still lost in it. And James cautious of the possibility of the flank, but that is not the case.
Well, the way he's playing it, it's terrifying, I think, both for James and his opponent. Who's going to peek from when?
Smoke for the bomb. James gets up close. He's going to try to find the back of Magisk. Bomb is almost all the way defused, and sure enough, Magisk steals it from beneath his nose.
Oh, that was just such a
It gets
tense
ugly.
moment. Yeah, walking through the smoke, can't find it. Wishes he had a rifle in that spot. Really smart to just smoke defuse with the high HP player. And James can't do it.
He made the right move to keep himself alive, moving around back through smoke, but ultimately loses the angle.
Nice and careful from Sunpius. Could have definitely died again with, I think, 6 HP. And, I mean, if James gets this one kill, who knows what happens to the map, honestly. But 3-round game, and Falcons managed to stabilize without going to pistols. They lost 2 rifles in a row and still maintained their money. So doing good calculations here. Sonic getting involved. James gets his off again. They'll try one more time.
Yeah, lucky that he loses that defuse last round. He still manages to hang on to the gun. Sunpius will clip Norbert's wings in mid. An avenue of attack that virtus.pro had kept over them, but Snappy dead again on ramp.
After getting a kill, at least. So it's a 4v3.
Right.
Oh, Magisk. That's another time he dies in basically the exact same spot.
Sends Dupree scrambling in. He goes through the fire. Wide swings, but dies with nothing. Sunpius caught trying to jump up, and 2 frags delivered to virtus.pro.
Oof, that is not a good look for Falcons. Like, they're rushing a situation where they were still tied in terms of numbers, and 3 people make really rough decisions.
Oh. Madden sees the low health of Fame. That one's swept under the rug.
Yeah, doesn't cost him that much damage either. Would have to be the 1v2, but he's reading it correctly. He's walking the rotate, but he's very fast at the same time.
This could be a great clutch for Madden.
See, he's going the heaven route. Also a good idea, it looks like.
Ooh, that's almost all he needed.
Ooh.
Drops the bomb, gets the headshot, 1v1 locked in versus the bottom performing player of virtus.pro, but it's Electronic with cover to get that one over the line.
Yep. Nice last second rotation here for virtus.pro once again, but man, yeah, I'm not liking what we're seeing from that B defense. They're just taking turns dying, rushing to get kills, swinging so wide into utility that virtus.pro have planned out meticulously to zone their opponents and then obviously dying. So wow, this is such a good start for Falcons on the last round. But at least once again, they have rifles again.
Snappy really trying to recover from some of these short deaths. Grenades off the mark, and we still get Falcons floating on the B stairs out of that very early fight they nearly got over Fame. I think he's lucky to have escaped with as much health as he did. Dupree is beneath Magisk, so this is 2 players committed to the angle, and Fame still just toying with him. Walks the rotate slightly. Snappy and Co. inside of A need to be ready for the onslaught, and they miss the timing on the jump up. They're going to go back, and that time they do clip him. Norbert dead with nothing. It's a dink onto Electronic. It's a ton of damage. 2 players barely standing here for VP Falcons. This could be the one that locks in their map pick. Snappy to finish Electronic, but a missed op shot from Sunpius keeps the door ajar. 30 seconds, and they're met by smoke. It makes it weird. They wait silently with their nades over top, They have sectioned Snappy away from the rest of the pack. Soon he will lose his cover. Flit tries to walk through, dies empty-handed, and unfortunately for VP, looks like this one's coming to a close. It's a plant inside the smoke that's safe. Interesting. No short control, no sight control.
They're all so far away from the action.
No utility.
Yeah, time ticks down, and they actually could lose this if VP play it properly, but the flank is here.
That's it. Dupree on the perfect moment. Fame half health, hits the headshot. Now locked in behind sandbags. He won't be able to keep the comeback going. Falcons, a labored effort on the second half, but a map wins a win, and that'll be Vertigo this time in their back pocket.
Well, it was a great first half and a decent attempt for the comeback from virtus.pro. So some good things there, but facts are facts, and Falcons have won a map where they didn't last time. That's the most important part about all of this for them. And yes, there were some mistakes, but it's definitely a better version of Falcons than we've seen in some recent games.
Yeah, no denying that. I mean, again, questionable moments here or there, but it's a win. And I think for Snappy, it's a second victory in that on an individual level, he looked way better. Sure, there's a couple of deaths throughout that CT side on the A site, but all in all, a marked improvement from what we've had as of late, and I think he, of all people, really needs that. For individual level, just for the feel of the game, most likely. You know, he had his impact undeniably, and they don't let a classic virtus.pro comeback really come to fruition.
Yeah, I think this was a game where the ENCE half of the team were good. The Danish half of the team struggled a bit, I think, with decisions, especially on CT side. But in the first half, everyone looked pretty good. I think the only reason that this game went as long as it did, though, was the amount of times that Majest got caught off on the right side of Generator and Dupree rotating in, the time that they let the mid-B split happening without spotting them, the 2 times they made last-second rotations and got those kills for free. And if not for that, this could have been like a 12-7 type of game, I think. So they still win again because of that first half, and they are past Vertigo. They won't have to think about it until next time. But with Mirage coming up, that creates for an interesting situation because that's, again, another map that they played versus virtus.pro.
Yeah, and when they did play against them, it was a blowout, right? That Vertigo loss last series, overtime affair. Mirage was done before you could even count to 10. So suddenly, you know, Falcons have to make sure it's not just an improvement on this first, but the second map as well. And I would say, talking about the, you know, good performance of the ENCE core from Falcons, shout out Madden for having such an incredibly impactful start to the map. It felt like the tone and the energy was set very early on with this 9-1 lead. You know, they followed through as soon as the pistol went their way, and it felt like a pace that VP couldn't keep up with for a little while. Most notably, Electronic down at 1-11, 10 rounds into the game. I mean, that was, unfortunately for VP, just the reason that they ended up losing, I think, a lot of the first half.
Yeah, it's nice that he can, you know, not frag in the last series and still win, but if he does it twice, they can't expect a different result to not take place. So that's something that has to change for sure. And again, it's the team who wins this gets away with avoiding scrutiny. The team that loses this will definitely get dumped on. They get eliminated from the tournament. They lose a match they're not supposed to lose. In one case, it might be a streak, and in another, a very disappointing sort of massive roster change that cost a lot of money. So there is a lot on the line for the wrong reasons, unfortunately, in this series. But at least for the Falcons, I think they've been going through it a little bit longer than virtus.pro. So almost happy that they get a moment of respite.
I feel like of the two teams, you know, Falcons probably need it more. And the winner of this, of course, gets the prize of playing Spirit to start off playoffs. So the road doesn't get any easier, but I think for Falcons, it's just at least a sigh of relief. You'd hope, right? There's also the other side of the coin that is, this was a 10-2 half for Falcons, and it took them a hell of a while to close it out. If not for Norbert even clutching that 1 versus 2 pistol, then this one could have just been a total whooping. They would have been extra confident jumping into Mirage, but they will have to remember VP's ability to come back is still alive and kicking.
This goes down as a, you know, sort of a decent comeback, but it was still a game that was in control for the Falcons. They had rounds to lose. They could play worse in the second half and still have outs. And yeah, it took everything, including the pistol, for VP to make that scary. So
we look at the kill spread across the Falcons team. Honorable, right? Nice to see all the pieces kind of coming together and everybody having a moment. Snappy, I think, definitely some presence inside of that A site. Even when he would die, at least he got the information. Remember the one time he peeks out short cause that rotation back to the B site just by confirming the numbers, right? Snappy, a classic example of somebody who will take the risk to play for information, and I think his calls and his positioning of his teammates was very strong this map, so good. Falcons close it out this time. Another back-to-back overtime loss on this particular map would have been rough for them, and we all know that another series loss isn't something that the Falcons can really stomach. So one map up in this one, virtus.pro taking it to Mirage next, where previously, earlier this week, it was a VP blowout. We'll see what happens this time around. The Mirage Map 2 beating is set to begin. At least that's what history would have us believe. But who believes history? If you know what I'm saying? Map 2.
We learn from history that we don't learn from history.
Exactly, right? We need to learn lessons. At least that's Falcon's situation because, again, 48 hours ago or so, they got absolutely trounced on Mirage in this exact head-to-head. It needs to be a marked improvement on Mirage specifically for Falcons, or this series goes to map 3, where, again, it is ancient, and we have one recorded map for Falcons there. So
it's possible.
Hope they turn this one around. Let's hope they can do what Maus did to VP, because Maus showed us that Virtus.pro's Mirage, it's not undefeatable, let's say.
It's possible that Dupree has played the most Mirage games in Counter-Strike history.
And do you think that would help him in this instance?
No, but it does show that he has incredible mental resilience for being able to stay sane after that many Mirage maps. So I'm literally just going to go check. Total maps. Who's only played it 298 times? Oh, wait, no, Astralis banned Mirage for a while.
There we go.
Oh, yeah, never mind. That's why they suck at it.
He barely knows it.
Remember that? It was like Renegades beat Astralis randomly once during their peak, and then they started banning Mirage.
Forever.
Yeah.
Was this Sponge Renegades?
No.
It was
Sponge. Yeah.
Every time I hear
because I think that then Sponge would have used that as like, you know, the biggest match.
Okay,
of his
sure,
career.
sure.
What was the one that he beat
Titan.
His glorious match? Yeah.
Titan on
right,
Mirage.
Right.
That was the most historic Australian win of all time. Sponge.
It was actually JKS Akato, but
Nope. What are you going to take? JKS winning Katowice and Cologne in the same year? Or sorry, not Cologne. Oops.
wait, what do you mean not Cologne?
Wasn't he cut before that happened? No, never mind.
No, he won it on G2.
See, that's what I'm saying. None of it matters compared to Sponge's Mirage win.
He won Kato, Cologne,
Yeah.
and Kato again.
I already forget, but you can't forget about the fall of Titan.
True.
Snappy falls quick. Just like that. That just doesn't fall out. Ooh. Was hoping to stick around and get man advantage taken back. Not the case. VP can depart. Norbert sends a bullet around the side of the door frame, catching Magisk, trying to glance down Apps. Nothing comes for free this round. Bring back G2 GKS.
Or Monacy and JKS to Liquid minus Ukinder. What do you think?
As a North American, I'm totally not biased, and I'll take it. Ooh. The one thing that's gone Falcons' way is this Madden USP shot. Then the Berettas show their ugly heads. Flit turns on it. 3v2, Madden gonna try to charge down the bomb planter, but now his hand's no longer busy, and Flit's USP is looking clean. Exactly.
Wait, who was that?
Norbert.
Was it Norbert?
I'd
Yeah.
assume it was Norbert. That's the sound of a man who's about to drop 33 kills.
Yeah, all right.
What if it was just James? Out of
One
nowhere,
time ever,
dude.
yeah, for one round versus Falcons. Never before in his career.
Just years of pent-up
Not after the
aggression.
computer crash on Inferno, not after a map loss.
Oh, and he catches him again. Norbert opening kills towards apartments, coming a dime a dozen.
Well, at least Falcons are trying to make it exciting with their opening aggressive plays.
Norbert looking for the second of the round, and he will connect, but gets caught off by the Magisk MP9 in ramp. Unfortunately for Magisk, his teammates have been evaporated, and that A site is under wraps, so you can go ahead, try to save Norbert's Galil, my friend, but it is a VP conversion whether you like it or not.
We're going to see if Falcons lose this CT side because they play too many standard spots. or if they're going to do something interesting. I think if they at least learned from the VP loss to Mouse, they could see that like a really good way to play Mirage is a lot of activity in mid and a lot of activity in connector with riflers. Way to do it right now. No money Falcons.
Flip been trying to make an argument for the ump as of late. There was a time where all of VP were only buying this SMG.
I'd really love if we got some info from like Simple's time on Falcons. Like what do you think about the practice and stuff like that? I really did think that that would last a little longer.
Do you think he practiced with them?
I think so, because he had it for the month.
Okay, for the month, the full month.
But they only had one best of 3 to play in the month. So
right.
I can only assume. I know it's like, oh, they practiced and that happened, but shout out Metaspore one time.
That's not what I meant, but...
Yeah, it would be great to get his perspective.
Unless they also paid him hush money to not talk about it.
Yeah.
Norbert let out that blood-curdling yell at the start of this map and has now racked up 5 kills already. Never know what version of Norbert you're going to get. Flit, holding off on the exit, has now had himself a flawless start to this map. And that's good to see because back on map 1, barring Electronics' poor performance, Flit was down in the depths with him, uncharacteristically, for arguably the most consistent rifler of this team. So starting hot-handed here on Mirage. The Falcons have a lot to show us improvements because, again, last head-to-head, so much of a blowout. Can't be understated that they were never in that second map of the opening series. Snappy trying not to die to Norbert again, but he's pretty consistently been up in this apartment up until now. Interesting. James just tries to walk out ramp, will be caught and counterpicked.
They've got the B push out this time. They've been very persistent about finding this.
Madden's got to give it up.
They don't really need it anymore, honestly. Yeah, they've got a lot of good pressure on the map, and the B push means that they've just got so much time. The op's already on A. virtus.pro probably already thinking about saving, honestly. But Dad's not home. James is dead, so they can go. No one's going to stop them.
Unless it's Falcons themselves. Sampaius lands the shot. Norbert taken down to 26. Tries to spam away Magisk, who has kept himself okay, and awaits that arrival of the Palace player. Good flashbang out from Madden. Everybody getting stalled out until Norbert and Electronic get a kill apiece.
They have the bomb.
They got to save James. You got to save James off. Surely it's part of the contract.
They can plant, no?
That ramp flank, I think, is going to spell disaster.
Oh, okay.
That should be the end of it. Yeah, surely both go down. Snappy arriving in time, as nobody had kept him honest in the B apartments as they had previously. Snappy gets into place just in the nick of time.
Maybe that's the idea that they're looking for in this half, to fight really hard for B control every round, so they can strengthen other parts of the map. That's why they died trying. Expensive round anyway, but virtus.pro don't have an op in this one. This might be an old twofer, bud.
The old twofer? All I got's 2 10s and a 5er, keys in a car and a sober driver, BEERRUN, beer run. Little Canadian gospel for you on a Friday morning, eh?
Out for a rip there, bud.
Oh, you knows it. Rumblings of the mid control, but nobody getting too committed thus far. Norbert has gone back to the B apps to try and catch Snappy, who this time around is that much more cautious. I definitely think there will be a game of tug of war going on the B side of the map for apps control. And this time around, VP forego it at 45 seconds. Back to the A site that they have had this affinity for. And right now, Falcons, it's a 3-man lean on B. So if VP are fast enough, which sounds like an oxymoron, they could get this one over Magisk. He goes into the ramp. Very committed position at 25 on the clock. Norbert's going to come sliding up into him.
Called
it's a
out.
freebie for Magisk, who's not able to maintain control of his portion of the map. Now, a slow mid-crawl from James could be caught out by the catwalk, and that would be huge for Falcons, but now it's a fair duel between him and Madden. Meanwhile, the A site's under wraps. They push that bomb over, plant it.
Oh,
nope,
no plant.
Denied. Foot drops it.
5 seconds.
Gotta get it back.
It's over.
Done. Time decides it. They get the kill towards Ticket, but time expires to Falcons' favor, and Electronic just didn't cover the plant.
Yeah, they delayed long enough, but I mean, they're coming in to try to plant on the A site. No nades down. If you can cover one thing, but there's usually 2 options for every plant to try to, attack. And I think this idea right here helps out a lot. Of course, every bit of time that comes off the clock in this moment is huge, as we see the tail end effect. And oh yeah, it was Fame just going to dip for it, and Electronic having to worry about jungle, having to worry about stairs peak.
Well, yeah, it was actually Fame. It was Fame on
connector.
Flit planting bomb, Fame on top of bricks trying to watch CT on the same angle as the planter, and then Electronic was on stairs.
Oh, when they had stairs, I
Yeah.
see. Okay.
So technically, Fame should have covered Flit, but because his angle was so shallow, kind of layered on top of each other and just loses his shot.
Okay.
You take a wider angle out on Palace or Default, and suddenly you've locked in Madden. He can't stop plant, but that's not the case. And Falcons grabbing a second round off the back of it. Call. Oh. Oh.
Oh.
I love that video if you go, Byron. Turns out he does have talent.
I think he was the actor of Pro League.
Yeah. He deserved that Oscar.
Oh, did he get it?
He did win it.
Oh, nice.
There was a whole kerfuffle. They gave it to Stunna, then it was a mistake. Turns out somebody read the wrong name. Poor Trace was robbed for his starring role in...
He's also Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, that's
but
true.
That was before.
Yeah. Sorry, I forget their film names.
Which one was Tuna in?
The one where Sponge gets chopped up by an axe. The American Psycho.
Oh, American Psycho, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, he was great at that.
Two AKs looking for something to pull on, but there's no presence shown from mid this time around. CT's keeping their heads down and keeping their forces strong, leaning into A. This top con smoke could just lead them into Madden's long barrel. Yep. Free first one. Again, 2 rifles on the field for virtus.pro trying to get trade frags. It's the ramp fight that ruffles some feathers. Electronic, nice double kill. Both AKs still trying to get Magisk out. This is a 3v5 recovery, all thanks to Electronic.
Oh, yeah. Oh. It's an interesting spot. I mean, the op is so far back, and he can only hold the cross. They're playing for an A-ramp default with the bomb down safely. Little damage dealt, but no utility to try this. Very standard post-plant positions, but very hard at the same time for Falcons to win versus them. So this one's all Electronic. 3 frags on the round. A-site taken over.
The whole thing.
Little redemption here for virtus.pro and himself.
The bells, the whistles, the kit, the caboodle, it's all Electronics.
Much better map.
Having a Norbert-esque turnaround map to map. Why are you laughing at that?
Well, you said that Norbert was bottom fragging last map.
Oh, that was nothing but a misspeak.
Let me speak here there, bud.
And the op gets saved on top of it, so Jame will be happy. Electronics feeling good. Magisk wasn't able to contribute to holding back the A play, stuck beneath Palace with no ground to stand on. Now the money's gone for Falcons too, so VP looking to have a field day starting from round 7 of this T side. The ball is indeed rolling. And they've spotted you bottom mid. The flash arguably saves Snappy for a little longer, and he doesn't even shy away from the fight. Goes in despite eating a flashbang himself. He's got flip pinned to the wall. Norbert looking to control the weapon as Team Falcons kick it off with one M4 and are hoping to get another rifle. The pistol's not enough. Norbert maintains top mid control. His teammates overwhelming the A site in the meanwhile, and seemingly all is good. Fame has welcomed himself to the scoreboard. Snappy going to try to charge him down on site, but no sir, not going to happen. VP simply keep winning.
And if we get to a third, ooh, that'd be interesting. But scary for Falcons.
I was going to say, I don't think it will be interesting. I think VP wrapped that one up.
Yeah. I think it'll just be interesting because Falcons, like, they showed an improvement, but not enough.
Yes, yes. Interesting like a train wreck.
Can't look away.
That's why people watch NASCAR, for the crashes.
That's why I watch Inferno.
For the saves? Boring.
For the crashes.
Oh, I got you. Okay, okay. What are you talking about, idiot? It is I, the dummy. All right. Well, this round fell flat pretty quick despite the weapons in hand. A buy round that really leaves a lot to be desired. The weakest result of Falcons' purchases so far. And it all boils down to a little A-site walkout. Fame back-to-back 2Ks coming out of ramp. He was 0-3, now 5-3.
I can't say I like how A-side is being played and the amount of times that, again, Magisk is like by himself in the spots that he dies in. I feel like we're missing a lot of positions that the Falcons need to be doubled up. There's almost no trade potential in their setups. And yeah, I don't want to call it old school, but they're playing Mirage in a way that you just don't see now as much.
Do you prefer the term geriatric? Antique?
Yes, I actually do.
Vintage?
Yeah, vintage. That would be the... Yeah.
Archaeologically significant.
Yeah. Historic.
Dilapidated. Missed window smoke, though, so speaking of things you don't like to see...
Tripoli.
Oh, dangerous game, Sun Pius.
Whoa.
Dangerous game indeed. Floating around in the open windowsill like an apple pie. Electronic in between multiple players here. Do they swing on him, and can he be supported by his top mid player? Oh, he sees it a little too late. Electronic gets caught out by Madden, who slipped into Sun Pius's position. Connector's open for Fame to dish out more damage.
These gaps are so easy for them to find.
It's all about the ticket play now. Good swing from Madden. There's such little HP here for what's left of virtus.pro that you'd think it all comes for free. But Fame does get back onto the ramp, dishes out a bit more as he clips Magisk on the approach and gives himself a couple flashes to work with.
Is that an HE?
Nope. Another flash. Tries to drop it out ramp. Bomb being stuck. It's not for him, so he's going to have to get lucky, and he knows it's not going to happen. So foregoes the post-plant 3 rounds for Falcons off of the back of a Madden ticket fight.
At least they got that. They almost had established CT control, so obviously key that not only did he get in front of it, but denied the refrag, got the 2K spray down, because the post-plant was for CT spawn. But the amount of ways in which VP are just finding openings to get into the A site, that's the thing that's just alarming. I mean, it feels like Falcons aren't really learning. You can see that as soon as they get the 1 kill on Magisk, because they know that the entire site's open and they just run across to missiles and force a retake.
another one of those moments where Madden should be proud as hell, seeing as, again, Sunpius died first in the window. He picked up that slack, got all 4 kills that Falcons found last round himself. It's the kind of individual moment that could really bolster this CT side, hopefully, if they sprinkle it in with some adaptation on A. It could be a key piece of the defense again, but James has slipped the net. He's been so good at sliding out of places. Unfortunately for James, Dupree has that spidey sense tingling. Nets them the opening frag. And this A site remains quite stacked for Falcons.
This setup is a whole lot stronger versus A. But virtus.pro keep the option alive that they actually end up at the B site this time around. And now Falcons have pulled back. So we're playing retake on B. The drop will be heard at least. But of course, Fame is biding his time as his team gets into position. And, oh man, Falcons, how do they keep creating these spots? Okay, at least Sunpius will get this kill. Oh, but he tries to rotate it and he thinks he gets that info early. It was a long time that Fame was standing there.
Missed Molotov, won't bother him too much. Electronic on the prowl. Bomb trying to work its way through, but it's the double market door attack that Electronic just stays tucked from. Bomb down for Cat. They gotta swing out and hold back the market push. It's working out. Electronic a 2K, but clipped by Magisk, who sticks his head out the window and finds another one for Falcons. By the skin of their teeth this time, but they're starting to make something of this defensive half.
Yes, that's nice at least. Definitely a spot where they finally figure out some things on A, but they then forget about the other half of the map that has been underplayed by virtus.pro, and it almost gets used against them. So a couple things that are good here. Map to map, Electronic going up in rounds. VP just looking a little bit better in general here on Mirage as they did in the last time they played against each other. And Falcons, I think the round score represents exactly how well they're doing. You know, they can frag in certain spots, but they have too many gaps on A. I think their positions are a little bit too predictable, and there's very few positions where they're refragging.
It's enough of a fight from Falcons to keep James and co on their toes.
They can trade the A site for heavy mid control and you know, an op-ed CT spawn or something, and I think look a lot more threatening than what they're doing now.
Missed Cat jump to start the round. Magisk instead falling up through connector. Ooh, Fame's here this time. Usually it's been Norbert getting the wool over Snappy's eyes.
Why is that happening by himself?
I don't know. Why is it happening more than once?
Yeah, all the time. So that they only want to go for the move if they're sure that virtus.pro aren't there. That's like an interesting gamble.
Seems like the kind of gamble that'll lose you your house.
It's also one where it doesn't really cost you much to have support. There's still another B player. They're not holding Cat. They're double up in connector. They have time to support a push if they want to. And they just gave Fame an honest duel, hoping he's not there. And now the gamble to the wrong side of the map with the B site open and virtus.pro ready to take it. Good luck to Falcons. See how silly that looks? So much goes into just one tactic that had no support on a push. I think the T side for Falcons will be more interesting, but for now I could see why they got squashed the last time on Mirage.
Gonna knock some of these guns out. Last round of the half up next. So clear what you can, but everybody hanging on for Falcons. So they'll be in a comfortable state to try and close out with 5 rounds of the CT side. A play that I feel like if Snappy could, he would take back every day of the week.
And if we compare Falcons to like Mouse right away, what would have happened with Mouse if they lost that one player is they would have double push cleared upper B right after to see if VP were testing it. VP have actually done this on Vertigo as well, where they know that instead of Falcons doing that, they like to chill for a second and they like to like pretend that, oh, it's all a fake, it's a default. There would never be a re-aggression at this moment and leave the site open as if they're keeping the rest of the map full strength. And I just think it's very predictable.
Over finds Dupree. This time it's just the Van Peak. Fight for middle control at the moment. Madden and Magisk kill a piece. And that'll put the advantage in the hands of Falcons ever so slightly. Snappy for the moment, operating alone, but so is Norbert, and he hasn't overcommitted. Looks like virtus.pro will be adamant on getting some kind of control of middle first. It's where they lost 2 players. But it's where they allocate fame. And now he could compromise jungle.
Oh, it's free.
Oh my god, it's Unpious.
Oh man, and
this is going to
Snappy's
transition
in a
into
horrible spot for this because he has to worry about the window now. We'll see about the timings. Oh, he starts to walk out. He's hearing them a little bit. Will he get cleared? Yes, he does.
Delivers one, holds it off a bit. Molotov for him, smoke at his feet. He's just trying to buy time for that scramble rotate. Snappy trying to edge the smoke. Not going to happen. And the rotator's so far away. Even with that smoke buying him 5 seconds, you see still how far the rest of Falcons are to coming to help. And remember, Magisk low from his duel in middle early. He could catch them off guard, but it seems like James now prepared. Ooh,
oh my
timing.
god.
It's worked. He just got past the scope. It's a big moment for Magisk. He delivers to the headshot, but they've lost track of fame, and it won't matter. Madden and Magisk, 2 kills apiece to net Falcons a 5th.
Oh, the security guard turned around for 1 second. That was very lucky, obviously, because he was holding that window for so long, but they'll take it. Unnerving spot, but that's the end of the half, and they at least get 5 rounds.
Magisk just slips the net.
Yeah.
Just slides in. But all in all, definitely a half VP won't be too frustrated about. Yes, you lose players at the opening bout of that mid-fight in the 12th round. But it seems like Falcons' discomfort on Mirage are still a part of this. Time to see if this T-side's any more interesting than their last outing. Little lip pillow. See?
Courtesy of Sweden.
Electronic dualies and a 12-6 map so far. Welcome to the server, Electronic. Your absence was missed. Okay. Flood for the A site. It's looking likely. Perfect spot to have the dualies. Electronic lets them rip.
Whoa, okay.
Looking for the 4th. They go dry. James got him covered. Full house on the A site. Conviction in the CT pistol.
It's because Electronic didn't play Vertigo on Na'Vi. That's why.
He has come out recently saying it's a fun map to pug, but for competitive play, it's shit.
That's the only take. That is the only take. And he wouldn't want to besiege his own point by playing well on the map that he thinks is bad, right? So he has to choose to keep the story consistent.
He has to make a point. Now we figured it out.
Can't undermine his own hate for Vertigo.
Ooh, Norbert This could be a tough spot. Or a bunch of free kills, but not a bunch, just the one. Drive-by Tech 9 dink for Fame to deal with. If only... Oh, Madden!
What a shot!
Great cover. Peeks out the doorway. They still haven't been able to finish off Fame. His 16 health, enough to keep it going. And he'll deliver back to Madden. We've got a player close here on Arch. Flit's not going to waste time. And what a recovery still from VP. Considering that dink on Fame, it felt like all of this defense had fallen. The Madden Deagle to make a world of difference. It all fizzles out in the end.
Yeah, he just had to pick one good fight and he found it. So very safe, very nicely done, and Flit coming to help him perfectly timed to play. Very scary right there after Norbert only getting one, and Madden's Deagle shot was beautiful. Safe hands. Madden having a great series.
Yep. A welcome sight for a struggling Falcons. Pius gets out. And with that Galil, oh my god.
Oh, that's another great Deagle shot.
Madden's just full of them at the moment. Unfortunately, that sullies what could have been a nice mid-start with the Sunpius Galil catching one CT off guard. Flit on 3 HP, they just don't want to leave anything else at risk. Little Deagle shot rings out from Connector. Norbert reconfirming they're still out there. Madden's ripped one head off with the Deagle this round. Let's see if he can get another. A chance on A-site. But the bomb's still here on Cat. So Norbert seemingly has the round in his hand. James here to help out, and double digits to VP because Mirage is simply a different beast.
It is, yeah. I think there's still some... I'm still interested to see what they can do on T-side. This is half of a map that Snappy has made a lot of bread on in many, many important vetoes in the last year and a half or so, but there hasn't really made anything work with this lineup so far, so willing to hear it out, willing to see if they can find something interesting to do, but there's no real reason to doubt that virtus.pro aren't going to be able to have a strong CT half, especially with Electronic playing this well.
Shot landed, Madden softened up. James a little bit stuck here, but luckily he's got Electronic to help him. Snappy coming out through a smoke on A with no chance at support. Seems kind of crazy.
It is, because A ramp is mollied, so they're not staring into it. I don't really know how you justify that exactly.
Pre was hoping he had the solution, and luckily for Falcons, Sunpius keeps the trades going. Health advantage VP clearly. Oh man. It's one thing to miss that smoke from Spawn. It's another thing to miss it from Connector. Certainly not ideal, but they group up inside of Apps. It's going to be a 3-player hit from Falcons into B. Electronic sliding beneath it. Norbert's got to be cautious.
He's stalking them now.
He comes back from Cat himself, and Electronic pops up at the perfect moment. So, nice nade from Norbert to get a little damage in. And Falcons are going to feel frustrated that they've been figured out, shaved off, and soon to be put away. Sunpius, 14 health, not going to make a difference. 11 secured for VP.
He is having a Norbert right now. He is Norberting at the moment.
Thank goodness, because that Vertigo game from Electronic was horrifying.
Yeah.
Up to 20-6.
Very fluid stuff.
Norbert Norbert a couple of seconds early on the nade, but jump spots a couple players. They're going to try to come gun him down. And he'll just lean back into the bench, helped out by Fame. Frees up Norbert to keep on swinging, but the Deagle's got his name on it.
Where are they running to?
Clean shot from Sun Pius. They go 2 into Market, 2 through Underpass. The retake is on.
There's no plant yet. Oh, yeah, okay. Just wanted to make sure they don't get pushed this time, but they give up hauls, and look how fast these rotators are in.
VP know what they want. Bench player's got to keep his head down. Sun Pius can't offer anything else. Madden standing in the open as if there's no threat from behind. And now we get the answer back from the Danes. It's a kill apiece, sets up Magisk, but pulled from 2 directions. VP lickety split on that retake.
It's interesting. I like that they kind of, I mean, they knew that it was going to be a cat plant. There's no one inside of mid, so they said, okay, let's just speed up through Underpass, take the best retake position possible, to put pressure on a default plant. But there's definitely a problem of communication with Falcons. There's like a lot of moments where it doesn't feel like they're talking to each other at all. I mean, they're even responsible for what they hear as well, because he's playing Get Right. He hears them first.
Yep. Running
up through apartments. So maybe it's a very hectic communication that's covering footsteps. You can definitely talk too much as well. So, but either way, they're not totally on the same page about what they need to be worried about.
Felt like he wanted to pretend as if it wasn't actually happening, but yes, virtus.pro comes sprinting up from behind. And in damn near perfect faction, take back that B site. So 7 map points for VP. We told you Mirage should be in their back pocket. That's why that comeback being shut down on Vertigo was so important for Falcons' chance of winning the series. We get Flit to slide out from bottom connector. Looks like he's been spotted. They send some shots through smoke, but he has been able to retreat into connector, and it frees up his op to move towards B. So catwalk compromised. Flit will allow for it to fall. Fame doesn't even have to get into the action just yet, but window does belong to Snappy, curiously enough. He falls downwards, reveals his hand, but at least takes one with him. Dropped back by the con player as Jane clips Madden on the approach of the B site, sliding out to try and shut this one down. A convincing 13-5 looking likely. Boots on the ground. They trickle into the bomb site to their demise. It's done, as it was in their first head-to-head. A totally lopsided scoreline on Mirage, and a reason to believe in VP despite their Vertigo struggles.
So, yeah, I think this does raise the temperature a little bit, the stakes in this matchup, as the victor is now more unclear than ever, with VP being so much better in this map and Electronic being so much better in this map. It's sort of, again, imagine if Falcons lose the series type of situation, because obviously it was a 2-0 last time, so we thought if they are better on Vertigo this time, maybe they have a better chance now. But they don't have many maps on Ancient. virtus.pro look a lot better on Mirage, and I think you can really see like why they were bad. I mean, that wasn't very unlucky. There weren't very many close rounds, in my opinion. That was a very flimsy CT side. I didn't like how they were pushing B without much support, where Magisk was playing on the A site. It was a very antiquated looking A site with how they were playing 1-1-1 positions and CT, A ramp, and connector, very little mid control, which is what helped VP lose the last time to Mouse. So a lot of very obvious things that I feel like were also obvious to VP, who got a kill, ran across the site, planted the bomb, forced retakes that were impossible. And look how many kills happen here in the back of B apps. It happens in the first round of the game. It happens versus Magic. It happens versus Snappy. And almost every single time there was a death on CT side, there was no refrag. There was not even a way to get the kill back. And I think that's the biggest thing. It's like you could die, but if you refrag, it's even numbers once again. They never really had that opportunity. So as much as this was credit to VP for doing a good job, it feels like the lessons for Falcons were learned on Vertigo, but it didn't extend to the other map that they played versus virtus.pro last time.
Electronics uptick in performance as well. A very welcome sight, I would argue. Again, you know, Vertigo felt like such an anomaly, man. So flat that it made you worry. So good to know that he still got it in his back pocket. And as we switch over to Ancient, you know, it's just this lack of official for Falcons on it that makes me a little nervous for them. But I also do think back to the Ents Core's days and would hope that they could bring something to the table that maybe competes with VP. It's just, you know, with some of the flat-looking setups and whatnot, how much do they really have to offer us? when we know the struggles of Falcons have been so consistent over the last couple of months. It may be difficult for all that to change. As we take a look at every kill that happened in the last map, we see Fame nearly getting away with a clutch. But ultimately, you know, I feel like in the close rounds even, VP still, they just had their foot on the throttle. Look at the pace of that B-site retake that we had towards the tail end of the game. It really did feel like Falcons desperately trying to hang on to something that their grip was slipping from since the get-go.
Desperate's a really good word, for sure. They looked a little bit slow to positions that I think they knew they needed to be into. I don't know. Aim is a big factor here, apart from the fact that if their aim was better, then some of these positions where they had one player would have been fine because they got 1 or 2 kills and then died, but that wasn't always the case. So we didn't really see much of an improvement over on T side, although there weren't that many rounds to play. And yeah, it's hard to say that, you know, what happened was less of what you expected. That's what we were hoping for, at least a different result, but doesn't seem like that was the case. So, you know, faith was renewed on Vertigo, and now back to the regular expectations for Falcons, I think, moving on to Ancient.
Good to see just in the bigger scope of things, right? We talk about Norbert's struggles in, say, the last 3 months, and particularly with electronics inclusion. Now at this event, having, you know, despite those 2 poor maps versus Maus, overall looking stronger in this series. He put forth some kind of an attempt back on Vertigo when others were much flatter, and now alongside Electronic here on map 2 definitely had something to say. So it feels like the floor of Virtus.pro is rising as the water in the Falcons boat continues to rise as well, right? A sinking ship here at the BetBoom Dacha 2024. Our MVP of map 2 undeniably has to be Electronic, 1.8 rating, 20 kills on the trot. Honestly, owning on Mirage as if Vertigo never happened.
It's a welcome sight, and it's not like when you watch him play that he's really putting people out of their own positions. He's working within the, you know, within the sight lines most of the time. He's not going for fast big flanks. He's not opping. He's not playing inside of mid or anything like that. But here you just see when he's at his best. He's like, you know, fluidly moving from position to position. His aim looks good, which is actually just a very important part about Electronic. One of the most mechanically gifted riflers that we've ever seen. So yeah, here's a moment where it looks like everything is going right, and you understand why they wanted a player like him on the roster. So yeah, simultaneous stories happening at the moment between Falcons and Virtus.pro. It does feel like a race to the bottom, and whoever loses this will definitely be feeling it, I think, in terms of public pressure and criticism. Yeah. And whoever wins will just skate by, just get to lose to Spirit maybe, and that's, right. It's like, oh, okay, well, you lost to Spirit, no big deal.
Everybody willing to write that one off.
But at least you won this game versus the other fraud, if that makes sense. So that's pretty much what they're fighting for. Yep. To be the least fraudulent.
That's what your eyes are glued to the screen for, folks. Full steam ahead on the fraud watch here at BetBoom. We've got Ancient up next, one of these teams getting eliminated from the event in only 13 more rounds of competition. We'll be back in a moment to see which of them goes home. This 5-man team of Falcons has one recorded map of Ancient, and that was just back at Pro League versus the Mongols, where they lost 13-11, and poor Snappy posted a 4 kills, 20 deaths, 0.3 something rating. Enough to give you the heebie-jeebies, and enough to demand of a different level from Snappy. Luckily for him, this series has been going somewhat better, but the question still remains. Are Falcons, a team that would lose this map to the Mongols, enough to stop virtus.pro from eliminating them out of the event?
At least N-Score loved Ancient.
Yes,
so
sir.
we have that going for them, and then when we have the N-Score loved Vertigo, they also are the best players on the map in this series. So I don't know how much they could see into the end of this veto and how prepared they'll be for Ancient. At least there's some bones here that make it seem like they could provide good structure for people to succeed, but nothing's going to speak like the match going live because we just don't have much data. It really just comes down to how many scrims have they played and how much did they think it was going to end up on this map.
And of course, you would hope that they can bring something better to the table because a flat-footed Mirage showing is just par for the course. It's what we got in the last head-to-head. But that series didn't go to map 3 because virtus.pro were able to claw back Vertigo. This is a knife round, folks. Don't get too excited.
Okay, we've got 4 butterfly knives on Falcons, so I think that in
7 out of 10 knives, all butterflies.
But the M9 goes a little bit farther, so Norbert could be the star of this round.
You should be able to throw the stiletto like a dart. Wouldn't that make things interesting?
Yeah.
So, easy pickup for Falcons. Their selection, their pick of the litter for the starting side of Ancient. And maybe that'll help them out in what could still very well be an uphill battle.
Yeah, when you get old, everything hurts, and you only get older. Uphill from 30.
Hurts more and more every day until it doesn't hurt at all.
Wow. Sweet, sweet death.
Yes. The release that comes for us all. But with that said, I hope you're having a great day. It's another wonderful day of Counter-Strike. 4 of the artifacts already in the
Artifact
interdimensional portal wall.
Right.
We're filling them out. But the trophy shall not be unlocked until the champion inserts the final artifact. That's the rules around here.
Oh.
Yes?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So you lose, you put the artifact in, but also the winner as the last team puts the artifact in.
Yeah.
And you'll have to see what happens when that artifact goes in. Could be fireworks that come out.
Hopefully. I mean, I expect some kind of pyrotechnics. What's a stage without pyrotechnics?
It's probably going to be confetti, though.
Probably. Yeah, fire is dangerous. Some people learn that the hard way. Team Falcons have already had a Pardon?
Ants.
Ants.
When I killed them as a kid.
Okay. Yeah. You're not supposed to play with your food, Launders.
You ever move worms around in your gums?
Okay.
Feels like their natural habitat.
Two dual Berettas on the field for the CTs. One of them inside A main where the first kills found. virtus.pro will ensure that A main is no longer occupied before they decide to depart. We've got one player floating around in mid for VP. He saw nothing. Just Jame waddling through the sands of time. He sees that lane has been taken over. CT's get a little bit nervous about that, knowing they've been spotted. So they'll forego the piece of control they had moments ago. They'll have a third player bolster the back line in Sun Pius. But the T's do still work with a smoke and a couple flashes, so they've saved enough to take over a site late. Pistol down to 40 seconds. It's going to be 3 cave, and it's going to be Norbert's flash coming up over from ramp. Never mind, Norby's on the attack. straight in with the headshot to Snappy. His struggles from Mirage continue in the very first round of map 3. Bomb will not be denied. Maybe Madden can get the retake going quick, though. Him and Sun Pius a kill apiece. Split's got the answer. They've got Madden locked against the wall, and Madden's gun's empty. T's don't push it. They've still got the edge, so they did. Now only Madden left over. They still know exactly where he's at. He's going to have to fight out with some tempo, but Electronic makes sure that this one stays flat. Norbert lets out a cry, and virtus.pro content with a pistol win.
Yes, yes. And this would be a really good... I mean, the one, I think, there's an ultra positive thing is if virtus.pro won, for example, that if like Electronic had 2 good maps in a row, this would be one of his only good series of the event so far. So that would be just an overall good for him, and he has the most excuse as someone who's new to the team. Like, we were fixated on him because he's supposed to be a blockbuster addition to the team, and it feels like one of the players that would have a good honeymoon as well. But he does have time to improve. He does have the excuse of playing a brand new system, and he could be starting off on the right foot. Like we saw, like Yabby moving over to Heroic, for example. That was a disaster at first when they played at Cologne in, I think, 22. After that, he just got better and better and better, and then became the best player on the team. So some of these things do take time.
Sun Pius keeping his head down. There's a lot of bodies in A main. A good amount of damage offered by Magisk, and they forget about him. Sun Pius pops up, catches the back round, but Electronic gets great cover. 2 kills as the 4th player in, with 3 of them letting their guard down to Sun Pius. He makes the difference and keeps their guns in hand.
Yeah. Another good start.
You are dead on with Electronic, you know, maybe being able to come in with a honeymoon period. I think that with Cloud9 particularly, it's because of the in-game leadership that he also took over that it prevented that from working right away. And the moment he stopped in-game leading, then he got that, like, delayed honeymoon. Because remember how good he was alongside Perfecto once he gave that over to Boomich?
That stuff's so weird, right? Because, like, when he did take over IGLing, do you remember he did that on Navi at Lisbon, and then he had his best event ever.
Yes, sir.
He literally had his best LAN ever, and it was like the first event that he called as well. So it was like, I understood why he wanted to try calling again, because he has seen himself play well when he tried calling the last time. And so, I don't know, maybe it's completely random. Like, he was going to play well anyways, or IGLing this time, he's just like, there's something about what he learned that made it way harder. Or, yeah, that part's really tough. Because now in Electronic's career, he's had a moment of time where he had an amazing honeymoon while IGLing, and a terrible time IGLing, and then had to quit.
Yeah, he's having an identity crisis.
Time to buy a leather jacket.
And a sports car. Rocket red. Or even better, a motorcycle.
An Enfield.
Pistols grouped up inside of the B site, but not getting too crazy just yet. VP have done a good job of getting away from that stack without committing anything other than half health from Norbert and Flit. And sure enough, look at this. A site clear for the taking. So do we get a desperate attempt from Falcons to at least get kills? The smokes have kept them out of that possibility. Snappy will kill Flit. That was the flank towards top middle. Luckily, James not far off. And they stop the bleeding instantly. But be careful. Start throwing grenades and you leave the door open to the pistol push, which only ultimately gets them the 1. James doesn't know how to use this gun, so it's okay. He's still trying to figure that one out.
So Pius too slippery. Okay.
Terrorists win.
I don't know.
Try to make sense of that.
Choose death.
Witness me.
It's like he was waiting for a gun to be blown back, but then didn't realize he would definitely die.
It's like people who stand on the beach when they see the seawater get retracted back right before a tsunami. Hey, look, the water's gone.
Oh, yeah.
Run! You, sir, are going to die. Ooh, nice deep elbow nades from Falcons. That'll put a bit of a dent in Electronic. And seeing as he is off to the races on map 3, 6-0 his start, good. That may help out Falcons in the end. Slow him down a little. They maintain mid-control in their first buy round of the map. They do lose lane entirely, though. Cave is compromised, and Snappy knows it, so they keep majority over towards this half of the map. And VP, as they do, will take their time.
Oof. Works out nicely. Good one from Sunpius. Oh my god. And avoids Jeopardy on the fall back.
That was scary for a second. Looked like one of those moments where the player swings by so fast that you don't peek out far enough to catch him, and then also he gets you in the side. But Sunpius gonna maintain control of the cave. We hit the 30-second mark, and there is zero control for virtus.pro anywhere other than that lane. So they have to realize they may be tiptoeing through a minefield that could be stacked to the brim with Falcons. Sure enough, Snappy hangs on. Sunpius will miss his chance at a second this round. So the bomb plant's looking good. The wall bang doesn't come out fast enough. Back's turned to the smoke.
Careful in that smoke.
Madden's looking for his timing. Magus trying to offer up some kind of a distraction as he rotates through with his fellow Dane. There it is.
Ooh, okay.
Beautifully put forward by Madden, and an excellent headshot from Dupree to close this out. We've got Team Falcons on the board.
Yeah, waiting out that smoke, but I think I don't know what they were trying to do exactly, was standing in the doorway and couldn't get cover before the smoke came up, so that'll be a win for Falcons. They wait patiently. Made their previous retake look pretty good, too. They'll finally get one. Sonic try to keep them in good spirits. I mean, I believe they want to win more than anyone else, but you still can clearly doubt the amount of games and officials they played here. And I'm sure that's in the back of their mind, too.
Waiting to see if Electronic continues the early momentum into a Mirage-esque performance. Very clean kills from the Cave players, both Sunpius and Snappy. Completely cut off one half of Virtus.pro's attack. And then we see it awkwardly trying to go for the boost. Yeah, Madden kind of
like
given a gift.
Yeah, it's like they took a long time to do that. And that's their own smoke on long that they should have been aware of.
But you lose track of the details, and Madden thrives within them. James, edging the smoke, but getting away better off than Electronic had fared with those same grenades. This time not quite on the money. Still lane pressure, so a very forward-facing Falcons out from Cave. Not letting map control go for free. They get middle, they hold lane, and this is going to keep VP back at bay for a little while longer. An extra smoke comes down at a minute. You can see VP hoping that somebody would overstep, but as long as Falcons don't take that risk, they could very well be slowly pushing Virtus.pro into the pressure cooker that will be another late round execution. Put Sunpius on elbow. It frees up Snappy to fall back into the B site. But ooh, he's supposed to be holding this, and instead now mid is compromised. Suddenly that allows for the other 4 players to fixate onto B. And with Madden on the similar position, you'd think they won't forget about this. Flash comes out, Snappy goes down. He brings one with him at the very least, but Madden's lost in the smoke yet again. 10 seconds. And Jame on an angle, missing a chance at killing the rotate. Sunpius will be given another shot.
5
now
seconds.
Norbert, he gives the cover, but the bomb plant, it's past its time, I think. Flit just missed it. Just missed it.
No. Oh, the bomb's down. Oh my God. Okay. I was like trying to read the graphic right there, like the time's ticking on the bomb, but holy.
Just missed it.
Wow, so much happened on that last frame.
Sunpius getting the kill on the cross is everything, and why does it happen? Because Jame on the angle first misses his shot.
Yeah. Yeah, the shoulder peek was good. This would have been this perspective to see that. Just disappeared. Wait, what?
I'm gone.
Now for my final trick. See you next round.
Oh. A little off the mark there, Snappy. But a sea of virtus.pro players on the other side of this. Flashed out. Damn, another chance for Snappy, but another round he goes down without a kill. Nicely done from Magisk. Quick response back. Cautious about elbow, but supported by the Dupree M4 beneath him. So the Danes take over middle. And with that, they've got VP playing on the back foot again.
When they've done these quiet rotations, it's worked out. Vertigo, Mirage, and now Ancient. They do pick the site that's lesser played, even if they have to bring it down to 20 seconds. Falcons are starting to get some good info back, though, quickly, which is a nice change. And they'll be ready for the double donut swing. This attack on the signpost is what it's all about. First shot gets missed, but right into the signpost duel.
Those mid players end up ending towards Donut, but Flit at least throws a wrench back into the works. Madden's going to try to pressure Smoke as he does, and it's an easy lineup for Madden. B site, A site doesn't matter. He is the master of the smokes right now for Falcons. And just enough pressure at just the right time has cost VP another late round moment at the hands of Madden.
Well, I mean, maybe there's a world where Flit can make this scary. It's not the strongest buy from the CT side. We'll see how they support him. Oh, that's missed.
Uh-oh.
Big time.
Oh, God. Luckily for Falcons, this is a round where they just have Tech 9s on the majority. So the cleanup's easy.
Okay.
No bomb plants either. The AK gets a single kill. We got a troll in the back of the bomb site. There's a goblin in the dungeon. Ooh. But Madden's not going to let things get weird. So even though that smoke does get missed, if anything, it just causes a frantic situation. VP don't really know how to handle either, and they don't even find the plant.
Once again, consistent start for Madden. Really good one.
He's kind of been the ignition for the success of Falcons in this series, right? The spark plug that gets it all going. Very hot start to Vertigo. And that demanding respect from his opponents. So we'll see if they can cool him off. He's going to go right back towards the fight alongside Magisk. Ramp Molly. Ooh, stops one half of the attack, but Snappy still commits to the swing, even though his teammates are sectioned off.
That's happened before.
And he dies.
Yeah, that's happened before, and it didn't work out last time either.
And look at the gap it leaves for Electronic to exploit. Man. He takes all the cave control, comes in with a kill and a half additionally after the Snappy frag. Magisk not able to handle it on his own. The Tech 9 of Norbert connects, and with Snappy's death, I think that entire B-side unravels.
I think we talk about that for a second. You know, the only reason you don't dish out blame right away in that situation is because you don't know if Snappy went through on that push and his teammates didn't calm that they're mollied back. So like the play they talked about before they started the round, they know they can't complete now. If that wasn't communicated, then it's not Snappy's fault, because he can't be looking at the radar in that moment when his teammates are already halfway down banana, right? He has to now focus on his crosshair. But now that we've seen that happen more than once, it looks desperate, and that's the word we use for Mirage. And that's why it doesn't look right when Snappy is here running through to take over a part of the map when his support has been cut off, you know, with utility. So maybe it was communication more than once, but it certainly feels like Snappy's trying to take things into his own hands, and it's made for easy rounds for virtus.pro.
Terrorists win.
He could have been fine if no one was out there, because there was a smoke separating both the B attack from him and Electronic. So there's a world, of course, where he clears this out and then he can actually just chill out. But just wasn't careful enough.
On top of that, Norbert and Electronic at the far end of the virtus.pro table, joining forces again from Mirage to Ancient. Both of them topping the charts. Flit's gonna go charging through. Oh, and he gets caught out by Dupree from the bottom of middle, who blasts away towards elbow, not finding any more damage, but definitely deterring virtus.pro for now. Norbert's gonna try to come through, and eventually if that smoke fades in front of Norbert, Dupree should be a dead man. Ooh, he gets him while Norbert's turn. It's getting a little awkward, and Dupree, props, comes out with 2 kills from the bottom of middle. High pressure situation for Dupree, and he delivers.
Yeah, nice one. And there wasn't anybody that could help him too much in that spot. He's pushed down. They've already smoked the exit of Cave. He's already got 1 kill, so you're not expecting 2 pushes to come through. So VP doubled down, and now they're down to 3. Makes it easy for Sunpius. They walk right into that op shot. Here's virtus.pro already thinking about round 10.
Who are you kidding, dude? James already thinking about round 24.
Yeah, true. I really don't know who's going to win this game at this point. It's already like a pretty decent CT side. I think virtus.pro look quite as good as they are. We actually have had quite a weak series from James.
Yes.
An individual.
Yep.
Which is a bit more of a rare sight as well.
And Flit.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the last time they played it was Fame top of the board.
That is correct.
Counter-terrorists win.
Can you do one roster move to save Falcons? Anyone for anyone. In one fell swoop.
Well, to me personally, it would have to be Dupree, just because that was supposed to be the slot meant for Simple, or excuse me, Nico. So let's just say that is the world. Let's say Nico abandons G2 at the start of the year and joins this team. Give me Nico on Falcons. You think it would be enough?
Yeah, I think if Nico really did come onto this team early, it would just make more sense. Yeah.
You know, Nico, Sunpius, Madden, Magis, Snappy. That sounds pretty strong.
Nico isn't as consistent as he used to be. He might have more to prove, obviously, if he's playing with a new lineup.
And even with Nico, to be fair, I think that some of the issues we've seen from Falcons won't necessarily get fixed. I'm not trying to put it all on that 5th rifler.
It would have been more exciting, though, have like Simple, just try.
Yeah. Instead
of just playing the actual 1 series. But that also, I don't really know, like that has something to do with the contract that he's under as well. He's still under Na'Vi.
I do love a Simple that tries. Snappy again trying to pick up the responsibility of being the pressure from Cave. Flit locking in on him. And Snappy's going to post another smoke, so bottom middle could be safe if there was anybody there. We've seen some pretty forward movement from Falcons in middle, but this isn't one of those rounds. It's a far more relaxed mid-hold, and that could end up allowing for the emphasis of VP up this ramp in Cave split.
Yeah, they're playing so many rotator spots.
Oh, this is very awkward from all this damage.
God.
Dude, pushing Snappy back, getting him to swap Sunpius' weapon into his hands. That's what just put Sunpius into the wallbang and the Molotov. Then Madden rotates in, can't manage anything. Sure, Snappy locks down Cave, but VP right up ramp like it's nothing. Oh, that decision to switch the guns put Sunpius right in the pocket.
It's a little awkward, but it's also like they don't have mid control either. Like even on top of B being awkward, they don't really have much going on the rest of the map.
That's an odd one. Because it's not like Sunpius would have been there if not for, you know, Snappy's damage and needing to change guns.
Just unlucky.
That's what I tell myself. Silver lining is it facilitates the 3-player save. Not quite. Workshop that one. Yeah.
That's pretty unlucky.
Hit by the wallbang and the Molotov because he's got to chuck his op away. Gonna be hard for Snappy to look Sunpius in the eye after that one. Oop. My bad.
I get to keep the op though, right?
Yeah, right. And that's what ties this game up. So VP content to get pretty much a free one on that B site. For once, Snappy wasn't able to be a nuisance from Cave. He'll pop open smoke, see nothing. We got Flit locked in along the wall. Nice wall bang from Snappy. There we go, getting something back. Forces Flit to change position, but as he's reloading.
Wow. Oh, no, the smoke timing. Gotta be, I mean, if you're a K player, you know, you gotta be ready for that.
It's his own smoke, after all. Sunpius creeping into the site. This could cause problems. James gonna get caught by this. Sunpius comes out, stops the bomb
It's planted.
Oh no, no way he gets it down just by the skin of his teeth. Bomb site belongs to Team Falcons. But it's this post plant that could still end up netting VP a lead. Flit, he's got a flash.
Oh,
that's
so
a fake defuse. Worried about it. Flit's still just looking into the corner, and they're concerned about the cave more so than the ramp. He's going to come out wide, stops the diffuser. They'll jump right back on top.
What?
But no kit.
No kit.
Oh. Or is he
Are they
still
on it? Oh, is this where we spectated someone else, I think. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Long diffuse maybe, and they got it. That almost got hairy.
Oh, nice shots.
Sasha, drop me AVP.
Magisk back into elbow. Met by Electronic, who gets naded back by Dupree. So good back and forth here to the favor of Falcons. As it opens up Snappy to reroute. For once, it's not aggression coming out of Cave. He'll take ramp instead. And Norbert, he's not been able to stop him, so Flit's back is very much exposed. Nice rerouting from Snappy.
Oh, he's got to, okay.
He sees it.
Oof. So, yeah, nice solution to his problem right there. And Sunpius in another good spot as the 3 remaining players for VP are on the leftmost part of the map. But now they're going to try to congregate into middle. Who's on the angle? Madden.
Ops posted, sees the arm. Oh, Norbert walks right into the stream of bullets. Dupree's been doing a very good job of controlling mid this
100%.
CT side. 10 and 5.
That's some great rounds.
Looking to close out with 11 perhaps, as Jame will be tasked to clutch this with 30 seconds. And down he goes. So Sunpius will be that who closes out the half with the 2-round lead. That was pistol and conversions, as you can see, to the favor of VP, and then only 2 rifle rounds after the fact.
Yeah, no, this is very impressive, I'd say. I mean, it's definitely better than Mirage, which is even more impressive because they have more reps on that map.
Yep.
So, like, whatever is working here on Ancient shows that they've got some, maybe a new map to open up in their pool.
And considering, I believe they had 4 rounds versus Mongols on their CT side back at Pro League.
That'll teach you a lesson.
So, you know, we've been hoping to just see improvements from Falcons day to day. And while that may be week to week, it's an uptick in the face of what many hoped would be a promising Virtus.pro roster.
The most confusing outcome would be Electronic playing well in the last 2 maps and Virtus.pro losing. Then we just have no conclusions at all.
And I feel like sometimes that's the thing with Virtus.pro is like it's hard to come to conclusions.
It is, yeah.
Right? After their major win, we weren't sure what was going on. Norbert got cut. Then Norbert comes back as one of the most improved players of the last year.
And then they're like the tier 1 team that play the most tier 2 tournaments as well.
And now Norbert becomes the lowest rated player for the team in the last 3 months. You can't make conclusions with Virtus.pro.
Yeah.
They are an open book at all times. Big clash set for mid here.
Oh.
8 players looking to rock out mid. Magisk on the reload killed Sunpius, able to keep this one even. Flip barely alive. That was weird, and it allowed for the door to be just taken off the hinges towards B site. Madden takes it up into his own hands. A late elbow peek, perhaps. Will Fame get caught climbing? Madden's cautious about it. Yes, the elbow peek comes in perfectly, and then they're able to reroute technically back to A, but because the bomb was at the base of ramp, they stall for a second.
And Norbert just hoping they make that move. It would have been the natural decision. Okay, yeah.
They go back again.
It's like they had late communication again.
Oh, Norbert.
Did he? He heard them.
Back sight. Doesn't shoot. Taps one.
Oh.
Ooh. Norbert. Almost.
What was that?
Norbert. That's Norbert in French.
Oh, okay.
Norbert.
Now you gotta say it with the numbers.
It's like Hubert in French becomes Hubert.
Hubert.
There you go. Your
Hubert.
French is getting better by the day. Alors, into round 14 we go. With just pistols for VP, so I don't think the fun's gonna start just yet. Snappy looking to farm some kills back. The king of cave, so he wants to be. They lose middle, they'll plant their bomb, and this is going to be Falcons going up to a substantial 9-5 advantage.
Bomb has been planted.
Yeah, very much. With T-side, it's almost out of their hands now. Virtus.pro, got to hope for some mistakes.
Yep. Get him down. Jane will get the USP kill, his 3rd frag of this decider map. You're not wrong to identify it. It is a struggle for Jame today.
Yeah, and no matter what's happened in Virtus.pro's history, there's never been a struggle period for Jame individually.
And, you know, there's been some like uncharacteristic misses on easy shots. What was it, yesterday or 2 days ago? Vertigo. Yeah, missed his shot on a mouse player who wasn't even looking the right way.
Never before seen. Always something new with Jame.
It keeps you guessing. That much is undeniable. Snappy keeps it simple. More of the same. Flying out middle. Fame buys his time. Makes
good.
sure not to miss. Fame inside of Donut, still worried about what he definitely heard running at him in mid. Electronic's going to pressure along the smoke, and this A presence, not going to work out for Falcons. Snappy tries to get into the action as things start to go south, and they lose what could have been the split into sight. Magisk has to limp away on a measly 16 health and hope that Dupree can do something to help out.
He's in a powerful spot, actually. There's no one in Temple right now, so with the CTs where they are, if he's careful enough, he might be able to put on a sequence. We'll see. Not worried about back default, though. No.
Good distraction. Norbert comes out with it, and Electronic will be the close of round 15. So it's only a 3-round lead as the VPCT side officially begins.
I hope this does come down to the last, couple of rounds. That would be That would be, I think that would just justify sort of like exactly how much effort has been put into these first 2 maps. Especially with elimination on the line from the tournament for both of these squads. Most pressure possible.
Snappy again wasting no time getting into an early position. But it's not one that's really drawn a rotate out of VP just yet. Electronic versus Dupree here in mid. And luckily Fame's got him covered, so easy does it. Fame doubling back as they do barrel out from A main, bomb included. Hinging with bottom mid control for the time being. Madden, good pickup. But we've got Flit inside of the temple, keeping the 4v2 looking strong here to VP's favor. And that momentum exiting A main fizzles out, leaving Sun Pius with the bomb back sight. Nice recovery. 2 kills between the remaining players of Falcons. It's another duel offered up, but it's Snappy still working with the lesser weapon, chasing down the AK, trying to just fly forward as he looks to get into the mix. Nearly a resurgence in the 2v4, but ultimately VP hang on.
Yeah, they do. They do. Versus the A play once again. Falcons got to take a breath. They have a lead. They had a good first half. But half 2 has nothing to do with half 1. Now that they've switched over. Luckily they're on T side and their economy is a little bit more resilient. But can't tell if they're looking forward to it or not. They'll have to eco and let this officially become a close game. Now it's interesting.
I mean, we wanted to talk about the Falcons' loss back at Pro League. We also can't ignore that playoffs match between Virtus.pro and Mongols, where they came back from, what was it, 11-2? On this very same map. Felt like they were never in that game, so something more competitive as this has been.
It's true.
I'll just remind you, VP never go down without a fight.
Take a look at it now. Jamin 5 and 12. I don't think if they end up making this comeback, it'll be with him on the same score line.
We'll keep one eye on him and the other on this Team Falcons pop towards mid. Looking to just get past the flashbangs. Ooh, curious turn of events. Double pistol kill. The rest of the team slips right into Fame's crosshair, however, and it's a mowdown. A feast of frags for Fame.
See the layering, though? Like, how many ways they could die and still have the next position covered off perfectly? I feel like that's missing so much in so many Falcon setups. Almost never really saw that. So now what? They like A sites. Hasn't worked out. Eco, a couple of kills, but no win. 1 round game. Will they let Virtus.pro touch a tie this quickly?
Back to the mid-fight. Pelted by utility here. Oh, Dupree.
I mean, no chance.
No, slammed by that util damage.
No chance. He's totally blind. And he's scaling alone.
Yeah. He was half health, blind, stuck in a corner with 2 people spraying at him.
Just praying that they fell back, and obviously Madden's coming in from mid B, so they could have traded, but there wasn't really a timing there. Madden's not even there after those 2 players kill him to get that frag in.
Pray to any god you want. Nobody was getting Dupree out of that. But as they start to fall off of the A site, this is the exact moment they pounce. Electronic catching Snappy as he just tried to jump up to green. Fame trying to re-engage quickly.
Still have a really decent spot with 4 players.
Oh, nice shot. Sun Pius goes deep into Temple. And he could sense that somebody was still sticking around, so very critical kill to reopen the bomb site and to potentially give Falcons double digits first. Potentially. Still legs on this retake if they choose. There's a couple of smokes to come out from the CT spawn. Flash is great from Madden. Nearly sets up Magisk for the multi-frag, but James Op will connect.
Oh, this is the shot. James, you have 6 kills. You absolutely need this one.
Saw the shadow.
Oh!
Sunpius, twice he rips off heads inside the temple. 3 times in this round, he posts a kill.
It's got
Flit, he's on top of the bomb. He's going to cause him to scramble. They're both trying to spray him down inside it. But luckily for Falcons, Madden posts on top of the bomb with very little time left.
Oh.
And Flit, his only option really to win this would have been the stick.
Yes, and yeah, there's a shot. I don't know if did he actually shoot? I couldn't hear it.
Flit?
Or no, James.
I didn't hear it either.
Okay.
He just died real fast.
He just died real fast, yeah. So that was a must-hit kill, and nothing comes of it. A nice try in the 1v2. Yeah, he does shoot.
He shot.
Just confirming, not a great game, out of a key piece. Now, there is still time, and they've already made a slight comeback because of just a couple of kills from him in these last 2 rounds. But it looks like that rotation out, as you pointed out, actually mattered. They had numbers, but in that 3-on-4 Falcons still got so much out of it. Great nade versus this attack. Full B, is this the right play?
Oh, another one. That one's not so bad. Pistol in the pocket.
Oh, no.
Oh, Norbert just shaves the HP off Sunpius, connects to the head of Snappy, and forcefully puts Falcons down to the 2v5.
The call is perfect from VP. They go for a stack on this round into the B site.
You can never expect when VP are just going to change it up out of nowhere. Jane with his finger on the pulse. Electronic with his finger on the trigger. Loses to Dupree. It's a double from the Dane. There's this slow crawl flank that could still just take all of it away.
And Magis is actually watching this, pivoting and patrolling.
Interchangeably with mid. That's 3 back. A 2v5 evened out. And with James's recent struggles, is there room for Falcons to rob this away? The perfect call, an excellent start, but a chance back for Falcons.
I can't believe Virtus.pro are staying here. They're creating a timing in mid. I think it's beautiful for Falcons to go for this. Dupree can easily come in for a flank, and they just killed someone on a full flank.
Backsturned.
Yeah.
Easy pickup. It all falls onto Flit. He's in between the two. Dupree's going to swing wide. Oh, missed
no.
shots. The Danes post a 2v5.
Wow. 9 majors. Let's go. Let's go. 9 majors going on 10. What a 2v5. Ooh, that is a bad miss, though. He needed 1 bullet to kill Dupree. I'm also pretty shocked that they didn't think there could be a flank after they killed Fame, because who would go for a flank that big and then still cover the rest of the map? But this is the idea. They needed to come up with something. They were so low, and they went in for that risk, and that one's for 11.
That's that classic Virtus.pro round that always sends the winning team off kilter, enough for VP to get the game tied or to get the game to OT, to get it close at the final hurdle. For Magisk and Dupree to tap back into 9 majors of experience.
That's a great call. And Dupree has had really good moments, I think, on this map, in both halves now.
And just across the board, the performance has been there from everybody on Falcons. For the maps that they won, the kill spread has been even. Snappy contributing again in this best of 3. And if all 5 players of Falcons come together to have a good day, then that is the formula that could best this Virtus.pro. And at the moment is 2 rounds away.
And a full investment here for Virtus.pro. Wow, their money screwed after that round. That eco, well, that force, I guess. Oh, this is terrible. Falcons would basically have to lose in the exact same fashion as last round. If not, this should be a free game. How much loss bonus do they have? Either way, they're not getting M4s. Unless they save armor on this round.
Player pulled off. Electronics still in there.
Molly not doing enough.
Nah, but they still clear. Good play from Snappy. excellent presence of mind. Still a couple defenders in the site, but working with so little, Norbert, yeah, too much of an ask.
Wow.
When every other player around him went down with nothing, Norbert's single kill is a blip on the radar, and Team Falcons off that slice through B to take a 12th and give themselves 4 map and match points.
Yeah. This is not a great look for virtus.pro. I'd say this is a shame for Electronic, who actually has come through in the last 2 maps. I wouldn't call this one his fault. And this has been a rare bad series for James on elimination. As a grand finalist of the last BetBoom Dacha in Dubai, I think hoping for a chance to be able to play Spirit again. I think that's what he really wants.
Oh, there's no doubt in my mind he wants that.
He lost that first ever reverse sweep best of 5 grand final to Spirit and Donk the last time. And I say and Donk because he was playing his heart out all the way until the end of the night. And then Jay made a video, you know, talking about how good this guy is and everything like that. Not even getting a chance to get there, losing to Falcons.
Yeah.
And I mean, I know James a humble man, but losing to Falcons these days is sort of embarrassing. I gotta say, they're the team that everyone's been beating up on, and there are expectations for virtus.pro. It's not surprising that Falcons would eventually stabilize. I did mention that. But still, you don't want to be the one that they figure it out on, you know.
Today's seemingly the day.
Yeah.
Not to get ahead of ourselves, but again, great contribution from everybody on Falcons to make this happen. A lot of pressure on them from the inception of this roster. A lot of negativity and criticism swirling around them, and about time that they put a couple series back-to-back on the board.
Sampai's been consistent. Madden had a great first map and a good start on this one, and Dupree good in both halves here. Snappy was great on map 1. There's a lot of better stories for some of the players we have expectations for.
And a wonderful Danish duo 2v5 clutch to really put the nail in the coffin, because otherwise VP could have pushed this one into OT.
We see 2 more forces from there.
That is virtus.pro trying to tackle them with the B stack, and they get stuffed on the attempt. Snappy again to try to keep up the cave pressure, but the stack is in place for virtus.pro yet again. It is Norbert from the back of sight, this time with a multi-frag, 2.5. All he's able to post. Fame flanked, and virtus.pro down. For the second time in 2024, Falcons step 4th into playoffs.
Oh yeah, they avoid elimination and start to take flight. There's a chance for them to show a little bit more, and they're very excited about this because, I mean, they have to play against Spirit tomorrow. You can't really assume that anything's going to happen in that game. But to have just another tournament without another good win, the only other team they beat so far is BetBoom. So I can understand why it feels good.
I mean, this is a team that has played all the majors, right? All the accolades for this entire roster. Trophies in the last year as well. And you see the jubilation on their faces just to win this one. Whether that's relief or whether that is just genuine happiness and celebration. It's one that Falcons needed.
Celebrations galore, and rightly so, Trace. Wow, what a series that was.
It did pack several of the punches, if not all of the punches. And you know what the craziest bit about this is, Jasmine?
Tell me, Trace.
Falcons are on a win streak. Albeit 2, it's a start.
You know what? I feel like, rightly so, haters have made them famous. People doubted them. But fair play to them, especially in that first series, the first map that we saw, They gave us a great performance. And, you know, you could see how much it means to the boys. Celebrations, yelling, slamming the desk, the whole shebang.
Yes. Speaking of whole shebang, I have I think this is a music kit, actually. So let me just go ahead and grab this real quick.
Now, Trace, if I'm correct in saying so, that artifact brings us one step closer to concluding BetBoom Dacha Belgrade and reuniting us with all of our fantastic talents across the universe. Go ahead, slot that in. Beautifully done. That's right, baby. Another day in the office over here, Trace. But the fun is not over yet because we still have another best of 3 series to go. Looking forward to the rest of the day?
Of course, we have Heroic MIBR also in a similar vein or similar lifeline here with these 2 teams, just trying to stay alive in Belgrade.
And it is indeed going to be another rematch between these 2 teams. But before we get to that stage, let's go ahead and check in with our talents.
Yes, thank you, Jasmine and Trace. Excellently done, Stunna. It really looks like he could be on like Antique Roadshow with the way that he's been handling these valuable artifacts.
Yeah, or that other one where the guy Dale goes, "Yerp."
Oh, you mean Storage Wars?
Storage Wars.
Yeah, a little different. Mostly just junk. But no junk clogging up the pipes for Falcons today. Straight up victory here on map 3. And again, I think the turning point of this third map as things got closer. I want to emphasize it again. Really cool to see Magisk and Dupree go massive in that 2v5. It denied VP their chance to make that classic VP overtime run.
And while this was a messy game for Falcons, it was also a messy game for Virtus.pro. And that's sort of what we expected, considering this is an elimination game for both of these teams. And the rarest thing I think we saw, and I haven't really looked at the stats too closely, but James just overall not having a good map, I think is something that we just never, you just don't ever see, honestly, straight up with Virtus.pro. So especially as one of the guys who was amazing right away in CS2 and had months where he was on top. He was an offer, an IGL, and everything. That was just no problem with the transition. As much as he complained about the state of the game at first, he was able to adapt very quickly.
Yep, he kind of felt like m0NESY is somebody, who really just dedicated them to themselves, to the new op craft, to understanding the new op fire mechanics and whatnot. And he was never going to change his play style, let's be real. He just had to adapt mechanically and did. But unfortunately, he's kind of losing his traction as some of the other offers are gaining it, right? Look at somebody like Torji, for example, feeling more than comfortable on the AWP. And unfortunately for Virtus.pro, that was a missing piece to their formula today against Falcons. Now, no missing piece across the board for Falcons. Every individual putting forth a round or two across the maps that they end up winning. So, this isn't some star of the show taking over. This isn't them banking on, we were alluding to like the what could have been Nico signing, etc. This is 5 players of a team that know they haven't met expectations, putting in the hard work, putting in the prep, and coming forward with a clean victory over a VP that many were excited for.
5 guys with big tits looking hot.
Yeah, yes, sir. Yes, brother.
Supermodels.
Yes, indeed. And Zonic as well in the mix of all that. You saw, man, honestly, I like that Zonic was getting loud. When even Falcons were winning rounds they shouldn't, everybody just kind of trying to keep their heads down to stay focused. And it was Zonic who was trying to fire him up a little bit. I think that they needed this, right? Not just this particular win, but another good event. An event that is a good result without Boros, because whether or not he was ever going to match up to what could have been Nico, Boros was instrumental to the biggest success of this Falcons team in their Katowice playoff run.
Yeah, and
you lose Boros, you cut him, and then your results start to slip.
Yeah. And he might not be a full criteria star player like Nico, but he was the closest thing to a young star rifler that they had that actually made sense. Like almost 80% of who Boros was sort of fit into exactly what the Falcons needed. They just needed a little bit extra, but they actually may have gone in the other direction. So I think, and that's the reason why we don't have one standout player, because they don't have that one standout player right now. They've got 5 players that are pretty equally skilled. Maybe Sunpai is just slightly above the rest if set up properly. And this is, I guess, the best version of them. And now we'll see versus Spirit if they can go up against a team that has sort of 5 good players with the right IGL, but then also 2 superstars, and see if that makes a difference.
And to even just keep that game competitive would be something Falcons, I think, can walk away from this event and be prideful of, right? Getting into playoffs felt like they needed it. We said both these teams had to walk away with victories. The only argument to, Falcons needing it more was just how constant and how overdue a positive result really was, right? VP can just point at Electronic and be like, it's a tough system to integrate. We're going to give him a little more time. Maybe James is bogged down by that too. Who knows what the issue really is? I'm sure they'll open the hood and figure things out by the next time we see Virtus.pro. But the struggles of Falcons no more. And it's Dupree as the MVP, and he who contributed 4 kills in that 2v5 as well.
Yeah.
Right? He had Magisk to tether off of, but today Dupree puts forward a performance that he should be proud of.
Yeah, I mean, it's had a consistently high level, and while the expectation is that he can be someone like Nico, that's sort of weird because he's still really good for the player that he is, showing that he can adapt. never was going to be the level of Nico, never was in his entire career, so that never really made sense. But you can still see that he is really good. And I mean, I don't know what to say. That's not his fault. They hired the guy to be this player. This is as good as he is, and he's doing his job. The question is that enough for the rest of the lineup? He's a massive reason they take this victory today.
Yes, no doubt. And you see it, right? The ADR spread for Falcons, every single player in the mid-70s, right? Just another testament to the contributions of everybody on Falcons. And it is them who walks forward into the playoffs, as we've alluded to meet Spirit in the next one. But we still need to figure out who steps forward to face Mouse. And that'll be decided in this next best of 3 alongside Blend Dinko.
Snappy, congratulations with your first play, with your qualification. It was a really nice match, same map pool. Let's go with Vertigo. You had a really strong lead at the beginning. What went wrong in the second half?
I think overall we just tried to protect the economy, and I think playing maybe a little bit too much not to lose than instead of just playing to win. You know, sometimes you also need to just go and try to win the match, and I think maybe we were a little bit much on our back foot, but we luckily got it. I think we should even have gotten 11-1. I crashed in that 3v3 post-plant, and we had a really strong T luckily, so therefore we got through the CT. So yeah, it was good.
So they didn't surprise you on Vertigo, but coming to Mirage, last time you took first 3 rounds and didn't take a single round. Now you have 5 more. Is it like your weakness or their strengths?
I think their style fits us good on Mirage. We actually we worked on it, and we got 5 weapon rounds. Last time we got 0, because last time we got up 3-0 and lost 9 in a row, you know. So our CT actually improved a lot, even though it doesn't look like it was better than last time, even though it was the same score. Yes. Yes, but then I was like, I haven't pushed it last 3 matches. Like, it's not really working, but I'll just try it. And then every time they're waiting.
Coming to last map, Ancient, it was really hard match for both teams. Like, you were up 7-5. You lost some crucial rounds where you were in advantage. Coming to second side, you were 9-5. Then at some point you lost your momentum. But then I saw the Renaissance, like these 2 Danish guys. Yes. Can you tell me something about Ancient and about these 2 guys who are rocking right now?
Yeah, I think in general, the CT pistol, we had a good chance to win, I think. We should have probably won it, but yeah, luckily it didn't go our way. And then we played a really good CT, I think. We got 7 rounds. And then on T, we got pistol, got to 9. Then I think it was on 2-on-2 that me and Senpaias could have won, because I saw him on Temple before he went out. But then the key round was obviously the 2 Danish guys winning that 2v5. I went crazy because I think that was like they also forced the round after, and we cleaned that up. And I think that is a very heartbreaking round for them to lose. So the fact that these 2 they showed why they had a 2018-19 era, right? Yeah.
It feels good. You know, tomorrow we are playing against Spirit. Obviously, a really good team with great players and stuff. They're one of the favorites. And I was talking to Sanpayus, and he said yesterday that it was very important for us to win a match at least, to get the momentum. Do you feel like you got the momentum now to show good CS tomorrow and beat Spirit?
I feel like we got the momentum going. Like I think it has been like kind of a block for us because our practice has been really good with Dupree, and we have built and built, and we learn every single game. So I felt like at EPL we couldn't get what we showed in practice into the server. But I think here, apart from the Mirage so far, we have been able to get what we have done in practice into the server, and I think that's a positive sign. Now we're obviously going to go up against Donk, and it's going to be very, very tough because Donk destroys people.
Yeah. But you still have a good chances. Thank you for interview. С нами был капитан команды Falcon Снэпи. Увидимся в эфире.
Once again, like a renegade master. I have no idea why I've done that, but here we're here.
Huh.
Yeah, you know the song, right?
Yeah, I heard it once or twice.
Once or twice. Well, we are here from Belgrade. Trace, our final best of 3 for today. Give me your thoughts, feelings, concerns, all of the above.
Final best of 3 of the group stage as well. I think that's going to be one of the more important takeaways here. Obviously, on one side, a team that is trying to get all the pieces in a row, and by adding a player, they might have just done that. Now, on your side, however, they did win down in Melbourne. Yeah. So that's cool. Melbourne. Sorry, I don't want to piss off any Australians out there. Melbourne, not Melbourne or anything else.
Don't worry, I've been on the receiving end from all of the Aussies as well. But this is once again going to be another rematch affair. The Brazilian powerhouse previously losing 2-1 against their opponents. Can they right their wrongs? I guess we'll find out. MIBR.
Got a nice little ring to it, just like MIBR in the server. Something right about that, something wholesome about that. Of course, wholesome needs to figure its way out onto the other side of the stage, where in which their competition will be setting up to play their game. And that is just a few seconds away. And so without any further ado, a team that's found both highs and lows, but today they look to just stay alive and not surrender that artifact. Guess who it is? It's Heroic. Jasmine, I said it. I said something very important right there. Did you catch on to it?
Go on, tell me. The
artifacts.
Yeah,
and why are we collecting all these artifacts?
Well, once we successfully collect every single one of our artifacts, by the end of the tournament, we will successfully reunite all of our universes once more and be joined alongside all of our incredible talents. So, Trace, talk to me. What's going on over there?
Well, I mean, what's it look like, Veracity?
Ooh,
we're standing on business over here. Standing on business?
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. So you've got yourself in a precarious situation. You find yourself today just a step away from putting that artifact in that wall. Can you guys hold the line? Can you hold against MIBR?
Well, we already did it once, so why not again?
Running it all the way back. And since, we're getting eyes on Dexter in the server, tell me how it's going for you guys, behind the scenes, during the games.
I mean, it's all fun and good vibes, getting to know Abdul as the new guy in. So it's learning about each other and going one match at a time, right? Doing our best, of course.
Well, the Heroic fans are watching. You want to tell them something?
The fans?
Heroic fans, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for supporting us so far, and hopefully we'll bring the win home today, and, well, that's about it.
And that's about that. Hey, man, thank you very much. Get back there and let's play some Counter-Strike, shall we, Jasmine?
Before we play some Counter-Strike, Exit. We had a chat previously. You said you guys were going to try and bring your A game. Unfortunately, it didn't necessarily work out. So what can you tell me about what went wrong when you previously faced Heroic?
On the first day of the tournament, we didn't play good. We didn't play the game that we were playing before. But yesterday, we played way better against Aurora. And I think we brought our A game, and I hope we bring it today again.
Would you say that Aurora matchup has given you guys the confidence boost you need to maybe close things out in a 2-0?
Yeah, I hope so.
All right, well, best of luck to you. Thanks for joining me. Without further ado, let's go ahead and head back to our talents.
Thank you very much, Jasmine. It's great to hear from Exit and really sort of put home exactly what we thought yesterday, Blair, was the fact that MIBR played an incredible game yesterday, and it's more of what we've maybe been seeing from them in their own domestic leagues. Now, they get that rematch versus Heroic. I do feel like it's going to be a different game today, just like Falcons VP was on the opener.
Yeah, that was a hell of a game from Falcons, right? Finally winning a couple of games back-to-back. I think Magisk put out a tweet as well saying, guys, we've won 2 now back-to-back, but great showing.
Win streak.
I mean, that's my real super team as opposed to what VP have shown so far. VP, unfortunately, we'll have to say goodbye to them. But looking at this particular matchup, as you were alluding to, MIBR yesterday, they were looking phenomenally clean, but also there is a caveat that Aurora I think they were the C game yesterday. They looked so flat.
Yeah, it didn't feel like Aurora were able to deliver the kind of goods we've seen from them recently online and on LAN out in India, but different competition here. For Heroic and MIBR, though, this is the last chance, the last game of the group stage before we head into the playoffs, and it's hard to call this one. It feels like Heroic looked better maybe on day 1 yesterday against Spirit. It's hard to really tell the low level. It felt like Spirit just walked over them with Donk obviously playing out of his mind. So this is a much more balanced matchup, and with MIBR playing better, hopefully it is just a very, very closely contested game.
Well, at least based on recent results, it was the MIBR Heroic opening matchup, right? Heroic did take them down very convincingly. I think it was 2-1, where the 2 maps where they won were like, I think 13-5s or 13-4s, and then the one loss they suffered was in Dust 2, which is an overtime loss. So at least based on paper, MIBR should be the underdogs coming into this matchup. But as you pointed out, yesterday's performance was really, really clean. I think everyone is looking great. Brent Insani, not even... I don't even think he was in the top 3 of his team.
No, he was actually at the bottom a lot of
which is
time.
Great. And in a winning
exactly.
effort, that's great for them.
Yeah, Exit called a great T-side. It felt like it was really comfortable, but he was also fragging. He's an in-game leader that can really step up to the mark. We've seen them look good across Nuke and the Anubis. We'll look at the map veto for this series and see where we'll take this one. So MIBR banning out Nuke instantly versus Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, MIBR right now, they can flex that 7-map pool, so to speak, but Overpass no longer in the equation. And this is the same ban they had against Heroic. It's a map they picked yesterday. They look really good on it. The Inferno ban's going to be coming in from Heroic. No surprises there. No, the picks are the question. Last time, Heroic went for the Dust 2 pick, which was extremely 50-50, and it wound up with MIBR getting the win in overtime. And MIBR did go for the Anubis pick, where they lost to Heroic. But yesterday, again, as we were pointing out, the T-side was phenomenal, completely dismantling Aurora. And MIBR are going to be going Vertigo this time around. We didn't see this yesterday.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see the Vertigo, how this one's going to go down. We've seen a lot of teams that recently decide to pick this and then not exactly play the best on it. We've seen, for example, Mao's at the start of the tournament. That was one of the maps they lost earlier on in the competition, despite looking fantastic everywhere else against VP. So, yeah, we'll see how MIBR's Vertigo will shake out. I mean, a couple of the individual players have always kind of had that in their map pool, and Heroic going in for the Ancient pick.
I mean, for MIBR, just looking at the numbers, again, a lot of the numbers looks very inflated, the percentages, especially when it comes to the win rate because of, obviously domestic opposition. But Vertigo, yeah, clearly it's a map that they have had the most reps on, clearly. And Ancient coming in, it's a map where Heroic absolutely smacked MIBR a couple of days ago. So kind of expected pick coming out from these two teams. MIBR with the Mirage band coming out, and I guess could be a handshake on Anubis here.
Yeah, it could end up being that. We'll see if it is Anubis to close.
Give me an Inferno, baby.
It will be great, but it is going to be Dust 2 to round things out. Inferno play was wishful thinking, but we got Dust 2 at least.
I just realized I had a brain fart there, but we got Dust 2. Not too surprised. I'm actually a little bit surprised. I think Heroic, when they took down MIBR, it was, I do believe, in Anubis. It was a very convincing win, but I guess they saw the T side coming in from MIBR yesterday against Aurora, and they're like, yeah, they look much better right now. Let's just go with Dust 2, which, if it does go to Dust 2, it's a coin toss, Tinko.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Again, one map played. We're both of these team one loss on that map as well, on Dust 2 so far. Map stats, you can see MIBR, his map pool looks incredibly strong. Blood, you were mentioning the 7-map pool. And also yesterday, you were saying how the stats can be somewhat inflated because of the weaker competition they've been playing a lot at home.
Oh, absolutely, and that's why coming into this tournament, even though they had that win over Aurora, and I mean they won ESL Challenger Melbourne just a month and a half ago, I was still like, or actually less than a month ago, I was still like, you know what? The opposition wasn't that great over there. A couple of teams weren't able to show up because of visa issues and all of that. So I wasn't really reading too much into just the numbers, so to speak. And the first game we got an opportunity to cast was yesterday, right, against Aurora, and it was some clinical stuff. The second half, maybe not so much on Nuke on the CD side. That was a little bit lacking, but overall, they look clearly like one of the most well-drilled teams we have here at this tournament.
What do you make of Dexter's return so far?
It's been great.
He does seem very strong, but he also seems like he hasn't changed. You know, there's moments where you see him go crazy with the AWP and repeat 3 times until he's finally headshot by Donk.
Yeah, but that's just typical Dexter, right? Like, if you try to remember how Dexter used to play, what are the moments you remember? It's not like a device sort of an opera where he's just going to be holding an angle or Jane playing it safe and smart. No, he's going to have these highlight moments. That clutch in Anubis comes to mind. I forget who it was against, a 1v3 or 1v4 with the bomb down with the AWP. That comes to mind. He's a very flashy, very explosive opera. And I think for Heroic, well, of course, you're going to try and, you know, just kind of put him into your system and make him work with your system. You still can't just put a leash on him. This is a guy who doesn't need to have a leash around his neck.
Yeah, no, he's unleashed. And I think when it comes to the squad, you can't really go past talking about Nerds, right? He's a really talented rifle player. Very excited to see the future that Nerds is going to be able to deliver us. You know, last year he won his first Tier 1 trophy in Dallas just over a year, just heading into a year now. So he's been around for a decent while, Nerds now, and I think he's just been consistently great. So it's fantastic to see him under a new jersey and still being able to hit some numbers. But I think there is a couple of maps in this tournament so far where maybe you want a little bit more from Nerds.
Yeah, true. I feel like their nuke on CT side yesterday against Spirit was basically Nerds struggling a bit when it comes to numbers because of his position, right? He was playing, I think if he switches up his positions a little bit in a couple of maps, especially on the CT side, I think the numbers are going to be way better.
Sure.
It's just the fact that a lot of times he was finding himself having to go for a retake, not being in the midst, amongst the midst of the action early on in the rounds, which hopefully is something they shouldn't be doing at this time around. Again, I don't think we're going to be seeing that, yeah, there is no nuke being played on this particular map, so I'm expecting Nerds to just be delivering to the level we're used to seeing from him.
Well, Insani, when you talk about riflers, you got to bring him up. He's been incredible for MIBR for quite some time at this point. I think we would love to see Insani be able to get some bigger matches under his belt, you know, big playoff games and deep runs. Because he's got kind of caliber of player. I do feel like he's got the skill to hang with the very best, but we don't always get to see him in those situations just with the nature of not having one of the top sides in the world. But he is definitely a top player, Blah.
100%. And whenever the conversation of Insani comes into play, you're wondering, all right, when's Fury going to pick him up? When's some of the top-tier Brazilian team going to pick him up? But I feel, just watching the games we've seen from him and his team the past couple of days, he seems to fit very well, gel very well in the system that Exit has designed, along with a couple of veterans in his team. We're talking about Safe and Drop, for example, and of course Breno as well. And just the fact that he plays in a very matured way, so to speak, considering his very young age, and that could be because obviously, you know, of the sort of teammates he's got, the sort of protocols to have in place. So I'm very excited. Insani, we didn't get to really see much of him yesterday against Aurora because he didn't have to do much. Yeah. But against Heroic, if he has a quiet one, I think Heroic going to run away with this.
Yeah, it could be very much be that case. I think Heroic, you would say, have the better caliber of players across the board, more experience, especially getting a lot of their practice done in this region. But you have to say, at least MIBR been together for a long time, whereas this Heroic team have just added Dexter in. The conversation surrounding the squad at the moment is all about getting to know Dexter. And obviously, it's not painting a pretty picture in terms of practice done on the server.
But well, just based on the eye test from what we saw from Heroic, so far it's been good, right? I mean, they were able to take out MIBR. Again, they beat them very convincingly the first game. Their first game ever with Dexter coming in. And against Spirit yesterday, sure, Spirit should have cleaned it out, like won the game a little bit more in a cleaner fashion. But there were moments where they were punishing Spirit for making some of these mistakes. Some of these half-buys were working out for them. We can even see, I think with Nerds starting to pop off later in Mirage as well. They made Spirit sweat quite a bit. It came down to Donk just, well, being Donk. That's the reason why Spirit stole that game away from Heroic. So I'm kind of excited. I don't agree with Nerds. I think it was who said, you know, we're expecting to be a top 3 team in the next 3 or 4 months, but a top 10 team, a top 8 team, absolutely, if they're going to continue on this trajectory.
Well, the huddles begin. They're getting ready to sit down and take their seats for this action to unfold. The rematch for the last spot in the playoffs, the last game of the groups. And as Trace was mentioning, as he loves to mention, the fact that we've got these shards that want to go into the wall so we can reunite the universe.
Fill the fissures. Fill the fissures.
Fill the fissures.
Fix the universe, fix the galaxy, all the stars, keep the swarms away.
Yeah, we've been hell diving a little bit, Blah, haven't we? So maybe there's something to be said there.
I don't think I've ever been team killed as many times as I did today with you and a couple of randoms we played with.
Yeah, well, it was enjoyable. It was certainly enjoyable. Hopefully there's more team synergy today from both teams on display. So just having the coaches huddle. What a fantastic addition to the team Saw has been, right? I mean, this is a guy who his first real coaching project was that ENCE roster. And he spent a long time with the ENCE organization, coming off the back of being a sort of tier 2, tier 3 player in the likes of Havu. And he comes into this team and you wonder, is he going to be able to transition into the coach role that quickly? And I think he built up a beautiful rapport between him and Snappy. And now the next test of his career is going out there and doing it with a new international roster without Snappy and having to do it again. And so far, I've been really impressed with how Heroic have been able to hang around at a decent level, considering the core of their team has been ripped out.
Not just the core, everything just got completely split apart, right? Like, if you talk about fissures in the universe completely getting dismantled, it was a Heroic lineup. And in fact, I 100% agree with you. I thought Snappy and Saw were going to be teaming up together. That's Falcon's project. And when he was left alone, I think Heroic, it's a great call by them to just pick him up immediately. And the fact that this team is looking competitive so very quickly, even when Nikodos was struggling a little bit, they were still kind of competitive. And then, of course, after EPL, Dexter comes in and immediately looking pretty solid. I think a lot of credit has to go the way of Kixen and Saw.
Yeah, definitely. I think Kixen is another one, right? Coming out of Apex, he had that run into Major in Paris, but how much of that was a fluke? How much of that is going to be consistently picked up from the in-game leader of Kixen? And I think he's really impressed everybody. I think he's overperformed. We've seen Apex are out of Counter-Strike now, so I guess Kixen won.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it that way, he absolutely won. But I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. You know, it's about proving that that particular run they had in the Blast Major in Paris wasn't a fluke. These are doubts which have been cast on a lot of teams, like even your Vitalities, for example, and all these guys saying, and Game of Legion, Apex saying, yeah, you guys got a little bit lucky with the brackets and whatnot. So for a lot of these guys, your JLs, your Immas, your Kixens, it's about trying to prove a point that that wasn't just a fluke. JL did, Imma kind of did, even though, you know, the jury's kind of out of that. Was a bit of a
double fluke
anomaly of a run. But if you keep fluking frequently, Dinko, that just means you're good at the game, right?
No, of course. It was a good run back in Copenhagen. But fist bumps are in. It looks like we're getting ready to get into the action now. And Safe yesterday, very exciting to watch. Hoping he can bring that same performance. It can be a player that kind of disappears from map to map, series to series.
He was sick yesterday, though.
He was sick yesterday, so if we can get that Safe back today, that would be fantastic.
I'm excited, Dinko.
Okay, first map, Vertigo. You still excited, Blah?
Not so much.
Let's go! It's Heroic MIBR kicking things off on Vertigo. MIBR on the T side, Heroic on the CT side for this last game of the group stage. What a hell of a time it's been so far here. BetBoom Dacha 2024 in Belgrade. Now MIBR going to be starting over towards ramp heavily with the majority of their forces. In fact, everybody going to be starting up towards this ramp. And Tessas, well, he's going to try and gather that information, and he hasn't quite picked it up just yet.
This is scary. Reno can just creep on up. Oh, he should be dead.
He should be, but not. Tessas drops back to safety inside of the bomb site. Dexter aggressive at short and advanced position, hiding behind that smoke with those Julies. And we'll see Drop climb up in behind it. So MIBR ready for their execute. They're going for this A play. They're fully committing in towards it. And it's down to Dexter to try and stop them from being able to penetrate short. The rest of the rotation is arriving here for Heroic. They're quite ready for this kind of play, but Dexter goes around the corner, doesn't check for Drop, and there's two openers here for MIBR. That bomb will go down, and the Brazilians have a strong start on the pistol. One that you would imagine would end in a strong finish here, because 3v5 is not looking too likely for a retake attempt here.
If they don't get a kill in the next 5 seconds, just try and just hold on to the armor, right?
And they're still moving forward. I think they're a little too heavily committed now to save, so they go into the attack. Shoes gets one, but that is all she wrote for Heroic here. Nerds gets overrun. Breno let off the leash, and he goes aggressive to close out the final two. MIBR with the pistol into an A play.
Their T sides have just looked so lethal, so clinical from MIBR. We saw it yesterday as well against Aurora, where every round was just Aurora didn't know what to do. The way they were manipulating rotations or executes, the utility deployment was perfect as well. Yeah, there's a bit of a fumble there from Dexter, not expecting a player to be waiting around the pillar. But that's what MIBR are really good at. Like, they don't seem to really leave too many holes for the CT aggression or any YOLO antics from the defenders to catch them off guard.
Through the fire is Breno. He'll get up through short now. No Dexter watching it this time. And Blood, you'd have to imagine this is going to melt very quickly with just USPs.
Saves
and
even
a
got
2-0 start for MIBR now. Yesterday, it was a common theme for MIBR to have the T side do the brunt of the heavy lifting, right? They had two big, strong T starts coming in, and they racked up huge halves versus Aurora. Oh, a little bit team killage. That's a Helldiver's experience.
All right. I mean, it's just I don't think they're going to lose anything here. Yeah, they didn't lose anything. I mean, he had the MAC-10 picked up, Safe just had a dually, so that is a clean round. Money made for Breno as well. And the buy is going to be coming on in for Heroic.
Yeah, this is Breno just doing everything he possibly can, and then bang! Safe's out enough. I want some of those eco kills.
Yeah, well, but you want to team it with a MAC-10 to make that cash. Which gun got nerfed with the kill bonus? I think the auto shotty, right? It's 600 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Auto shotty, it was so damn strong at the start of the CS2 era.
I think it's still strong. It's just that with the loss bonus, it's still 600 is quite a lot of money. It's like, you know, the equivalent of a kill with the SMGs. Ooh. Bullets.
Careful, Kixan.
Yeah.
Don't want to be caught and dropped early. Speaking of dropping early, it's Exit and that very man out of the round instantly. Shush with a double kill towards B. They're sending a third player in. This isn't the start they would have been hoping for the T side of MIBR into the first gun round. It is absolute carnage in favor of Heroic.
And then take a look at the replay, because Shush just didn't take any damage whatsoever. Just deletes the two players who are poking and prodding.
Safe. Dead to the hand of Nerds. So everyone is involved in 1v1 fights, it would seem, here for MIBR towards the end. And now it is going to be a third kill for Shush. Fantastic round from him holding towards B. Not quite sure how it all went down, but it happened.
Are those two CTs boosting? Is that a new artifact? Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got the replay.
So, he got the second one just randomly through the smoke.
Sure, buddy.
First one is trying to get drop. He was trying to engage in that opening fight, which is a fair enough jewel to try and take for drop.
Double AKs and an AWP.
Yeah, and 3 AK-47s and pistols around it for MIBR. So ain't the prettiest at the moment here for the Brazilians, just off the back of that first gun round win for Heroic. And it's Shush, the all-reliable Shush, getting the start that Heroic desire. Dexter's taking early damage. He's down to 59 health, just like that. And it is the fight for ramp that Heroic are currently deploying there. Throwing nades down, making it uncomfortable for MIBR, trying to chip some damage off of these players, and now finally effective in doing so. Breno loses just under half of his health. Now he's nearly gone. It's always tough when you're in that corner. Once you've committed to that corner, you know you're just being peppered by utility. Bullets are being spammed towards you, and now Kixan's being sent in to force you out again, and the Molotov is enough this time to take Breno out of the round. So it took a lot of utility, it took a lot of time, but Heroic eventually do get the opening kill without even having to fight.
Don't you love spam battles through smoke stink?
It's so sick, isn't it?
It's amazing.
Counter-Strike's made off. And
Absolutely.
Kixan, he's pushed himself down into the corner. He's cleared by Exit. Fantastic kill from Exit. And Nerds, well, kind of let go of the garden hose there. Couldn't quite control it and spray it everywhere.
Just needs to be careful. He's very, very low. Whoa, a couple of bullets whizzing past his head, but he will be caught by Safe. 3v2 now. 30 seconds. They need to make the way to the site, but Dexter's waiting, Dinko.
He's waiting to pounce. He'll throw his utility on the default, try and heat up that bomb planter. But Safe, he has a pretty high melting point, so he'll be able to slip away into short aggression from Dexter, of course. He just wants to fly up. Tunnel vision on that kill, ends up getting ripped away from this retake attempt, and now it's a very unlikely clutch situation for Shush. And you started this round by highlighting the fact that Heroic had 2 AK-47s and an AWP. It was a perfect purchase here for Heroic. And they were going up against 3 rifles and 2 pistols, and MIBR is still able to come out on top. That's really impressive.
I'm not a big fan of what Dexter did there. 2v3, right? I mean, I know he's trying to catch a timing on a kill right there, but if Shush had a flashbang and he just lobbed it in so he just get on top of the headshot box, that would make a little bit more sense, but just by himself just dry swinging out wide when you know you can in a 3v1 situation in that position, with Shush nowhere nearby. Not ideal, not great. But buy still will be on the cards here for Heroic. But this is the MIBR side we saw yesterday, Dinko, which impressed us so very much. It was primarily an Anubis and Nuke, but now we're seeing how well drilled they are in Vertigo. And I was just looking at the numbers as well. This is their most played map back home, with an 80% win rate as well.
Yeah, fantastic. Dexter.
Ooh.
It's a heavy commitment for the AWP to be here at the sandbags, and timing, fortunately, is favoring Dexter. He'll peek out this time to a kill, second in for Dexter. And now the support network is gone. He feels like he has to try and fight. He'll throw the smoke down as temporary cover, and he'll use that to boost up and take a peek. He doesn't see anybody, so maybe perhaps he'll feel confident enough to back off into the bomb site. Here comes that mid-fight. Shush, ooh, blinded. He doesn't feel too comfortable sticking around. He'll send instead Nertz to attack. Nertz is happy to get involved in a fight. Shush can occupy the other side of the map and remove drop from contention, putting it all onto safe. And that's MIBR coming off the back of a round win to instantly losing the next. Without much of a fight, really. They only got 1 kill onto Kicksan. Everybody else picked apart.
That's Dexter right there with the AWP.
That is the confident Dexter we have come to know.
And even a third shot was, I think, just a few, a couple of inches away from potentially getting the wall bang, right? He's someone who wants to go for all the shots. I'm just trying to remember, when did they nerf the op magazine from 10 to 5 bullets?
It was after the Rio Major.
All right, he was still playing back then. Ooh, Shush. So methodical, clearing every angle out, and nothing will be saved for MIBR, but because of the round they won prior.
It is a boost.
It is a boost. I wonder what's the artifact for MIBR. This was sloppy.
Isn't it one of the diffuse kits?
Yeah, I thought he put it in. Oh yeah, it is, you're right.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it was sloppy.
That was sloppy from MIBR, not expecting the sandbags position. That's something you always clear. Dexter. You don't see too many operas playing from the sandbags nowadays.
No, for good reason probably, Blair. It's not many places you can fall back from. It's not exactly a traditional all-ping spot.
And Dexter's like, you know what? I don't need to fall back if I kill all of you.
Exactly, and he was right.
He was absolutely correct. Down to 3 AKs again and a couple of pistols. We've seen this before. And MIBR, they're really liking this heavy leans towards A. I haven't really seen much action towards B, apart from the one round where Shush got 2 kills through the smoke. MIBR, all 5 players clustered together. A once more. Rotation's kind of far away as well. It's a pretty passive setup here towards A. No eyes towards ramp. And a minute on the clock. There's utility getting deployed. It should be the tell, though. We should have the mid player peeling away, which I believe is Nuts. 45 seconds now.
Yeah, that's all they got.
Utilities. Oh, it's not much. They got 2 smokes.
.33 seconds left in play. Exit loses a huge chunk of his health. And that spam, ooh, nearly catching Kicksan. He's had a pretty disastrous start to Vertigo. That would have added to the nightmare. Right through the smoke, it's Nertz with 1. The rest of his teammates are falling quite quickly, though. Heroic have lost far too many members to feel comfortable here. And Insani through the smoke. Nertz got involved in too many of those fights, in the spam allowed Insani to track his position. And MIBR up 4 versus 2. It's surely going to be a safe call here for Heroic.
That's an insanity round right there.
Yeah, it is.
3 kills, 2 through the smoke.
From 1-3 to 4-3 in the blink of an eye, and Dexter trying to get back to safety with the AWP. That's a quick shot to the chest to drop. And I think that's a warning shot. If anybody else tries to hunt down Dexter, they will meet the same fate. So they are going to allow them to save those 2 weapons. MIBR will head to 4 rounds on the T side. Neither team able to find real consistent success here. No one being able to build any sort of momentum or string these rounds together.
Jesus, man. We spoke about how we really haven't had to see much from Insanity yesterday.
I think when you're going up against a team like Heroic, you have to see him.
Yeah, especially with like Dexter's hitting his shots as well. You have just look at the players, like the caliber of players, right? You need to have everyone stepping up. And so far, despite the fact that MIBR have a couple of rounds lead, 4-2, it's still early days, but it has been very, very competitive. MIBR, these A hits. Seems like Heroic do struggle against it, especially later in the round where the utility is a bit sparse. Kicks in a very uncomfortable spot. The flashbang is perfect. I'm not a fan of that from Kixon.
Yeah, he's probably going to start feeling some tilt soon or getting in his own head. Maybe that's just a confidence-building play.
Look at the rotation.
And it's done the opposite. Drop holding for Dexter's aggressive maneuver. The play in towards drop has worked out into that short fight.
He's going for more.
He is going for more. It's a classic Dexter move. Stay committed. Don't let them know your next move. Drops back, utility. Ooh, he just about gets around the corner, and then Safe finishes him off through yellow.
Beautifully done.
Yeah, now Shusha's flank could end this round right now for MIBR if he's able to take both down, but he only gets the one. And Safe can now pick that bomb up. Insani, look at the position he's found. There's no way, surely no way, that they will expect him to be this deep in CT spawn. Tesses goes down, Insani doubles up, and MIBR recover it. You thought that play for Shush down the bottom of the ramp was going to end it all. But he's unfortunately, for Heroic, unable to get the double kill. And then Insani strikes just at the perfect time.
It was a tale of 2 flanks, Dinko. And you're 100% right. If Shush gets those 2 kills, it's over. No way Insani's going to make it to the C4 in time. Back and forth. Brilliant stuff from Safe there to take on Dexter. And now we shall see a full eco from Heroic. I believe the Force by Wars have finally come to an ending.
Finally come to an end.
Thank God.
Yeah, no one likes that. So timeout taken here. Saul walking around the back line, looking to tighten up the ship. His instructions and input will most be felt in that next gun round. Yeah, Kicksan's had a bit of a rough time so far. 0-6. You never like to bang on about a negative performance, but you see plays like that one in the last round play, and you almost wonder, is it just him trying to get into the game? Is it just him trying to get a little feel for it?
I don't know. It's just like you have a buy, you have the rifles, you see the Molotovs coming in, and there's no one with you. There's absolutely no one. So just waiting behind a smoke, waiting for someone to walk in dry. MIBR's no one from MIBR is going to be walking in dry. That's one thing we've learned from the past couple of games we've seen from them, at least yesterday against Aurora. And with no trade potential, yeah, not a fan. Maybe he's trying to catch him off guard, perhaps, get a couple of kills, but MIBR have been very, very methodical. And I think they've gone for the right call as well. A stack towards A, and a hit is towards B. MIBR seemingly doing nothing wrong. Well, not much.
Yeah, not too much. This round is good. Safe covering off the flank. Where there's one pistol, there's often many more. And the many more do peek in towards Safe. Confirm at least that trade, but no recovered weapon for the Heroic players. Kicksan shouldn't really be getting too much, but at least he got his first kill on the board. You know, once you get off the goose egg, life becomes a little easier.
Does it now?
Yep. In Counter-Strike.
A little,
This is another timeout for Heroic?
I think this is, yeah, it looks like it's a timeout. Doesn't look like a technical issue.
Okay. Well, Insani, this is the round prior, the previous gun round that sent Heroic to the eco. MIBR deal with that very easily. Now, Heroic have taken what seems like numerous timeouts now ahead of this gun round to try and figure it out and get the ball rolling on the CT side. Yesterday, MIBR had some fantastic T-side performances. Maybe CT sides maybe lacked a little bit here and there. So you might see a world in which Heroic feel more comfortable in the second half on their T-side as well.
Well,
They need some rounds to play with.
Yeah, absolutely. If the MIBR are able to get to like 9, that's when I started really worried for Heroic here. Despite the fact that they look pretty competitive. Safe.
Safe is looking for that gap. Splashed away, so he can't stick around and get too much done through it, so he's away. Now you're looking at a drop. He's been forcing this B fight quite a bit. He's lost it against Shush almost every time, but against Nerds, he's successful. Shush gets Molotov'd out of position, tried to move out before the molly landed.
Insani
ends up getting taken down through that smoke. Now, Insani may have picked up that information now to call that to his teammates to be ready for that quick rotation into the B bomb site. And that's why you can see Breno isn't committing. Despite getting both of those B kills, they're still very tentative in terms of trying to get into the B bomb site. There's so much time left for MIBR. You don't want to take a risk. You don't want to run with a full steam ahead into another defender and end up getting taken out. And Dexter realizes, gets a little quiet here. Maybe he'll push forward and try and get this fight. He gets a 1v1 duel against Breno, and Dexter comes out on top of that. So he now evens out the numbers as we head into the final 45 seconds.
With Insani punching in right here, cutting off the rotation. He knows where Dexter is, and Dexter seems to be aware of this as well. But the B bomb site for the time being will be relinquished by the CTs. That means bomb down. Insani staying alive here is going to be critical if MIBR want to steal this round away.
Yeah, Insani just hanging out here on top of construction. He'll begin his descent. He hears the steps of Tesses, and he'll turn back, eradicate him, and now is focused on Dexter. Insani finally taken out. Dexter alongside Kixan are thinking about a retake here. They realize how important this kind of round is to a Heroic, and they've got time on that bomb. A 2v2 is a very winnable situation. They nade into the site. They move in together. Kixan finding success. That smoke is going to be perfect. It severs off the information flow to Safe, and he's given away his position and is now desperately spamming his Glock. Oh, Kixan runs right through him because he's low. He doesn't get away with his life, but Dexter goes down to the Glock. Safe pulls the sidearm and wins the 1v2.
It was so very low, Dinko. So much damage being dealt in a 2v2, and yeah, that's got to be frustrating for Heroic. It looked like Dexter had seemingly done enough single-handedly on that B bomb site. But Safe says no, and I'm actually a little surprised why Tessa seemed to be so clueless as to Insani's position, because the way Dexter was playing is like, I think there's someone towards mid, I'm going to follow him out towards CT. Be careful of that. Either information wasn't conveyed, or Dexter was just like, yeah, there's no one there. But yeah, that's just a big mistake from Tess's. And a big, big mistake by Heroic to let that one slip by. Kixan's gone for the Negev.
The Negev. He's gone for this a few times, you know. He is like the only player in Pro CS that does purchase this.
Can we not make this a thing? Dexter, what is his buy?
So Negev
with
Kevlar.
This is round 10, by the way. So he's got Negev with Kevlar, so he's past $900 left in the pocket. Dexter's just gone for the full purchase. M4 with Kevlar. Shush with a Deagle. All three of them average. Nurse has gone with a Deagle armor as well.
It's an interesting buy.
I mean,
that's what we'll say, Blah. That's the word I'll use.
I mean, they'll have money come the next round for.
And if he pops off in the Negev, everyone's gonna start doing it. Here he is. He's found one safe place to hide away from the flames, and he's mowing down one. Couldn't quite get the whole lawn. Now Dexter about to be boosted up with this M4. He's here in steps. The short peek is perfect. In fact, it's exit up the top of the ramp that makes that happen. Tesses and Dexter dismantle together. And Shush and Nerds, well, they're not near the bomb site, so 30 seconds remain. Bomb will go down here for MIBR.
I'm a little annoyed that Negev got a kill.
You're annoyed about that? You know, just be happy it didn't get more than one. And that they're going to lose the round, Blah, all right? I liked it. I like the creativity from Kixan, personally.
I mean, I know he does it once in a while, but okay. I'm okay with it if it makes sense from the context of the round, when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the map, the position, for example. I can kind of see it, all right? But the money.
The money, Blair.
Also, Dexter went for that M4 force buy. Like, did they agree on this? Did they say like?
They
yeah,
just got the weapon back. So that's good. That's fantastic. Little recovery mission there for Nerds. He went and grabbed the weapon that Dexter purchased at the start of the round. He's able to run away with it. So extra weapon available there into the next round for Heroic. And we are getting to the territory of this half coming to a close.
Don't show it again.
And the best case scenario is an 8-4 half for Heroic. Trying to get 4 rounds here.
Also, like, oh man.
It's another great T-side from MIBR.
That setup was terrible. Okay, fine. They dropped the gun. If they hadn't saved the rifle, Dexter would have had nothing.
Exactly. But they did save the rifle, Blair. They did a good job. It's okay, man.
I'll let that slide. All right,
okay.
aggression coming out from Shush towards B. They haven't really pressured this much in Shush.
Whoop. Oh, the second grenade comes in. Shush, lines them up. It's just one coming in for Shush. Exit had to trade it and was very quick about doing so. Nerds receives a lot of damage. It's very fortunate for Heroic that they didn't lose Nerds in that engagement. He's left on 8 health. But he is now very weak. When it comes to grenades coming towards him, they could instantly take him out. And that bomb site towards B would have a big opening, but MIBR don't want to go towards the B bomb site. They've had a couple of finishing moves towards B that haven't gone so well for them. So they're going to instead go back in towards this A side of the map to try and close this round out. They've got a decent amount of utility here, and Sani especially has a full Batman utility belt.
But the problem is he's all the way towards mid. Not much help he can do from here.
That's true, but he can fake out. He can keep attention drawn towards him. So he's going to smoke, flash, make it look like it's a B split being set up, and that is going to keep numbers over here. Dexter even loses the fight. He jumps up on the sandbags thinking he had the element of surprise and the cover from the smoke. And now Nerds under so much pressure, and Sani is the solo player ripping a massive hole inside of this Heroic defense. The fake was so successful that it actually won the round. Fantastic work from Insani. Not much you can really do about that.
That's supposed to be a fake, not just him running over everybody.
He's meant to get like 1 kill in mid and get traded or even die without getting a kill. And Insani just literally kills everybody.
Yo, that was sick, dude.
Dexter, I thought he was certainly in for a kill there in middle. The way he jumped up on that sandbite, Insani wasn't even looking the right way. Came back to the angle just in time, and then Insani closes it out with the Glock. And over on this A bomb site, I realized the last player is Kixan. Attempting his best, he did get a double kill that.
The control on that AK was sublime.
It really was, yeah. All right then. 9-2 for MIBR on this T side, walking away with 10. Might just spell the end of the first map here. MIBR, you can see why they like to go with Vertigo. They really are proving they've got a very deep map pool at the moment.
With that flash.
Teslas gets cleared out. Fantastic flash buying from Safe. And it's that team play we've seen yesterday. Oh, that grenade, the sound cue.
He still
and
gets
Breno
it.
still wins the fight. Yeah, but we are seeing that team play yesterday. That we've seen yesterday, Blair, right? It's MIBR all across the board, even that flank covered off. Nuts thought he had the up on them, but Heroic really struggle on the first half of Vertigo. MIBR with another classic performance on their attacking side.
I'm impressed. Honestly, this T slot from MIBR has just been phenomenal. Even yesterday against Aurora, Anubis and Nuke, the T sides look so good. It's only a Nuke with the CD side where maybe they got a little too overeager, a little bit in a rush to close things out is when they mess it up a little bit. But yeah, for Shush.
Oh, well.
Consolation kill.
Get himself a double around the ammo anyway, but Drop was on the backside. And he'll close on that 10th round here for MIBR. Double figures out of the first half. And we seen yesterday they didn't really get too far ahead of themselves despite having big leads. They stayed composed emotionally. You can see it on the body language. You don't have to be an expert to see it. And MIBR certainly locked in, as they say today.
When we talk about, you know, Brazilian CS and how fiery they can get and like pumped up, the MIBR teams is, as you pointed out, the opposite. They kind of remind me of the Mongols. Like, even if
they just turn up, play Counter-Strike, and
they're like,
out.
all right, yeah, cool. They just, oh yeah, you just beat one of the top 5 teams in the world. Yep, cool. There's just no reaction whatsoever. It's great. They're so focused, so in the zone. And yeah, man, Insani, I did want to watch him have a game yesterday. He didn't really have to, but here he is having. He's on fire.
Yeah, it is great when you can rely upon a player to be so self-sufficient. And I think that is a great way of describing Insani because he can't just do everything on his own.
But he doesn't have to here.
But he
which
doesn't
is
have
great.
to, which is
Yeah.
amazing.
When you have Exit is not just calling phenomenally, but also, you know, performing in the server individually as well. Safe has been just great. Not just the ops, by the way. If you look at the number of flash assists he's gotten so far in the past couple of games we've casted, he's doing so much work. And then, of course, you know, Breno and Drop as well. Just, I'm not really seeing any weak points in this team so far. They haven't really been tested at all. And so far, Heroic, it's been flat.
It's been a one-way street. That's all Brazil. Heroic kicking off this pistol, running up the ramp. They're going to be going into Breno with a dual Berettas who will actually be disciplined. He doesn't want to swing and lose his life and open up the opportunity for Heroic players to flood through short into the A bomb site.
They're falling back.
And so they do fake out those steps and go back into the B play. It's a common pistol round. We've seen many a team run this. You fake the steps, you try and pull a heavy rotation, but nothing's really been adjusted here for MIBR. They seem very ready for this B play. Drop his position will gather early information.
He's alone for now, though.
It's also not a very committed position, though, Blah. So even if he is alone, he can get info, right, and just drop behind cover.
The timing on the shot.
Yeah. And he, well, he could have got back to safety. He decided to repeat. He gets punished for doing so. Shoots with a big headshot.
Oh.
Sani's rotation over is damn crispy. First is good. Exit cleaning up now as well. Those through the smoke, just over the top of it. Exit with some sick shots, and that is the in-game leader MIBR deserve.
They're just deathmatching. This is like...
And they're winning.
Unreal shots from every individual. And we're praising the, you know, the structure, the approach, the executes and whatnot, the more tactical side of things on the T side. But they don't even seemingly need that. It's just ridiculous from Exit. Whoo-wee.
Yeah, this is so sick. And that's one of my favorite things about Exit. He calls a sick T side, and then he frags out. And it's just great. That's exactly what I want from an in-game leader. Now, this is quite a quick play for Heroic, sprinting up through short. They're throwing everything they've got at this. When you're this desperate in the game, when you've got very few rounds to play with, going for a play like this is almost necessary. So, Nert solo towards B. If he loses his life, it is now very unlikely that Heroic get into a competitive position beyond this point. It does feel like Kixan and Shush's days are numbered because MIBR, even though they're winning so heavily, Blah, look how disciplined they are.
Yeah, I love this. I absolutely love this for MIBR. This is not the MIBR we saw on day one, Dinko. This is far from it. This is MIBR who are starting to come into their own, right? They've been on the grind all the way down to Brazil and South America, and now they've qualified for a few of these LAN tournaments. Like, this is their chance to really sink a teeth into LAN games and really gel better as a unit. And day one, there were a few LAN jitters, but yesterday against Aurora and right now against Heroic, they are clearly the better team. No matter what metric you look at, they're by far the better team.
Yeah, I mean, this is a team that will play a lot of Counter-Strike, but maybe not always on the top stage, right, in front of the world and in front of the great teams.
They didn't even make it to the RMRs.
Exactly. So this is a team that maybe struggle with the big opportunities. Obviously, missing out on the major at the start of the year is going to be so crazily frustrating. So it's great to see MIBR taking this opportunity and running with it. Looks like it's going to be a very, very clean victory here on Vertigo. 13-2 is the most likely outcome, considering the purchase here for Heroic.
Come on, Tessus, do something.
Do something. Well, it is Insani to take Shush out of play early, so MIBR given the opening. Not so much given, but taken. That's Dexter. The headshot onto Drop, Insani to reply, and MIBR just so effective in terms of trading. Lovely setups here on the CT side. There's a lot of compliments I think you can throw the way of this team at the moment.
Backups arriving as well. Safe is nearby. And Insani's playing this perfectly, Dinko.
Yeah, he is. He spots out that boost. He's so clean with it. And so the headshot on Kixan locks in another kill here. Why not get every single one Insani? The ace would be the perfect way to close a fantastic Vertigo from Insani. There's the fourth. Up for grabs is the last of Nerts.
Go for it, son.
And he's going to stay down on the stairway, and I think he's been given the freedom to go and try and close on all 5 kills here in the game. 35 seconds remain in this round. MIBR are about to collect themselves the first map of this best of 3. Nerts will walk around the corner, and Sani waiting elevated. striking for all 5 to close a perfect map. MIBR absolutely dominate Heroic on their opening map pick here in the series. This is the last game of the groups, and MIBR looking poised for that final playoff spot.
This is just a complete curb stomp, Dink. I wasn't expecting this. Honestly, I knew it was going to be way more competitive than the first game where Heroic played with MIBR. That was nothing. There's absolutely nothing from Heroic. Well, it is a map pick coming in. It was a map pick from MIBR, so hopefully map number 2 might be a little bit more competitive, but they need to wake up. That was so flat from Heroic. It felt like the only couple of players who had some moments. Like I think Dexter was okay-ish. Shush was finding a little bit of impact early in the game.
Shush, absolutely, yeah. I think his CT side start was really good. It maybe even worried you a little bit if you're MIBR watching Shush get a double opener. But there was only 2 rounds won from the whole game.
Well, he's only playing B, right? They're like, well, if he's playing good, we're just going to hit A. And they just didn't know what to do on his A bomb side. I think just, look, I don't want to take anything away from MIBR, because even though, yes, Heroic looks super flat, and that A defense especially was non-existent, it was just such good Counter-Strike for MIBR. They never looked shook at any point in time. And Insanity, man, watching him play at this level is just so beautiful, and also fittingly ending it with a beautiful ace in the end.
Yeah, that's exactly kind of the storybook way to close out that first map for Insani. So many positives for MIBR, and obviously Exit, I love to talk about him, and I've mentioned him a few times. I always talk about Insani, but maybe a player that has gone under the radar a little bit is Drop. He did some great work being sort of the entry player on the T side, right? He was sometimes having to just die to Shusher in an unfortunate circumstance, but he created so much space for his team in that first half.
Yeah, for sure. And I guess the only criticism I would levy the way of Drop would be yesterday on Ramp on you, for example, where you
maybe a few rounds here and there.
Here and there, and that's the thing. I have to, be very picky and have to go in really deep to figure out some of the issues, some of the mistakes this team is making right now. Because so far, it's a very, very cool Counter-Strike we're witnessing coming out from this MIBR team. They've been just grinding it out online, with Nat behind them, the coach, the veteran legend in the Brazilian Counter-Strike scene as well, and you can clearly see the work here in the result.
Well, up next is Ancient, and what do you make of MIBR's chances now of 2-0ing this series?
I still think Heroic's going to take...
you still think Ancient's going to go Heroic's away?
Yeah, I'm just looking at MIBR's results recently, and international... Well, domestically, they have a 95% win rate with over, 15 maps played in the past 3 months. I'm looking at the last 3 games they've had. Heroic, Apex, and Rebels. Apex and Rebels, they played on LAN in Melbourne as well, and they lost it 13-4, 13-9, 13-10, back-to-back-to-back. I think it's the one weakness they possibly have, and Heroic did completely smack them just a couple of days prior. That being said, no matter how, it's not like they don't play the map, but individually speaking, if MIBR, every single player is going to be popping off in this fashion, and Heroic are going to have a couple of players just caught snoozing, like Tess's or even Kixin, for example, I still feel MIBR could take it 2-0, but at least based on the data we have, I'm expecting a 3-mapper here.
Yeah, potential kryptonite for MIBR coming up in Ancients. We'll have to wait and see if that is the case, but the way they're playing today,
it's insane.
He's just going to hit some more headshots, boy.
It's like one bullet to clear the smoke, second one to find them.
Yeah, and he did it so perfectly, and this is Insani's final round of the game, and he gets every single kill towards B. I like how he's so patient. He didn't actually jump around the corner. He's still waiting for Nerds to come to him. And Insani, that is the discipline you'd love to see. I think MIBR exhibited some great discipline despite being so far ahead. They wanted to keep it clean. They wanted to take that map away. And now we head to Ancient.
What I'd like to see, and this is because Spirit's also playing this tournament, I think it's apt, right? Drops the B player on Vertigo, and Insani's the mid player. Do the same thing for Spirit. Let Dong play mid and watch a lot of Insani's demos and how he's, kind of the mid B support player. I think that could make things very interesting because he was playing that perfectly. Looking at the scoreboard, it's painful, isn't it? Nerds 5-12, 29 ADR. Holy, that's ugh.
Yeah, that's rough. Let's look at the other side of the screen, shall we?
Yeah, let's do that.
Insani, 18-5. What a performance. Exit coming in at 13-7. Another great performance for him. He actually overtook Safe in that second half.
Yep.
And just another great team effort. just like yesterday.
It's a pure team effort, right? Like, and no one really slacking off. Drop really not having to do anything, in all honesty. Everyone just chipping in. And the fact that you can rely on seemingly every single player on your team to be putting in the numbers is fantastic. Yeah. And this is what I would have said of Heroic, actually. Because looking at the names, it should have been them. But actually, it's the Brazilians.
It is the Brazilians. They're all made in Brazil, and they're ready for the action now. 2-on-4. We've got ourselves the second map of the series coming up. We'll see if MIBR are able to 2-0 this and, well, knock out Heroic. Welcome back to BetBoom Dacha 2024 here in Belgrade. We have got ourselves an exciting game, hopefully, heading into the second map. The first map wasn't exactly fully competitive. MIBR walking over the 13-2 victory on Vertigo over Heroic. And now we go to Ancient, and you discussed maybe the possibility of that being a lot more comfortable for Heroic than that is for MIBR.
I wouldn't say comfortable, but at least it should be competitive.
It should be better.
It should be better. And after that showing coming out from players like Tessa's kicks in, and of course, you know, just the team as a whole, hopefully, it can't be worse than this. It can't be a
Yeah, you're right.
Loss.
It can't be worse.
Yeah.
Well, it could be, technically. 13-1, 13-0.
It's not going to
Very few circumstances
Nah.
in which it can be worse, but those are those. And we have got MIBR, obviously. They've got Knack standing behind them, a legendary Brazilian player, and they did have Bit recently. He's not in the team anymore, and so they've got this new coach in, and it seems to be working out pretty well for them. We've seen them steadily improve. Their map pool looks deep statistically, and now we're starting to see maybe the eye test of that as well. This would be a real test if they can win Ancient and win it in a similar fashion they won Vertigo. Well, we get very excited about MIBR in this competition.
Oh, for sure, we absolutely do. But again, you know, you can never really count on this team. I think Heroic, especially against Spirit, they did put up a showing. Even though Spirit got the win, there were moments where you could see it could have potentially gone to a map number 3. It was very competitive. It's just the fact that no one seems to have kind of woken up and put in the hours in aimbots or deathmatch or whatever you do. What do you do to warm up? You don't warm up, do you?
No, I do not. Oh, actually, recently I've been playing Arms Race.
Arms Race is fun.
Yeah.
It really wants to be wrist, you know.
Yeah, warms to your wrist. I think Brokey was saying he was just playing Arms Race, and then he got an MVP for Chengdu, so...
True. I mean, you have to listen to it. I mean, we know what James does to warm up as well. It's been...
No, I don't do that.
You don't do that?
But Donk doesn't warm up, and Zaiwu doesn't warm up. And so therefore, I'll take it. Well, they don't DM. I'm assuming they warm up. But they don't deathmatch.
What about the GOAT? What about Simple?
Yeah, he's hard work.
Pure hard work.
Yeah. It's kind of like the analogy of, you know, with Simple and Zaiwu, all throughout CSGO, it's always like the Messi and Ronaldo, right? That's
yeah,
kind of the
I mean,
comparison.
I don't watch soccer, so I don't really get the reference. I know they're, you know, good at the game. That's about it.
Yeah, you could say they're pretty good at the game, Blah.
Yeah, they're kind of decent. Or they're like, you know, if you were to, you know, have an analogy of, you know, Dota players to these two, who would you pick and choose?
I only know like one Dota player.
Who's that?
No Tail.
Cool.
That's it.
Not Dendi. I think Dendi would be the fitting
Never heard of
analogy.
Dendi.
Never heard of Dendi?
I actually have watched no Dota.
I tried.
I can't do it, man. MOBA suck. That's why we're all casting Counter-Strike. Let's
Hell
go.
yeah,
MIBR
brother.
versus Heroic as we head into the second map of the final best of 3 here in the group stages. It's going to be a T-Saw to start for Heroic. And Dexter will be second in behind Nerds. The Lego Brick Glock ready to go.
Bit of a default spread coming out from MIBR, not really going for any early stacks towards B. A bit of passive approach, and it is going to be the B hit coming in here.
Drop. Chilberetta is ready to unleash, and here comes that cave push. A couple of steps around in the corner. Tessus with the first headshot. He's equaled that of his previous map performance, and Shush is there alongside of him. There's 2 for Heroic right off the get-go, and that bomb plant will come in, so it's even better here for Heroic. Save Insani and exit.
Great flashbang there to take out Drop. This one should be in the bag.
Should be. That does seem like that is the case. No kills coming in. Heroic realize how disciplined they must be. They want a good start here. They want the perfect start on Ancient. They don't want to let it slip away. And they forced MIBR back now. There's no way they can get back into this with no kit.
Heroic giving a lot of respect as well. They don't really want to throw this one away. Just poking, just jiggling out, looking if any CDs have made their way in, and Insani's just running in.
A little bit of running towards the top of the ramp. Big swing. That's Shush with a kill. Insani taken out of that. And we are now looking at the first round collected for Heroic. So pistol round, needless to say, will go a long way. And Nerds, he's learned a little slap there from Dexter.
Yeah! It's contagious, isn't it?
He stole the move.
Stole the move. It's kind of contagious.
Wasn't really any reason for Dexter slaps on the previous map.
True. Moses did put out a tweet right now saying, you know, who made a decision for Nerds to be sitting right next to Dexter, especially slapping his gaming hand, his mouse hand.
Why? Who would you rather have?
You'd probably want to have Dexter on the left. So even if he slaps someone on his right hand side, it's keyboard hand, which is not as important, right?
Yeah, sure. You're right. You could use other fingers for that, right?
There you go. That's high-level analysis right there.
Ooh, Dexter getting tagged up. He's down to 27 health. He's looking to try and take safe out with his scout. He ends up getting bashed down to 27. So he's not too happy about that.
Nerds towards elbow.
Second round force the CT's Blight. We haven't seen this work out too often in the competition for the teams that elect to do it.
I think Ancient CD side is one where the force buys can be particularly dangerous. You're looking at places like Jaguar, you're looking towards Donut, for example, or even A mains where the CTs can't have forward positioning, and these SMGs or even shotguns for that matter can shred through a full buy. Now, Nerds has pushed up pretty deep. The scout might land a tag.
Oh, it does land a tag and bringing a couple of these players down low. He's looking very pretty for the pistols. Softened up opponents, but Nerds with that MP7 takes safe out of contention at red. 45 seconds remaining, and Sani has now decided to chime in, and that Deagle has dropped Dexter. The A play is being set up for Heroic. They look to try and leave Donut, but they have to cross into exit. They deal with him quite early, and then Kickdown will fall at default. Now with the smoke inside of the site, it could have got chaotic, but Tesses with the spam, the transfer through the smoke, might have just done enough to pull this one right back, but it's all chaos and pandemonium, but Heroic stay on top despite the scary pistols.
That was hairy. That was super hairy. Tessus with that second kill via the spray through the smoke. Might have just saved his team. That was indeed very, very close. Now, should be a full eco coming out here from MIBR. What a shot from Sani as well. Vexit actually gets a kill from towards A mains, or maybe bites his time a little bit, pushes the smoke after his teammates arrive on that bomb side. Things that have gone even worse here for Heroic, but they will hold on. And now the full eco. Haven't really seen the, oh, there we go. That you know, it's a G2 Molotov, it's a Hooksy Molotov. This is the third time I've seen it so far since they introduced it back in Copenhagen.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's actually really good for anti-ecos, but not a lot of teams use it.
I keep forgetting to learn it. I need to get into the server and just learn that little lineup.
Don't really see it in a lot of pugs, to be honest. Like,
well, of course not.
Yeah,
don't see much in those.
True. Well,
the stack towards B has resulted in a victory for Heroic because they went to the other side of the map.
Yeah, they did deploy a little bit of utility towards A just to keep MIBR guessing that it is going to be a bit of a, you know, a B hit coming in.
They're not pushing Tesses. He got all suited up for the occasion with his tuxedo. And now they run away to save. Now, of course, he's setting up for some exits here, hoping that Heroic decide to push them, convinced that perhaps they have another force buy, but that's not the case. MIBR really have not found anybody for Heroic. This is one of those unicorn rounds until the bomb takes away two.
You know what? It's going to be a unicorn round. The bomb, I'm not going to count the bomb damage.
Unicorn.
I don't count the bomb damage. Doesn't matter.
All right. Yeah. No one died.
No one died to their opponents.
Yeah.
Didn't take a single,
or their own team.
A single lick of damage.
No one died to a player.
Yes. 3-0 start for Heroic. Much better so far from the international squad.
Yeah, there was a little moment where I was about to call Heroic the Danes.
I mean,
there's only two of them.
40%.
Then the coach. It's Finnish.
The majority are Danes, so it's a Danish team, I guess.
No, the majority aren't Danish.
If you look at nationalities.
Sure. As one nationality.
Exactly.
We'll have to get Launders on the case, man.
Yeah.
He'll figure it out.
He knows a lot about races. Well, everyone grouping up together here towards A. It is going to be a hit. We're having a look all the way towards B. But the fact that they have lane control for MIBR means they can start to allocate a few more resources. But no, they're going to be still sticking around towards mid. So just one defender here towards A for the time being. And that's a little worrying for MIBR.
Yeah, Heroic lining up their smokes in between two ferns, and they're ready to go in towards this side of the map. Utility dropping in, flashes at the ready. His exit at the ready because he needs to be. Insani's coming out of Donut. M4, oh, blinded and forced back in behind the smoke, but Insani doesn't carry, goes back in again, and oh, it's not gone well for the defense of MIBR. This is a great T-side for Heroic, and it's what you mentioned before we come into this map. You know, there could be a worrying time here for the side of Heroic, or rather MIBR, based on the statistics of their recent losses that they've had here on Ancient. It hasn't been the prettiest show.
It really hasn't, and yeah, just a couple of exit kills from MIBR, and that should be it. I love that execute from Heroic.
Imagine if they got a couple of exit kills. It would have been a far better round.
I don't think Heroic's going to feed here. That was actually a pretty nice smoke from exit towards A main, forcing Heroic to kind of flash their way out. But the flashes were so good. You could see how blind Insani was. And the fact is, Insani peeks out, and I think Exit was blinded as well with that first flash, which is why he couldn't peek together with him. So isolated peeks coming in. And Heroic, yeah, just solid rounds thus far, apart from the second round, which got a little close, but no harm, no foul. 4-0.
Not only the 4-0, but all the money that they built up as well, right? This is very pretty when it comes to the Department of Cash. Save players are essential for MIBR because with those safe weapons, you have enough money left over to purchase up and drop across the board. So you can get a good buy now for MIBR. Timeout taken. Necessary, you would say, at this point for MIBR, who have yet to have a good CT round here.
I just found out who's going to be standing in for, do we have a little bit of timeout? Who's going to be standing in for Hooksy?
Hooksy and Dallas, who is it?
Take a wild guess.
JKS.
No.
That was a wild guess.
2 more chances. I'll give you a hit. American.
Nitro.
No. Final one, and I'm going to make it a little bit more. One of the most famous North American CSGO players ever. Major winner.
Stewie.
2K.
All right, that's going to be exciting.
That should be interesting. Of all the people, yeah, I didn't expect Stu to be playing, but that's news hot of the presses. Aggression from
the
mid.
presses is kickstanding. He'll press down on exit, but Insani nearly flicks up for a double. If he had got 2 out of that mid situation, that would have been hella impressive. It also would have put MIBR in a better position, but a 4v3 it will be, and plenty of time. And Heroic have gained some great map control off the back of those early fights.
That was all Kixon, right? Just pushing in through the smoke from Ledge, getting the first kill, and yeah, Insani, nice try to almost get the second. But Heroic coming out on top of that mid duel. 4v3, barely an advantage with Kixon, so very low. And MIBR going to be going for this stack towards B. Fake towards A. Are they going to fall for it? Smoke for CT, and now you can see Shush slowly starting to push up ahead. He's inside a red. It thinks it should be at least 1 or 2 players towards A, trying to cut off the rotation, but they're walking to
Oh, Dexter! The first bullet is not accurate. Drop. Couldn't get a second. If he did, then there's a world in which that goes back, but Safe must clutch if
they have
they
no
want this
idea,
round
though.
win. And they don't know he's in cave at the moment, do they? But it doesn't seem like the most mobile position for Safe with that AWP scoped in. The unscoped, the rescopes, they know exactly where he is. Doesn't have a kit either here, Blend, nor helpful utility.
There is a kit nearby. They might think he's saving towards A, perhaps.
There's the peek. That's a quick shot from Safe. He's going to run back out of cave. Shush is over on the A bomb site. Safe is trying to bait that B player into a fight here. Oh, he nearly gets that kill.
Yo.
If Kicksam falls, Shush is a long way off, and there was a world in which Safe could have got back in, but the time is not on his side, and Shush is in middle to cut off that rotation to save. And it is now 5 in a row for Heroic. What a start here on Ancient. The T side is rolling on in a dominant fashion.
This is looking super good for Heroic, and it's not just the players necessarily starting to come alive, but also just the T side is looking very, very solid indeed. Great stuff. And just toying with the rotations of MIBR as well in a couple of these rounds.
We actually mentioned over on Vertigo the fact that MIBR have actually shown some weaknesses on their CT sides. The T side is where they do the majority of their heavy lifting.
Oh.
So far, it is a struggle here on Ancient. We didn't have to see too much of the CT side on the Vertigo.
Yeah, we didn't. And even on the first map of Anubis, it was a T side just running away with it against Aurora, right? It's only when you saw the nuke on the CT side yesterday is when things look a little awkward. But right now, a 4v3 with a rifle in hand.
That rifle is doing a lot here. Breno was boosted up for that kill down at doors. It was fantastic, but he's put under too much pressure, too much scrutiny with that Molotov, and the kill comes in from Shush. He'll keep moving forward into the back lines of Long, and he spots out his next victim in the form of Exit. Safe in middle once again. An unwinnable clutch.
No kit.
If he doesn't move quickly. Because, yeah, the lack of kit will cost him crucial seconds. It's a close round. It certainly was impressive how MIBR worked a couple of those initial kills. But in the end, it's recovered by Shush in particular, who closes the round with a 3K.
Yeah, and for Heroic, despite losing a few players, their money is looking just phenomenal right now. I don't think they're going to be too worried about a couple of casualties. And for MIBR, they need to get on the board here. And they've tried a few things. They tried fighting mid, they got completely dismantled there. They saw we went for the lane control, and Heroic going for the A pivot. And it's just like whatever they're trying right now, it's just not working out. Another buy on the cards, but Heroic. Fast hit towards A.
And for at the ready, Exit keeps his bullet close by and keeps them inside of Nerds and Tessus. It's a pretty good start here for the side of MIBR. Exit finally passing the test of the quick A play. Some of these rounds earlier thrown into the mix, and MIBR really couldn't hold on the initial players. But taking 2 kills that early in the round has forced Heroic to reconsider their options, and I don't know how many options they've got, because look at the push through T-spawn. Drops already right there, and I think this one is a write-off for Heroic.
Actually okay with that fast A call coming in. They haven't really done it at all, and probably trying to just catch Exit off guard.
Yeah.
Exit. Good work there with the smoke. Forcing Heroic to commit through it. And while that was happening, you saw the push coming down from drop towards T-spawn. So Heroic, they don't really have any place to save right now. They might just consider going for this. Maybe, you know, getting a couple of kills here and there, hood the economy a little bit, because this round looks impossible. We did see a 2v5 from Falcons earlier today against VP. So it's not like, it's improbable. Now it should be impossible.
Good headshot from Drop. Kixan gonna respond, but getting anywhere from this point is gonna be very tough for Kixan. Try to get as much damage as possible, and there's an extra kill right at the end. He can't be bad to that.
I think that's, honestly, I think that's a win for Heroic. A 5v, just getting a couple of kills there. Oh, actually just to 1 kill.
We got one at the end with him.
Yeah, he gets 2 kills right there. That's a little bit of a hit to the economy for Heroic, so they'll take that.
So coming through, initial kills for Exit. Fantastic work holding at the door of A. And Drop able to get aggressive. And just instantly takes the risk down B. Sees nothing there. Here's somebody steps towards A. So he feels quite comfortable in taking some space. And he's able to cut off that rotation once Heroic panic and try and run back. Well, the first on the board for MIBR, they're going to need a lot more where that came from to get a real meaningful half out of this first. Best case scenario, of course, is 6-6. It's very unlikely that that will happen. But A4 is doable from that point.
And also, again, the round they got was because Heroic were trying to switch things around and go for a faster play, which they haven't really been doing a lot. So when they slow things down, MIBR, that's where just how passive they are is just not quite clicking. Nerds charging on in, and so much utility, and Nerds, beautiful utility assistance from his teammates, and he finds the opening kill. Exit will fall as Drop does manage to tickle Nerds down to 29, but he will stay alive.
Yeah, it's tough for Drop now to stick around and fight that. So you'll throw the smoke down at the entrance of Cave and just hit him behind the smoke. Drop looking for a little boost that might come over the top of that. But nothing coming his way. Nothing to worry about at least. Heroic, based on that opening, feel comfortable to slow things down. They have no control outside of A.
Safe has a lot of information. That's going to allow MIBR to keep 3 here aggressively. 2 in Jag and 1 holding towards ramp.
Nerds crossing over, Kixan to join him. Haven't gone into Cave yet. They're not showing any signs that they are going to try and enter through the Cave. But it's certainly setting up now for a B execution. I see plenty of smokes being put in place. Tessus, if he goes through here solo, he is not going to have a happy day. He gets 1 at least. That's really impressive for Tessus to at least get 1. That keeps players actually in favor of Heroic here. 20 seconds left as they head into the bomb site. It kicks out with another important kill going the way of Heroic. That plant is stopped for the meantime, but the kills are all through here for Heroic and the MIBR defense. despite having 3 players in this side of the map, unable to get more than 1 kill.
And the thing is, for Breno, he was holding aggressively towards ramp, but he realized that mid red room was an avenue of...
Say's going to go down here too, isn't he?
Nah.
Oh, he's got it. Okay.
They should be hunting him now, though.
Yeah, if they get rid of this AWP, there's no money left over. It would spell a disaster for MIBR.
Safe. Should find this one. They heard the footsteps.
Got a good angle for it, yeah. He'll lock that kill in. The hunt is fully on, though. No mercy to save. It seems like he is going to be okay, based on how far away they are.
Yeah. Holds on to the AWP, but that's about it. Now, the buy... A buy's possible here. Safe could drop from one of his teammates. I think it was $6,000 or so on one of the others. So a buy will be in, but they're kind of running out of opportunities on the CT side. And this was, again, for Tessa's finding the first kill is actually ludicrous, right? The fact that he's able to get a kill before it gets taken down. But because Breno was feeling so uncomfortable on that B-bomb side all by himself, he had to fall back towards long and have to worry about a couple of angles. That allows Heroic into the bomb site. And once they know there's one player towards Jaguar, they know one towards long. These are positions which are easy to neuter with the utility they had remaining. So yeah, Heroic, again, they slow things down to a crawl. And then once they go for the hit, the protocol is so good, the spacing, the util, and of course, players waking up. Tessa's, this is much better from what we saw from him on the first map where he went, I believe, 1 in 13 or something, which is rough. And despite the fact that, you know, Nerds 2 and 5, Dexter really hasn't had to do much, it's still convincing. Kixon and Shush continuing to put in the pain here for MIBR. And despite the fact that could have potentially gone for a force for the Brazilians, they're going to stick around just the one rifle, the saved AWP, the pistols, and Kevlar. That's it. Bait and switch set up here towards A main.
Tessis is able to operate in claustrophobic situations, and yet again, he clears that close angle against Exit. They smoke out safe, negating the issue of the AWP, and they're doing a fantastic job here making this uncomfortable for MIBR. The safe goes over the top of that smoke and sees Tessis on the other side. But keep track of the space the Heroic have taken in the meantime. It's Nerds who's pushed up red. Strong position to have this early in the round, and he can be a pivotal player. They can change their position, they can go back into the B play, he can cut off rotations anywhere they want. So Safe has to try and address that possible gap. He's worried that Nerds could be in here. If Safe keeps clearing this methodically, there's a chance he gets rid of Nerds, but it's the AK-47 that wins that fight against the AWP, and then the second against the pistol is much easier for Nerds. Kicks out now left, clearing close onto the barrel. Drop gives away his position, just a little bit too long around that corner. Kixan just jiggling and baiting with Breno. It's an uncomfortable situation for Breno. And another round goes against MIBR. So we've had 2 maps back-to-back now, incredibly one-sided, but Heroic this time on Ancient, on the better side of things.
And the decider is Dust 2, where it was overtime, and MIBR got that map, so... Yeah, this one's... There we go! There we go. A little bit of life in the team.
So it's being set up for a 3rd map decider on Dust 2, where we've had OT already. So yeah, this could be a very exciting finish, Blood.
Yeah, just curb stomp, back-to-back, and then a 12-12 overtime, triple overtime decider dinker. That's what I woke up for today.
That is exactly what you're here for, Blood.
100%. Here we go, another buy for MIBR, but yeah, I just feel like they don't have any answers for what Heroic's throwing their way. Every time they try to go for these mid-fights, they've been getting destroyed by Nerds. And even towards ledge, right, like the ledge control outside of Jaguar, MIBR just haven't had any luck with it. Heroic, the defaults, just very, very strong.
Middle. The wetty arms of Safe. It will bring Nerds out of play.
And
puts this into a favorable spot for MIBR for the first time in a while, but you're right, it is going to be an accelerated B play. Smoking towards cave. Gap there for Dexter, and he'll absolutely nail the shot on Breno. Big swing from Safe towards the back of the cube, and it's Tessis that is the victim of the sniper. There's a gap in that smoke to play with, but that plant surely is tantalizing, and Safe is going to stop it from safely crossing into the bomb site itself, but Dexter is destroying the world they live in with 2 kills right back. It's Insani that has gone. Drop able to nip in at his heels and put it all on Shush with 45 seconds. He's going to knife out and walk right past Exit. And MIBR will double their scoreline. And it was looking like that Dexter moment inside of the site was going to be the one that wins the round for Heroic.
That was all safe though, right? With an AWP, the dry peek coming out from Nerds towards mid. I think that's the first time so far where he's trying to go for like a bit of a delayed walkout towards mid. Usually it's been faster plays, trying to counter the utility being lobbed in by the CTs. And Safe was just everywhere, having to be the hero of the round. Just 2 rounds though, Dinko. Now, all right, let's try to...
But it's still possible to get 4.
Yeah, it's possible to get 4. It comes down to this. If they're able to take this one down without, again, suffering too many casualties,
the money's gone,
be
really?
gone. Yeah, they don't get the bomb down, lose all the players, then MIBR not just have a very solid bike in the final round, but Heroic will have nothing to work with.
But the problem is we just haven't seen anything from MIBR that leads you to believe that we're going to see the round strung together.
There was a fast A play from Heroic. We were trying to just catch Exit off guard towards A, which netted them the first round, and this was Safe just popping off with the AWP there, and Heroic trying something a little bit different, right? Nerds coming in mid over there, and Safe hitting some nutty shots, which got them the round. But I agree with you. There's been nothing convincing, so to speak. It's Exit. Immediately peter back towards Donut. Bit of initial utility, but look at Safe again. This time, once more, pushing up towards A mains and having control. That's going to allow the rotations for MIBR, possibly keeping 3 towards B and just leaving Exit here towards Donut, towards mid, watching the cross in towards red.
Drop just doesn't want to make a mistake into cave, since that tight angle being selected. He'll smoke into the middle portion of the cave to keep them back for now as we hit the 1 minute mark on the clock.
He's got another smoke as well.
So he can rot this clock even further.
Yes, Jaguars, entering via Jaguar is going to be really, really difficult here for Heroic. So they're going to bide their time, but they will eventually be left with about 30 seconds to work with. So this mid flank might be everything. Execute's going to be coming in, however, Dinko. They're not going to be respecting it too much.
There's no flashes with the T side, though. There's no flashes. A lot of these fights are going to be dry. And MIBR have a great shot at now closing out a 3rd round. Remember, the money breaks here for Heroic if they're unable to get a bomb plant nor a round win. And Nertz is going for the Hail Mary play. He's charging through spawn, trying to call for his teammates to get back into the A play, but Safe is cutting them off. He's not letting them get across safely, but he doesn't shoot. He quick switches, but time is still of the essence. Very limited seconds left, and Insani realizes they're coming back to him, and he'll stop the first, but can't get Tessus, and now they have to sprint. There's going to be just enough time to put that bomb down, and there's a 2v2 to close this round. One of paramount importance for MIBR CT Hall, and it doesn't look like it's going to end in victory. Unless Safe can clutch this in a 1v1 up against Tessus. 1 health for the Brazilian AWPer to close this clutch. And Tessus knows exactly where he is coming from. There is so many different ways he could play this in the post plant, but Tessus has elected to play discipline from the bomb site. And that has cost Safe this. He won't go for it. He won't attempt the clutch. He would rather have his AWP to play with in the final round of the half. And that is a round that MIBR will not get back. And that is a round that will cost them a strong first half showing here on Ancient. That is kind of disastrous, Blah.
That is disastrous. Safe surviving on just a 1 HP as well. That is so rough. He actually had them on lockdown, Dinko, coming up from elbow because he had the forward position towards A main. If he got that shot on the player trying to cross on over towards Donut, that's already pretty much done. But Heroic, oh man, that duel right here. Insani, he's been so good in Vertigo. That 1v1 duel against the final player, if he wins that, the round goes the way of MIBR. It came down to inches, to millimeters for the side of MIBR. But Heroic, they will stand tall. Chaotic it was. And the buy, it's miserable.
Boost is good, and the shot, it will connect. It's a little unfortunate here for Safe, but he's blinded, and that's certainly fortunate. Works out for him, but they're doubled up together. And Tessus doesn't get an easier double kill than that. Oh, they melt at the hands of Heroic's attack. And it's just Exit left now with a 1v3 that he cannot win. And there were many rounds in this half where MIBR could have picked them up, made this half look a lot more respectable.
They had everyone there, Dinko. They had 3, even the rotation was so close by, but the double D action Can't stop the Danes, Dinko.
You can't stop the double Bs, that's for sure, Blood. They just come slapping down upon you. 10-2 for Heroic. What a turnaround from a massive victory in favor of MIBR and Vertigo to now looking at a 10-2 from Heroic posted in map 2 of this series. This is going to be a back and forth game to close here on Dust 2. They just haven't given themselves enough room to survive a pistol round loss here at MIBR. If they lose the pistol, spells the end of Ancient.
This, this is just like Vertigo, isn't it? It kind of feels a little deflating as well. We head into the second half, 10-2, and it's on the T side of Ancient as well. And this could very well be Dust 2 on the cards. In fact, I think it'll be miraculous if we don't see Dust 2 come into play here.
Yeah, and Sani having a little stand up. Try and get comfortable for the second half of play. Knack will go along the line and give the encouraging high fives and fist bumps.
It's been so lopsided in the respective map picks as well. So at least I'll say this, Nico. The map vetoes, there was a lot of thought put into it by both the teams, and I have to say, I think
it's worked out for them.
It's a great map veto by both the teams so far.
And then we get to close all of this beautiful game on Dust 2.
Hell yeah, classic. We're talking about all the the tactical elements coming out from both these two teams on the T side. It's been really good in all honesty. I think the Vertigo from MIBR was clinic in how to play that map, and so far in Ancient it has been replicated by Heroic, despite it being a very different map. And Dust 2, I just want to see a brawl. I just want to see just action in your face. It's like an 80s Arnie movie.
I like it.
Like Commando.
You prefer Sylvester Stallone or Arnie?
Arnie, dude. I mean, it's hard to say. I think Stallone, I think First Blood, like Rambo, and the Rocky series are some of my favorite movies ever made.
Rocky is enough to make me go with Stallone.
I know. I mean, it's literally an Oscar-winning movie. It's brilliant, right? And then, of course, you have Rocky 4, where he basically single-handedly solved the Cold War as well. It's such a historical documentary.
What would we have done without him? You know?
But then Arnie has Predator, Terminator, and Commando.
And Twins.
And Twins. And Junior. I mean, I think he wins.
Yeah, you're right. There's a lot more cultural impact.
100%.
And he also tricks Stallone into making a movie.
This could be the beginning of the well, I don't know. MIBR, they're going to get a free bomb site here. Going for the full stack. And because they didn't show anyone towards mid, they can't call out the rotation. Can't Heroic. So this is going to be the bomb down and a retake for Heroic. Also, Start by Mumble Shoot. That's the movie you're talking about. Fantastic movie. I can guarantee anyone who hasn't seen it, you should give it a watch.
Oh, well. 80s movies out of the way. Perhaps MIBR will be sent out of the way here on Ancient. It's a charge back in on the retake. Kit available here for Heroic. So extra seconds to play with as the swarm of players now enter the A bomb site. Current kills, it's definitely projecting an MIBR victory. And that is going to be very clean to close the pistol.
Just the one casualty. Brilliant stuff. And just to explain how that setup went, right? Heroic went for a classic setup where you have one player towards mid. We actually called this like a couple of days back when we were playing in matchmaking as well, Dinko. You have a player towards red room. He's going to be spotting.
Wow, aren't we great, Blair?
Yeah, but also it didn't work out for them
oh,
either, right? So you watch for the T's to come in towards mid. You have 4 players stacked towards B, because usually you don't see too many teams just go for an all-out A execute, right? So you see a player mid, you're like, all right, it's going to be a donut wrap towards A or a pincer towards A. You call for the rotations from the CTs, from the B players, but this time MIBR going for a straight-up play. Yay! Okay, Tessus finds one, but the trade is quick.
Yeah, the trade is certainly quick. CT4 spy, we'll see if it pans out for Heroic or if it allows MIBR to build back a little better here. Is the UMP of Dexter unleashed onto a double, and the CT4 spy seems to be paying off for the moment. The UMP of all weapons.
The ump.
Yep. Umping its way straight through its opponents. It was a pretty dry ump right there. Now we've got ourselves 2 players left in the form of Drop and Insani for MIBR, and Shush is basically dead already on 1 health. You would guarantee that the advantage in weapon area now is with MIBR, because it is just pistols for 2 of the Heroic members, and then a UMP here for Kickstand. And now the bomb side of B has been compromised, so that's the plan available if they decide to go for it. And there's a triple mid push coming in here for Heroic.
I don't think they're going to expect 3 players coming in from Jag.
You don't think that? Yeah, it's the timing as well. They're quite fast about this, aren't they, Blair?
Shush is going to be the bait. He's a low player. Oh, they're going to come in from ramp as well. All 3 players. This is looking a little worrying. But as you did point out, the rifles, they do have the advantage when it comes to the weaponry.
Coming up through the ramp. Still yet to make a noise. And smoke will now deploy towards the site itself. The 1 HP player is dead first. That's the player you want to go down, but there's no kit, remember. Lack of kit means lack of time, and this will be a crushing defeat for Heroic. They thought they had a shot here with the second round force, but it goes against them, and MIBR able to recover that.
They tried to ump their way in, Dinko.
They did.
Work out.
It got them so far.
But in the end, no cigar. Full eco should be on the cards.
That was very German of you. I didn't know he spoke German.
It's easy. Krankenwagen.
Krankenwagen?
Call the Krankenwagen.
Krankenhaus.
Not for
me.
Not for me. For, what do you say you in German? I don't know.
Z?
For ja.
Z?
Call for ja, not for
Z,
me.
Right? All right. This is exit and drop. Clean it up. And Shush left alone in a 1 versus 3. A little 5-7 action ready to go.
And done.
Boom! Easy. Nice and cleaned up by exit. That's what you'd like to see. That's MIBR getting that boring round out of the way. And we're ready to get into the next one, Blair. The gun rounds. We'll see if Heroic are able to close or if we've got a real comeback. It would be kind of classic for MIBR to just have a crazy strong T side to drag this all the way back.
I mean, they have shown they have crazy strong T sides on every map we've seen from them so far. So
yeah, why would Ancient be any different?
Call the Krankenwagen, not for mich, for du. Lost.
Ah, yes, there's lots of words. Yeah. For you, I guess. Du hast.
All right, might get banned here, Dinko, on Twitch. Let's not do this.
Yeah, okay.
We're very good at karaoke. We are aware of this. Here we go. 5 to 10. The lead still substantial for Heroic, but it could definitely dwindle away as things have come to a bit of a crawl for MIBR. You see, for Heroic, it's a very default setup, right? We have Shush playing towards A, passively. Kicks in towards mid, and just 3 players towards B. They really have not much information, but Nerds, okay, from mid, catches drop on the edge of the smoke.
Not good here for MIBR, surviving with just 3 players at the moment. Kicks in, so pushed down the ramp, they run right through it. Safe did not consider that a possibility, and he is punished for that. 55 seconds remaining. Exit coming down through the B lane. And he's going to look a little to his left, and Kixan is going to take him down alongside Nerds. What a strong round. As soon as Heroic get the guns back, it's domination once again.
Considering the fact that Heroic had no control anywhere around the map, and you could see MIBR, maybe they got lulled into a false sense of security, and then boom, just popping through. I guess Nerds getting that initial kill towards mid through the smoke was the catalyst, so to speak, for the rest of the team to kind of strike in. So Kixan pushing in deep, no one really checking him. And yeah, whatever little shadow of a comeback we're going to be seeing from MIBR, I think Heroic just shown a really bright light onto it. And these are some easy kills, honestly. There's not much utility being deployed. If you go back to what Heroic is showing the T side on this very map, you can see every kill with a pop flash, with Molotovs and spams coming in to make the defenders feel very uncomfortable. And no pasar is what Heroic have said on that round. Is that Portuguese?
Spanish, I believe.
Yeah, probably. Unless if this map is based in Brazil.
Doesn't look like Brazil.
Yeah. What's the difference between this and what would be Brazilian Amazonian forests?
Well, MIBR would have more than 5 rounds. So that's probably...
I really can't argue with that.
I'd feel a lot more at home.
They're a strange man. Sorry, strangers in a strange land right now. Yeah, you're a strange man.
You're a strange man. Thank you, Blatt.
But they are strangers in a strange world here. Looks like it's going to be a B end. Utility is very sparse, so they have to deploy whatever they have right now. On the CTs, aggressive stance.
Yeah, Tessa's having a little bit of a look now with this AK-47. Peeked in towards Cave. Didn't see anything initially. But MIBR just waiting on that execute to come in. And the smokes will now arrive. In particular, that smoke at short will now allow an access point into this upper bomb site for the side of MIBR because they can creep out a cave. And that is the idea here. They jump out to default. Drop makes it. The rest of his teammates stay back in cave. And now they will play the post plan. He's still got to favor Heroic despite the bomb being down. They've got a lot of time to play with and plenty of resources to get through on Shu. She's got so much utility, and there's so many players available here for Heroic, so they'll clear out exit first. Default is dead. Drop does pretty well to get one, but it's still on to a 1v3. Breno with a Mac 10 to try and take everybody down, and there's the utility coming into play perfectly. Molotov keeps them from pushing forward out of the cave, and then they get the defuse done. So fantastic work. Heroic pull off the retake. Now they're up to map points here on Ancient. And we are destined to head to Dust 2 in what feels like a few moments.
It's written in the cards. Dexter well-timed shot despite being blinded. And this, this retake, Heroic, they were patient. And for a set of MIBR, we could see the lack of utility they had in the post plan. So not much they could do. And Heroic, well, they're back, Dinko.
They're back. Back in a big way. Two very one-sided maps.
You can say that again. Two very lopsided maps.
But Dust 2 is going to have all the overtime, so don't go anywhere. Shush. Good initial mid-kill. Nerds to back him up. And MIBR down to 3 players left here on Ancient. Reno heading in towards Tessus. And you sort of forecasted the possibility of MIBR having some kryptonite and it being Ancient. Well, it looks like this lovely green map absolutely is their kryptonite because MIBR have suffered a huge defeat at the hand of Heroic.
I have worked a few desks in my time, Dinko.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there's an opportunity here to maybe get the bomb down, but Kixon is just being so very safe. And he has to be a bit paranoid about Red, perhaps. Maybe they think they're going to cut a window, but that smoke's a tell. It's going to creep on up, making no noise, waiting for backup to arrive, which should be in the form of Dexter. There we go. And Nerds should be coming in for a potential flank from Cave.
And Nerds is the man with a kit, so he'll have extra seconds to play with.
Good molly. They know where they are now.
Oh, big shot from Safe. He doesn't want this map to end right now. He wants to live on and have a much more of a fight here. Safe goes back. Nerds is dead, and that's the kit, remember. So Dexter has to make quick work of this or go and sprint around to get that kit back. Safe spams it down. Dexter cannot be planting while the spam is coming in, so he's going to tap again. And Safe alone wins this round. That is incredible work for him in the post plant.
Safe didn't even have to do... I mean, sorry, I think it was Breno was the final guy as well. He didn't have to do anything. Safe pretty much gets the bomb down. And pretty much a 1v3 clutch for him. He needs no help. He needs no Krankenwagen. It's Heroic who needed it.
Purdue.
Lost.
And now 12-6, halfway there MIBR. You know, that's the way you gotta look at life, blood.
Half full? Are you a half full guy?
Hell yeah.
I'm more of a is that beer guy.
I fill it up. Yeah, that's fair. Gotta refill it. Big turnaround from Nerds. That's Insani down nice and easy. Exit with a double kill. And that is a fantastic response after losing the first player. So MIBR now have a bit more space and options to play with thanks to that opening.
They even have enough utility for like just a full-on execute here. You can see Drop just waiting with hope, thinking it might be a push coming out from the A main player, but it's going to be grouping up with the rest of his team towards B. It's going to be two-pronged approach, and Dexter is going to be the first to be tested. Now, with a Molotov in the hands of Safe, I would assume it's going to be deployed either towards the mouth of Cave or towards the cubby. And that's going to make Dexter feel uncomfortable. This is still doable for Heroic. Kixon and Dexter have been very, very solid so far on this map. 40 seconds now.
Yeah, very limited time.
There we go. Molotov gonna flush out Dexter.
Kixan still able to stand and fight in front of that smoke. And that is going to be enough to drag that initial advantage back in favor of Heroic. With Dexter standing in front of the site. What is that shot from Safe? That is so ridiculous. Dexter stood no chance in dealing with that. Safe has leveled up in the last 2 rounds here. Bomb is planted thanks to him yet again. And can he close this one out? He started to get into the zone. Maybe a little bit too late for the flow state to arrive, but Safe will attempt it nonetheless. He's downed by Kixan. It's on to Breno to keep his team in this one. Or Heroic close Ancient right now when we send this to Dust2. And we do need Dust2 in this series. Heroic tie things up. A convincing second performance after getting blown out of the water on Vertigo. Ancient's got them right back into this.
Oh, absolutely. And that is a showing you were expecting from Heroic. We didn't see it on Vertigo, but on their map pick of Ancient, they reigned supreme. Not much MIBR could do. Yeah, sure, a few constellation rounds here and there, and safe with some pretty nifty shots coming out from the man, but it just wasn't going to be enough, and Dust2 was indeed written in the cards.
Yeah, it wasn't enough at the end there. I don't think the CT side for MIBR was exactly the best CT side we've seen on Ancient, and you got to hand it to Heroic though. Everybody had a much better performance. Tessus in particular, we give him some slack for good reason. Obviously, on the first map he was non-existent, but here he stepped up. He was really pivotal in terms of the success in the T side, being able to clear out Cave, being able to clear these awkward corners when they were entering bomb sites.
And this is a guy where, you know, he's someone who has a confidence and a skill set as well to single-handedly go in, you know, some of his aggro plays without really needing much backup, and always good for one. And that was something which was missing in that first half. But yeah, on the T side, we'd have a little bit more freedom to operate with. He was having a hell of a time here. And even though there were a couple of rounds which did come down to the wire, like this drop 1v2 comes to mind in the second round of this map, I just feel Heroic were clearly the better team by every metric we could use to measure this. Great stuff coming out from Kixon and his men, and good to see that, you know, they've come to play. I really would have hated to see them just get taken down 2-0, and considering they make such easy work of MIBR in the opening game, to fall in this fashion would have been a little bit worrying for this team. But the fact that they're able to bring this one back, I think Dust2 is going to be a banger. I think it's going to be just a hell of a game.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a fun time. I think MIBR edged out last time, right? So, who do you think is going to be picking this series up, based on what we've seen so far?
I'm gonna edge the way of Heroic here, and the reason is just based on the fact that both the teams have won their their map picks very convincingly. But for Heroic, the fact they will have this momentum going into the second map, I feel is gonna be just gonna be giving the edge to the veterans, so to speak.
All right, well we'll have to wait and see. But yeah, you're getting the highlights of Heroic's T side. You can see how quickly that scoreline built up. It was almost unrecoverable for MIBR as soon as the second half began. If they lost the pistol round, we probably would have been heading into Dust2 right about now. But the fact that they were able to win the pistol, they got a few extra rounds on the board before Heroic closed out on the inevitable Ancient victory. And yeah, a little bit of work needed to be done here for MIBR. It's tough to actually have a real 7-map pool. You could be willing to play 7 maps, but some of them will inevitably be weaknesses, and Ancient is clearly one of those.
Yeah, Ancient's one of those, but also, when it comes to Dust2, I do wonder for MIBR, right? Like, their promo ban is overpassed all the squads, so they obviously have the reps on all the other 6 maps. The fact they're happy just floating it against Heroic as a decider map, like, to do that, we only have other maps where you're probably more, you know,
well versed against a new team. Like they just brought a new operant.
Exactly. Why don't you just play to your strengths instead of allowing a map where it's not just about being a new team, but Dust2 is a map where even against 5 puggers, it can get a little icky.
And Dexter loves it.
Oh, Dexter loves it. He's gonna try and slap you down, take these fights. It's a map where you can get away with certain shenanigans, so to speak. So yeah, I'm a bit curious that they allowed this map through from MIBR. I guess it's because they got that win against Heroic in the opening matchup, but it was a very labored effort, right? And I feel like some of the other maps we saw, like Nuke, for example, yesterday, I would have liked to see Nuke, perhaps, but maybe they respected Heroic's Nuke a little bit too much.
Yeah, perhaps so, but it is a Heroic victory coming in. Nice and strong close to Ancient, and Dust2 to decide it all. This is the last game of the playoffs as a reminder of the context of the tournament. The last opportunity to get into the playoffs, rather, should I say. And you don't want your artifact to be put in the wall. You just don't want that to happen.
You want to hold on to that, Dinko. And of course, we have teams like Spirit and Mouse waiting as well. And of course, Kixon. That's a turnaround from map 1.
That is a big turnaround from map 1. We mentioned Tessus' performance on map 1 being rough and how he upgraded going into Ancient, but Kixon more so. He had a fantastic performance here on Ancient, and we talked about Exit being a player that is a great in-game leader who can frag out. Kixon's in that same vein.
Oh yeah, for sure. And the thing with Kixon is, I don't think there's any doubt that he can frag. It's just that he's a bit inconsistent, right? He comes and goes, but yeah, this time around, definitely delivering. Dexter, Nerds, and Tessus all tied apiece in 12. Just a team effort overall. And for MIBR, yeah, sure, a little quiet game from Breno. They were getting a few kills here and there, but honestly, they were just outplayed convincingly on that map.
Yeah, well, 2 one-sided maps in this series so far. They will all be decided on Dust 2. We go to a break. When we come back, we've got the final map of the group stages here in Belgrade. Welcome back, everybody, to Belgrade. We've got ourselves the BetBoom Dacha 2024 going on, and this is the last map of the group stages. It's been a fantastic time so far, Blair, but it all comes down to this for our final two teams in the groups. We've got Dust2, we've got Heroic, and MIBR.
Yeah, Dust2, a map which has kind of divided the Counter-Strike world when it comes to it, replacing Overpass. You know, we can have that argument some other time, maybe a couple of drinks at dinner later on today, but what we have right now are two teams who haven't had too many reps on it so far, but they did play it against each other just a couple of days prior, which came down to overtime, and MIBR taking the map, but not taking the series.
Yeah, it was two super one-sided maps, as you just mentioned, but for MIBR, it seems to be a tale of great T-sides and maybe weak CT sides.
Yeah, that's true. I feel like whenever they start on the T side is when they got off to a great start and they're able to kind of close it out, and we don't see much from the CT side. But yesterday against Aurora, for example, great T side start in the nuke, and then when it comes to the CT side, I feel like the decision-making seems a little panicky. They seem to go for a little bit of, you know, just a solo plays, individual heroic, so to speak, rather than relying on what the protocols are. And it's a bit surprising for me because their T-side protocols are great. It's very well drilled. They obviously have been putting in the reps, but the CT side, a little lacking from all the maps we've seen so far.
Well, the individuals on Heroic certainly showed up here coming into Ancient. We've seen the return of Kixan, who had a very tough time on Vertigo, and we also seen the likes of Tesses find impact in his role, which we just weren't seeing over on Vertigo as well. And you can see the two differences just from, you know, Kixan and Tesses playing a little better. It instantly became a much more fearsome team.
Yeah, and I think the unsung hero here has to be Shush, right?
He's always the unsung hero.
Always the unsung hero, and but we will be singing his praises if they're able to close this one out, because he was consistently delivering. Even on the first map, Vertigo, a couple of rounds they were able to pull off on the first half was Shush just being a rock on the B bomb side, and he continued to deliver here again on Ancient on the T side as well. And then of course for Dexter as well, you know, coming into this team, he has consistently been putting in the numbers. Apart from just that first map, he's always been getting 15-16 kills, putting just slotting into this team very, very comfortably, which I think, you know, I think that's due a little bit of praise, not just for Saw and Kicks into the system they have and how seemingly easy it's been for Dexter to slap in. To slot in, but
slap his way into the team. Yeah.
But he has actually been really playing very solid for someone who hasn't played professional CS at the highest tiers for over a year.
Well, he hasn't missed much. Dust2 is back. You know, like that when we come into this last map, he hasn't missed much for Dust2. He's going to be very, very good on this map. It still feels like we're seeing some of the performances from him. He still looks like he's going to be that pug god, able to take over the server. We've seen him back in the days of the likes of Espada. You know, Dust2 would always be one of those maps he would grind over and over again and go through countless reps. So you'd imagine that he would still be very comfortable coming to the final map of this game. And you've got Heroic as the team that are going to edge this one out, Blair.
I think Heroic should definitely get the edge over here, I feel, right? Like just a fashion in which they're able to bounce back. And you can if you're talking about experience, right? Apart from, well, the coach, that is Knack, and apart from Safe, who did play with Furia for quite a while, I feel like mentally they could be struggling with the pressure a little bit here, but it's going to be a knife round, Dinka. You want to cast this?
No, I'm good. I'm good casting this one. Dust2, knife round, irrelevant.
You don't want to do your job. Oh, they're going for a long knife fight, not mid, all right? It's a bit of a classic throwback. Long is always a little rough because, you know, the double door is a bit of a choke point.
Yeah, look at them. They're so untrusting and they're checking the boost. They come through the light. Nope.
If anyone goes for a boost and a knife round and on the Dust2 long, like,
I'd do it.
You're a rat. But Dust2, you are the rat king after all.
I would do it 100%.
Disgusting.
You gotta do everything you gotta do to get the W.
People are going for like flanks and shit on knife
within
rounds.
the rules, you know, no cheating, blood. That's the end of that.
Yeah, no cheating on that.
Well, the high fives coming in. Knack walking back down the line, sending his boys into battle against Heroic, looking to try and keep themselves in this competition. The loser of this is knocked out. The winner moves into the playoffs. This is a rematch already, for we had this game in BetBoom Dacha as one of their opening games, Blah. It was Heroic getting the victory then. Looking to try and replicate that result. Just going through the final pieces of conversation before the pistol round begins.
Spirit seems pretty good on the side of MIBR despite that loss.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that they won their first map so cleanly. They just have to come in with that mentality of it's a three map game. You know, you just got to focus in on Dust 2 now.
Yeah, and I'm sure like the comps have to be like, all right, it was their map pick. We know our engine's not that great, but you know we know what we can do when we're very solid. And obviously, especially with the comms happening here, Insani though he was a bit muted on Ancient.
Yeah, we didn't see the same Insani from Vertigo, but we didn't see the same MIBR from Vertigo. So. Yeah, I'm just all about resetting, ready for Dust 2.
Here we go.
And just getting into this action. So here we go. BetBoom Dacha 2024 in Belgrade. Final game of the group stages. MIBR versus Heroic. Last spot in the playoffs up for grabs. And we decide this one on the third map, which is Dust 2. This is the first tournament with Dust 2's return. We are looking forward to seeing how this one is going to transpire. Heroic will start on that CT side, and Dexter instantly off to the races. He's going into the lower tunnel peak, and it's a quick play from MIBR out long. They're going with absolutely everybody long here for the T side.
They notice no one B. They notice no one in tunnels for Heroic. Rotation all going to be coming on in. MIBR taking a sweet time that they still have utility to deploy the cross smoke, the run boost out. And this one's going to be a shooting gallery, Dinko. Back and forth.
Yeah, well, Tessis is going to drop off his initial position. Kixam blocked that smoke on the cross to create a gap on the left side. It's a massive detail there for Kixam that is going to possibly help out Heroic here completely. Shots coming in for the CT side, and MIBR don't even arrive to the fight. Heroic want to put a stop to the start of the T side just like that, and here comes Nerds around long. He is not expected, and he is very effective. 1-0 Heroic with a very clean pistol win.
That is as clean as you like it. 42 points of damage in total, and that's only Tessa's taking a bit of damage. And yes, as you pointed out, Dinko, blocking that smoke completely dismantle what MIBR were trying to construct. They had a proper plan in mind, right? They had a flash, they had a couple of smokes. You saw the flash coming out towards long, forcing by Tessa's, and a smoke for short, and for the cross. And Heroic are like, yeah, you know what? We don't need anything. We just need the USBs.
Well, it's not the kind of situation that allows a good force buy in the second round here for MIBR, because they didn't even get close to planting the bomb, nor did they get enough kills to even warrant any kind of purchase here. So it's full Glocks across 5, and this is going to result in a Heroic clean 2-0 start. Now for Heroic, you've gone full into the rifles here. 4 M4s picked up and 1 MP9. So you really cannot be losing anybody in a round like this.
And this is a sort of map where, you know, you could be like, all right, what if they go for a force buy? What if they have Tech 9s and Mac 10s? Look at the way the map's constructed. You can take a lot of these long-range duels. You can keep them at bay, and his M4s are going to come in real handy. Also, you don't have to upgrade come the next round. It's not really a bonus round either.
Okay.
What the F was that from drop? That's a Glock double insta-dink.
Yeah, fortunately for Heroic, that was the only SMG in play.
Dude, what the...
That's crazy, isn't it?
That's insane.
That's such a sick shot. Kicks out placed behind the car. It's dropped to go down, and you wouldn't expect that MP9 to really matter much. The rest of the cleanup squad is here. Heroic lose 1 player, and it is the SMG player taking a bit more of a risk in the form of Tessas. Everybody else survives cleanly, and it is a 2-0 start here for Heroic. MIBR, they will have an investment coming right up, and they're getting that T-sided start. And we've mentioned, we kind of beat this to death at the point that MIBR, they love the T-sides. Exit's called 2 great days in a row now. No, but it's time to see the T-side of Dust 2.
Here we go. Full rifles versus rifles. The third
we got into this real fast, didn't we? Usually it's like a little buffer of SMG, Scout's still in there, but it's 5 rifles on each side.
Don't see this often this early in the game. Absolutely. No. Now, see the smoke from Matisse towards long, and take a look on a mini-map as well, which was deployed, I believe, by Safe. The thing is, there's a player playing ahead of it. So, the long player for Heroic picks in. Very much aware there's no one coming out early long. And Tessa is already a great start for him here on this map.
Not a fan of the last round, Tessis, I'm sure, but...
Apart from that, that's fine. That's okay.
A pistol round, perfect. Now he plays him middle, a minute left on the clock, and MIBR are going to send Breno in at the front of the attack, Safe in behind him, and that flash will unleash them around the corner. They will discover that Heroic are playing in more of a passive setup because they haven't spotted anybody close towards short.
They try to fake a bit of a B and a mid to B hit coming in, but the incendiary from Tessis towards mid preventing them from, so rather the smoke, preventing them from forcing down any further. So MIBR, they slowed things down to a crawl, but now they have to make up their minds, and it's going to be the A pincer coming in.
And Dexter smoked short, and then someone had dropped another smoke to him from that ramp, so he can re-smoke short. And this is going to buy so much time here for Roy. There's 25 seconds left, and another smoke is about to go down at short. MIBR have to come into the bomb site through more utility, through a heap of utility, but they go forward. Dexter not able to stop them, not able to hold them back. And it is just an easy take in the end for MIBR to get onto the bomb site. So 4 versus 3, post plant is set up, and MIBR going for their first gun round win.
They still have control of long does kicks in, but he was aware there was a player looking to take the fight, so he is paranoid about the late flank coming in from the T, so it's all down to the 2 CTs here. Shush and Tessus, the double Ds.
Yeah, the double Ds are back in business, and Insani, oh, he's cleaned out from the site, but Exit doing everything he can, but Tessus is still here, and he's looking to prove inevitable. Breno is hiding at Gandalf, and certainly shall not pass as Tessus. He'll pass into the next life. Cleaned up from the site itself, and MIBR, it was looking rough. Limited time through shore. Utility still left for heroic players to play.
It was brute force, but I feel the 2 defenders, I forgot who was the player, it wasn't Kicksan, I think it was Dexter, all the way towards CD spawn near elevator, who got caught out of position, right? He didn't expect the T's to push in through the smoke perhaps, and he gets taken down. I forgot, was it Dexter? Dexter was playing towards ramp. I think it was Nerds, yes. Nerds towards elevator. He was thinking it was going to be a late mid to be play. He started to rotate back towards CD spawn. He gets taken down. Now it's all in Dexter on that ramp position. If it gotten one more kill, it would have been great, but a bit of a whiff coming in from the 2 players there, which, yeah, MIBR are going to be very thankful about. But overall, I think Heroic did very well just delaying them with the utility, right? Good utility economy being exercised by Kixon and his men. They just needed to hit their shots, Dinka, because sometimes people tend to forget this is a first-person shooter.
Comes down to the headshots at the end of the day.
Headshots and such.
Headshots and such. That'd be a good, you know,
photography
store name.
Whenever Sub Rosa has a frag movie of his career, you should call it Headshots and such.
Surely he could do it now.
Yeah.
Nerds, aggressive.
I like that.
That's what you like from Nerds. He brings the pain and he walks away with it.
Beautiful.
2 kills, just like that, and Heroic have got themselves a 3-man advantage to kick off this round. Not much MIBR can say about this one. It's just an unfortunate pill they now must swallow. They go in towards Dexter. He'll be in a powerful position because he's just changed up to window. They'll actually scope up into the tunnels, thinking their last-ditch effort might be to try and overwhelm the B player. Might actually have the right read here because MIBR are sending Insani back to the tunnels. The ball is still dropped outside of long at the moment. There's still a full minute left, but 2v5, so much ground to gain, and the 2 remaining players are split up. You can see Insani now backing off, and they're going to go for the save call. So
50-second save, Dinko. What do you want to talk about? Aliens, are they real?
Aliens, are they real? Absolutely. You know, it
has to be, right?
They have to be real.
Yeah, but do you believe they're in Roswell, in Area 50?
I mean, they released the picture in Mexico, right? It's got to be a thing.
Photoshop.
Did you like the look of that little alien?
It looks so stereotypical, Gray Man.
Yeah, it looks like E.T.
Yeah, probably base it off E.T.
Yeah. They sold the idea. Let's make an alien movie. Did you ever see? I don't know if you've ever seen this, but in the UK we had an advertisement for Sky, which is the TV company.
Yeah, Sky.
And
sports,
they made
right?
Yeah,
guys.
and they made a Christmas advertisement where E.T. returns to see Elliot, and they have the full cast, and it was pretty sick.
The actual actors.
Yeah.
All right. Was Drew Barrymore there?
I don't think she returned, but Elliot did.
So it wasn't a full cast.
Yeah, but the real cast, you know?
The real cast. Drew Barrymore wasn't a part of the real cast.
Oh, man. You're entrapping me. This is entrapment.
That is a great movie. Sean Connery and Catherine Jones. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. That save is over.
And it forces in.
Yes, because, you know, MIBR, like you said, Heroic did a really good job up until hitting their shots. As soon as they land a few more shots, it's a pretty easy round win for Heroic, 3-1. And Sani with the AK-47 applies pressure early towards B, tosses that nade out of the tunnels, and he'll now look his way down into lower. But this is where you're going to see Dexter. He's going to clock in, 9 to 5, clock in, day out, day in, day out. He'll be in middle with the AWP.
5-1 as well for him. A great start.
You know where to find him.
for Abdul. I don't know his last name. I can't pronounce it. You can look it up, perhaps, Dinka. I don't want to butcher
And then give it my best go, right?
Yep. Oh, that is the timing on that nade is brilliant. The waterfall smoke down. And Nerds doesn't care. Perfect timing. Oh my lord.
Down through the smoke. Nerds receiving damage. He's down to 41 health.
But look at how low everyone else is for the side of MIBR. Safe to 66. It's not too much, but still could be deadly. They're going to be crossing over towards an A bomb site, and Dexter, he lies in wait.
Oh, shot comes in. It's dropped down first. Oh, second kill from Dexter, and that is delightful. But he's traded by Breno. And with 35 seconds left, Safe and Breno must pull this off for MIBR to get a second round on the T-sided board. And that plant is coming through, and that takes one player out of commission for the next few seconds, and Kicksan cleans up the rest. Defuse coming through, Heroic up to 4. And this does not look like it's going to be one of those classic MIBR T-sides where they rack up rounds quickly.
The problem with the waterfall smoke down towards mid doors is how thin it is, right? Because it doesn't really bloom as well.
Oh.
I remember having this discussion earlier about plumes and blooms. Yeah, go on.
It's Gasanov, dude. It's not that hard.
Yeah, Abdul Gasanov.
That's not hard at all.
Yep, and he's not gassing up anyone here. He's just shutting it down with the AWP. It's actually been a while since I've seen, like, you know, frags from that angle.
Oh, we did, yeah. That used to be like every week.
I just had a nostalgia rush watching.
You're watching Smith's whiffs. And
all right. Yo, Liz noobs. Yeah. Shout out Dust Barrett that one time.
Dust.
It wasn't even Dust, by the way.
Yeah.
It was Vancelli.
But it's still kind of funny.
All right, mid-2B. Fast play coming in, just to pistols. And the op will be neutered, but the 2 players on a B bomb site, rifles, should be more than enough to handle this.
Yeah, Nerds just hanging out, chilling at their doors. He's got plenty of help from his teammates. In fact, Nerds don't need to do anything until maybe the final kill inside of tunnels. Kicksan and Shush taking multiple kills with them. And Nerds, this is finally his time to get involved, Blur. The P250. Just a little too much to handle.
That's all good. It's all good at the hood.
But look at Dexter.
As long as it doesn't push ahead, he's fine. And as a player...
I haven't seen Dexter do anything too crazy, you know?
He really hasn't had to.
No, but what I mean is, you know, you used to see him kind of maybe playing a little bit too aggressively. I don't think we've...
Well, look, Dinko, he's been away for a year, right? And once you grow older, you get wiser. You realize maybe...
Most of the time, yeah.
Yeah, for most people. And I think Dexter's one of those people. He's realized that this, you know, unbridled aggression is not something he necessarily has to go for. It's a 4v1.
I give him 10 more seconds till he walks around that corner.
25 seconds. Let's see if he walks around. 5, 4, 3. That doesn't count, because exit move doesn't count.
I win, Blood. 5-1 now for Heroic. And nice and clean. It seems like the system is clicked very well here on Dust 2 for Heroic. And it gets to that territory soon where you're starting to worry, are MIBR going to have enough in this half to be able to suffer a pistol round loss? If they don't, then we're in the territory of just being knocked out of this competition. That would be very disappointing. If you walk away with your only victory being versus Aurora, that doesn't spell a very pretty sentence for MIBR.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, they played great yesterday, and I think the first map was great as well. It's just the fact that against Heroic, we're figuring out that, yeah, while they are looking really good on certain maps, on certain sides, there are clearly some flaws, some holes. We saw that on Ancient, and that is something a lot of teams who are going to be going up against MIBR are going to be utilizing. And this Dust 2 decider, I wasn't a fan of this, because the last time they played Heroic on Dust 2, it was a pick from Heroic. Why are we allowing it through? Why are we allowing a map where it can be 50-50, rather than another map where we've had the reps on, which is every other map in the map pool?
Insani is 0-5 as well right now. As your best rifler on the T side of Dust 2 is going 0-5. Very rough time right now for MIBR. I don't have to say Safe's name either, and he's been a huge piece to the success of MIBR. He's got the AWP out again. He's got to start making it work here. Flasher on short is being set up. Oh, Safe says he can use that into middle instead. Teammates actually walk around the corner dry, and they don't need to waste a flashbang on that kind of play.
It's going to be a 20-second hit coming in.
And look, they've got another piece of utility here. So they're smoked off 35 seconds. Heroic is hanging on to nades on the A site. And MIBR going in for the short play into the A bomb site, and they've got to deal with heaps of utility being tossed at them. And this smoke, it's going to be broken open by the grenade. The Tower of Terror is not going to be Tower of... Oh my goodness, it's not going to be in position at all. They're just going to walk right through the smoke.
15 seconds.
And there's not a lot of time. Tess is in the pit. 10 seconds left, and he is doing everything required, even not getting that second kill. As long as he delays and keeps eyes fixated upon him, that's enough. Yeah, they're out of time, and what a shot from Kicksan. Insani's left alone now, and he'll grab one on the exit. At least a kill now on Dust 2. But it's Heroic dominance at the moment.
They're not doing enough to draw the utility from the A defense, and they're leaving it to the last 30 seconds. At that point, you need to start committing in, right? And Heroic, they're not even really going for any information plays. They're like, all right, there's 30 seconds left on the clock. We got a shit ton of utility to work with. Keep the 2 players inside of B. 3 of us, we play towards long, have pit control and on site, and that's good enough. And this is kind of played out, I think, 3 times already in this half. Not ideal from MIBR, and Heroic kind of running away with this right now. This is too slow, without enough aggression, without enough poking towards the CTs. And with the way that some of these players have kind of woken up since Ancient, not ideal.
Not ideal at all. Safe will still have their AWP. Around them is a half-buy with the Tech-9s, the Eagles of Armor. Dexter's going down to fight him with short. He's committed for the AWP. Tech9's coming to get him. Dexter needs to get off that ledge. He gets off around the corner. Now his teammate has to step up and try and protect him, but Kicksan and Dexter are both down to Breno. The Tech9 rushing short has caught the AWPer with his pants down. Now, this ain't looking too bad for MIBR at the moment. They're getting ever closer to this A site. The rotation is in for Heroic. They're sending reinforcements in every second. And they're bombarding utility onto Insani. Dropsteagle needs this kill. And we'll close it when the opportunity is presented. So a just straight up short rush coming out of MIBR. It's a Dust 2 classic with the Tech-9s, and it works out for them.
It's a classic map, and for classic maps, you know what you require? Classic strats. Yeah. That's exactly what we saw. It wasn't exactly a rush B, but they still get it done. That still got very scary. If Shush spins around and gets the player towards long, everyone is very low for MIBR. That was just, run stolen away. And now, fast play towards long. Oh my lord, this is fast. This is furious. But dropping Breno, 2 quick kills, advantage for MIBR.
Yeah, the pace change in back-to-back rounds working out for MIBR here. This short play with the Tech-9s in the previous, this time the long hit coming in. And MIBR doing it very effectively. Shush and Nerds are not in a position of power at the moment, not in a position where they can compete for the round win. MIBR just need to get the bomb safely to the bomb site, and as soon as they do that, it will be the safe call for Heroic. So we're looking at now 6-3, and MIBR finding some much-needed life in the last 2 rounds. This was turning into an absolute disaster class from MIBR on this T side, but they found at least some way to get into the game.
Yeah, to start like watching some of the Fast and Furious movies based out of Brazil, they're like, wait, it's all about speed, Dinko.
It's all about going fast.
It's all about going fast. Oh, okay, all right. The players are known. I don't think it's really worth going for the hunt.
They don't have a lot of money on a few of these players here for MIBR, but
they could keep them pincered in. That's about it.
They should have an idea that Heroic's money can't be in a good spot. If they do take down these remaining 2 players, Heroic would not have much to talk about in the next round. This could really help MIBR's chances of building back into this half. They ain't rounding the corner just yet. Waiting for the final few seconds. Perhaps we'll... Nope, they're not going. They're just chilling. They're not going for this. Holding for some aggression. And it's all good. A couple of weapons will be saved over for Heroic. But this is Drop. Great entries with Breno. An exit following up in behind them. And they pretty much have the knockout blow there. Heroic have to adjust this A defense. There's 2 rounds back-to-back now at long and short where they've had a rough time dealing with speed.
Also, it comes down to that long smoke you saw where the fight was taking place, right? When in the T's, you can always spam the edge of the smoke, because 9 times out of 10, the CT is going to be just hugging the edge right there. And for the CTs, there's way more of a broader angle to really consider. For the T's, you can just spam the edge. That's how Exit got that kill in the third player as well. Aggression from Nerds, trying to be cheeky with the M4A1. We saw him being aggressive early in the game, as Shush and Tessus with the USP and M4 combo. Now, they know where one of the rifles is. This could actually hasten them back towards mid or towards B.
They overrun the A bomb site. Plenty of success here for Heroic stacking the A side, but the problem is if MIBR drift into the B side of the map right now, it is going to be over instantly. So this short play, if it's quick enough, it might be able to pull through a few threads here of the attack. And dropping down Xbox, those steps will start to be heard for Breno. He's alerted to that mid flight. Look at his rifle out. It's just one. Tessus and Shush making quick work of the following MIBR plays. And remember, that bomb is not planted. Maybe Heroic should realize that too. They take a second. They hit the pause button. They take a breath. Save punishes Dexter's peak. What? That is one way to get your team right back into this round. Safe through the wall buying at the door. And Shush is now in a 1 versus 2. He'll come back in, but Safe has had enough of this. He's got the angle locked in. Safe saves the day.
That is absolutely disgusting from Safe. The first kill, clears out the angles. All right, he could be right behind the door. Perfect read on Tessus. That was a bit of a scare, however. It was a full eco with just the 2 safe rifles, but Safe, as you said, Nico, a very safe pair of hands. And MIBR, this comeback, it's on. It's definitely on right now. I need to see this again. This is just ridiculous.
You think there's a world there for Heroic to win the round, and then Safe just wall bangs and ends it right there. Dexter stops the play at long. You know, they knew it was coming because MIBR, with this speed, they've been making it happen. They've been catching these Heroic players off guard, so they had to adjust, and they put Dexter on the angle instead. But MIBR keeping up this constant pressure, and it's the fight in middle. Dexter relocates from long to mid, and damage done, but he's forced out of there by the Opera on the other side of things, and Safe still stands. The rest of his teammates going down. Nerds gets rid of Safe, and it's just Breno in a 1v4. Heroic adapt and deal with a fast play.
I just love that from Heroic, though, right? We have the initial duel taking place towards long. Dexter gets the opening pick, immediately pivoting back towards short. The rest of it, sorry, coming back towards mid, and then the mid aggro from short, from mid, absolutely ruining MIBR, and Breno now left. And a 1v4, it's far, far away from where the bomb is. And for Heroic, they're just about biding the time, waiting for him to arrive.
They're not losing too many players as well, right?
Exactly. There's no need to go for the hunt here. Your money's still not great or non-existent, actually. And heading to the final round, you want to have everything to work with. For MIBR, that was a bit of a shock to the system. I loved everything about that from Heroic. That's such a classic aggro CT move. And we were seeing these sort of plays being made during the latter days, the ending days of of Dust 2 in CSGO as well. You know, just the aggression all over the map.
He should play this one cleanly. Breno, they're peeking into it. He runs out of ammo.
There we go.
And yeah, he's taken out. Yeah, we are. It's like a real throwback playing Dust, watching Dust 2 rather, because it is just kind of everything that we've seen before it was removed from the map pool. So we're snap right back to the meta. Nothing new to discover.
I mean, even the spawns are kind of the same. It's still all random spawns all over the place for the keys, right? And the only difference is like the smokes right now. I feel it's more effective, right? You can now cross towards long. You have these variations on the waterfall smokes towards for a mid to B play, or for the hinge smoke, or whatever you call it, towards mid double doors. Apart from that, it's still the same old damn map. Oh, that's a hell of a shot.
That was a big shot from Dexter. It didn't look like it was that difficult when we initially seen it. The other perspective. Yeah, that was a sick flash. Kept him blinded for like a minute right there for Nerds. He had the easiest cleanup. Last round of this half then. MIBR going ahead and trying to grab 5. They did a good job actually getting back into this blood, because it did feel like Heroic were
running away with it, yeah.
Yeah, it definitely felt that way.
Absolutely, and it was basically the pace switch up coming in, right, from MIBR, going for the fast short play with the pistols and a fast long duel. And Heroic's final counter to this was the long, replying with the long aggression, coming down to the mid aggression as well. So it's basically, yeah, fire, aggression everywhere. And Dexter now repositioning himself towards short.
Through the mid doors they go with a contact play here for MIBR. No one spotted this. Now Kicksan will find out the hard way. And Nurse peeks around. He thought he might be able to get away with a trade, but it's... Oh my god, Shush got his knife out.
How is he alive?
I have no idea how he's still alive, and he really should be dead a long time ago. Breno charging up the ramp, and Sani pushing through the tunnel smoke. And once again, it is MIBR making a round happen off the back of just sheer speed.
Yeah, just contact, speed, walkout, unless Dexter has something to say about this. There is a player nearby.
It's still a long way back into this round, but if they get this kill on exit, it's a 2v2 for the site. Will they clear exit? It doesn't seem to matter. Dexter able to trade it at least. Remember, 2 players, or rather 3 players this side of the site, barely missed. Barely seeing Drop was alive on 6 health. Dexter will run back through the window, but he stopped trying to come through. And that'll end up being a round for MIBR to close the half. 7-5. That ain't bad.
That's such a wild run for MIBR, right? Just pushing down mid, walking in.
They found the gap, right?
They found the gap, but it's just all these mind games, right? They were like, okay, we've been going for all these long plays. And by the way, Heroic have been fighting long every single round. They've never opted to just give up long control. So, all right, how about mid? How about we go early mid? Because they usually have much fewer resources there early in the round. Good flashes towards short as well to keep Dexter occupied. And then just a contact out there with no smokes, no flashes, no one running out. Saw Kixon getting caught with his pants down towards CD spawn. And even I think with Shush towards B, just switching to his knife at the worst timing possible. Great call from MIBR. And yeah, they've actually caught Heroic with their pants down a few times here. Good reply back, considering I thought it was going to be a 10-2 for Heroic. If you can make one drastic...
Where are we going with this?
No, it's more Counter-Strike. Let's talk about aliens later on. We're having a drink. If you can make one drastic change to Dust 2 to make the map more interesting, what would it be? And don't tell me like flipping the double doors back.
Take it out of the pool, blah. It's hard to know because I don't think it's necessarily a bad map. Like it's
no, I'm just saying
it's
to be
classic, but
I'm just saying to make it a little bit more interesting.
Not quite sure. I think they have made the changes to make it interesting. Like the double doors at B is being flipped is cool. I think the addition to stop the C teachers punishing the cross is good. I actually think it's in a pretty good state. It's just a decent map. It's just there's too many maps like this in the pool, which is the main criticism.
Because everyone just bases it off this, the classic.
So I actually think it's a very in a good state.
That's such a boring answer.
I know,
like,
but
anyway,
it's the right one.
All right, hopefully this isn't going to be as boring.
What would you do then, Blah?
I'll tell you after this round.
Okay.
I actually know exactly what I want to do in this map. But MIBR, bit of a resurgence in the second half. Can they find some success here on a CT pistol? Because in their T pistol, they got zilch. They didn't get even a single kill. Drop tucked inside of Ka. He's going to be heavily reliant on the fact no one's going to clear him. There's no one nearby to draw Heroic's attention away either.
There's no molly at least.
Flash to peek.
He's going to peek out with the flash. The flash ineffective in blinding anybody, and now Drop is stuck.
Oh.
Second flash also ineffective. A bit unlucky with timing there. Each time the flash came in, they were around the corner.
That
Long smoke missed. Not the best pistol round so far, Blair. Not the cleanest Counter-Strike being displayed. Nerds and Dexter, though, will get 2 clean entries. Drop and Breno both dead. Shush now coming in short, converging with the rest of his teammates, and they will soon find out there is no one else here inside of this A-bomb site. Ooh, nice shot from Insani. Exit actually got one as well. Okay. Now there's a couple of kills back. This is a 3v3. Numbers are even on either side of things. Bomb does go down. It is now planted. There's a timer on the play for MIBR to get back in on this retake. They're going to be quite swift about it. There's a bit of a nuisance down in middle, but Tessis is dealt with. Exit picking up a headshot, and Shush has to close this alone. Insani's got a kit, man. If he gets on that stick, he's got this round. He's not going to arrive there in time. Shush is already around the corner, and Insani has the kit, has the recovery, has the defuse, and will lose his life at the end. But MIBR win that messy pistol.
I have no idea how to pull that one off. I mean, it was Messy, yes, that's exactly the word I would use to describe that. A failed smoke towards for the cross, which is, come on, he can't mess that one up. The 2 flashes as well. You can see how terrible the smoke was, and that allows Insani to land that shot on towards Nerds, and then they continue to fight. Dexter gets taken down as well from distance by Exit, and despite the fact Heroic were able to get that first kill on towards drop towards Ka, they weren't able to cross on over. A tiny little mistake, one of the easiest smokes we have right now in CS2, Dinko, and they mess it up.
It's impressive. It is impressive. But I'm just happy there was a kit there for MIBR. That makes things very easy because Shush was looking to be the danger man coming through middle.
Yep.
Causing a few problems. Coming back to short. If it's a 10-second stick, he arrives there on time. But Insani has the idea of like, okay, even if he's coming through CT, I might actually just be able to get away with sticking this. And he just gets on it right away.
Yeah, and there's just impact being found by Insani here. Force Spike will be in for Heroic with the buy. Flash out.
And flashes out, kicks out, charging into the pit. He'll spray down just for the 1. He's very close to having 2. Insani barely alive on 27 health, and Dexter, while they hear him, they know he's sprinting to join the rest of the squad, and the scout is safe. They're trying to stop him. Penetrating a few of the bullets, and the flank is spotted by Dexter. He considered that chase was on. There's a second player coming in, and this time Dexter will die because he peeks into the fight at Xbox, loses his life, and that is a very important life that is gone. A 2v2 now. Nerds is low. Insani also. It has to be the retake. The play is in MIBR's hands. Damage done onto the bomb side. Nerds is cleaved away, and it is now just Shush again in the clutch from CT spawn. Insani covers him off with the smoke. That defuse being stuck in. Oh, he's got the jump shot. He hits the headshot. Shush gets the second kill through the smoke and Insani. And Shush is loving that. Revenge from the pistol. Man has got to jump.
That is filthy from Shush. And man, yes, indeed he can. Oh, can't believe he's pulled this one off. But if you're trying to go for that jump shot, especially when you have a rifle, that is the perfect position because of how close the C4 is. Yep.
Oh, through the smoke as well, dude.
The lineup, he just knew exactly where he was. He knew where he had to stick the defuse, and the force by wars will continue.
Now we're talking about this game. It went to overtime the last time play. We expected it to be a close, decisive game. And so far, rounds like that are transpiring. And it's crazy. Those are the kind of rounds, back and forth now. The pistol into that one from Shush, that will decide this game in the end.
Absolutely. You know, you win some, you lose some. Somewhere, Jinko. Kaylee smiling. It's like if it was a god.
It's good, I got.
If Kaylee was a god and every moment this happens,
he's not God.
Everyone just, no, a god. Think about it. Like it's like American Gods and how gods get more powerful the more people believe in him.
Yeah.
And every time someone gets a jumping kill from that spot, people are gonna be like, "Oh, Kaylee," and he gets more powerful. It's like an eldritch abomination.
Yeah, but he didn't do it legit though.
I know, which is why he's an eldritch abomination.
Yeah, he is an abomination. 50 seconds. MIBR with a scout on 2. The double scout setup play. You like that?
I love it.
What's the single scout setup now? Insani will bring Nerds out of play. Spamming down that 5-7 through the long smoke. Nothing being picked up, and that bomb now will be planted. So Heroic looking to try and close this one out. 4v4 should be able to do so. MIBR, do they even want to go for it? Looks like they are setting up to go. So Flash will come in from short. They'll send the MP7 and Nerds in. They've got that 5-7 at elevator from drop, and the rest of the squad will follow Nerds through short. Tesses Shush, dealing with it quite swiftly though, and it leaves Exit in the 1v4. He decides, actually, you know what, this scout might not be bad to hang on to for the next round, so he's going to retreat away. Money's not in a good spot for the next round here for MIBR, and Heroic are likely to know that. So it is going to be 9 rounds here for Heroic confirmed, but it does seem very likely that Heroic will be extending their scoreline into double figures in a mere moment.
Able to find the one consolation. Yeah, I heard that. I heard that slap. It's back. Slap's just back.
It's back, baby.
Yeah, with the scout, honestly, as long as they're able to just not give them those easy fights, should be fine. Obviously, there is the discussion to be had. You know, you land a few tags, his pistols can come in handy, but it's just gonna be the USPs. As long as they don't try and gift exit any opportunities towards mid. All good in the hood. But for Heroic Dinka, they should be able to get to double digits here and a 4-round lead. Just 3 away from basically looking to take it to the semifinals here of BetBoom Dacha.
Well, here comes the first fight of the round. Insani versus Dagster. A tantalizing prospect, but one of them has a superior weapon. Insani with a 5-7. And Dagster's going to clear it. Dagster, nice second kill. That is real nice, actually, on Dex. In through the mid-door gap, Dagster starting to clean up his teammates with him, and it is 10 rounds collected for Heroic. 3 away from the playoffs here in Belgrade, and from sending MIBR back on that very long flight home to Rio, or wherever they're from. You know, other cities in Brazil are available.
Sao Paulo, Belo Horizonte.
Yes. Brasilia.
Brasilia, the capital of Brazil.
Yes.
Yeah, there we go. Rio is a beautiful city, though.
Yeah, we've just been going there so often, it's like, you forget there's other places in Brazil, blah.
True.
It's a very large country.
I do want to go to Belo Horizonte once.
There was a Counter-Strike event there a long time ago.
And Sao Paulo as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, here we go. It was full buyout for MIBR in the second half, and we spoke about their CT woes, Dinko. Can't afford to have that here. The opportunities for them dwindling. Nice flash out. Tessus, a few footsteps being made. There's no one here to with CT, though. They're just gambling on this. 2 players inside to beat a crossfire being set up. They do at least have long control. With the fact that they went for that mid to be smoke, that's going to force out a rotation from Insani. Now he's in CD spawn, and that makes it A defense a little bit weaker than they'd like to have it.
Through the mid doors, Heroic will go. Insani is the man tasked with dealing with it. He'll play it towards CT spawn, but that smoke is going to come up. Oh, just at the wrong time, it would seem, for Insani. I thought it was going to be the right time. But Shusha's faster to that headshot, and Exit is trying to track those steps. The sound cue, letting his teammate take the first contact. Brendan is now dead. Exit's got to fight on 2 fronts, and the tunnels play just barrels straight through the B defense, and MIBR have 1 player left in the form of safe, and it's time to save. It is 11 rounds for Heroic. It is damn solid now for this T side, and they don't want to let him save. They don't want any mercy for the CT side. They have some money left over, so they get rid of everything that MIBR currently possess.
And that's why you don't have that setup in B, Dinko. That's why you never want to play that way, especially... I mean, there are scenarios where we can play like that if you have some mid control, for example. But the fact is, you have that crossfire being set up. You're assuming this. You only have to deal with maybe someone coming in from mid door, from the B doors or from tunnels. But once you get pincered, that position is untenable. There's no way you're going to be holding on to it, especially against a team who know what they're doing.
Safe. Will they get there in time to take him out? Nope. He's able to save his weapon.
That is just not a pretty setup at all for MIBR. You either want to double up, just fight outside mid when you know that you've lost a mid player. Just take the fight outside mid, or push into tunnels, or make it feel a little uncomfortable to get some control. Don't get pincered. But here they opted to just stick around.
They're looking down the line. It doesn't look too pretty for MIBR at the moment in terms of the body language. Drop is doing his massage, trying to calm himself down and stay focused. And Exit will be asked for answers to some of the problems that Heroic are providing them, but it doesn't look like that's going to happen soon, Bly. Look at this situation. It's so tough to have to deal with because you don't have enough money to get a great buy. And because you've only got that 1 safe rifle, you feel like you might have the best chance of stopping 12 rounds at this point, but...
It's this is one of the decisions. It's so hard to make as an IGL, right? Do you just go for the force here, or do you just go for the save and try and battle it out for OT? But that means 6 rounds on the trot, or safe just goes Godzilla mode.
Let's see if you can do that. Tessus through middle has just absolutely stopped him. I guess King Kong beats Godzilla?
Absolutely not. Don't believe the lies. That movie is complete BS. Godzilla would destroy Kong.
Well, there's a new one. And they're on the same team.
Yeah.
Ain't that good?
Yeah, fine.
I kind of want to go see it. It looks stupid.
Listen, if you want to watch a good Godzilla like Kaiju movie, watch Godzilla -1.
Okay.
Much better. All right, here we go. Rifle has been retrieved by Breno, so that's something to work with.
And Sani has his 5-7 ready at short, but the fight actually going through the tunnels is of more interest. Kixan and Nertz will get 2 blows here for Heroic. Oh, hey, Drop. That's a nice shot. And an AK now to boot for Drop. 3 kills out of nowhere. And now Nertz is left in a 1v2. I don't know how MIBR have a shot in this, but thank you very much, Drop. He's the player to get MIBR into this one, and 35 seconds remaining. Nertz is going to run all the way through the tunnels. Not a lot of time left for him to go for this kind of maneuver, especially with the bomb stuck in middle. Yeah, he ain't going to arrive there in time. So unless he gets suddenly 2 headshots very quickly, you don't see a world in which Heroic win this now. Thank you to Drop.
Now they know. Heard the footstep.
He should Drop just needs to hide. There's no time. Yeah, either or. You know, one of them just needs to hide. And this is over. So well done to Drop. That is a fantastic sequence of kills. They get MIBR 7th round, and it pays off for them. The decision to just half buy, keep a little bit of extra cash left over around that M4 has paid off. And they will get a real run at this, a real go at trying to pull this one back.
Drop would destroy Godzilla in a 1v1. That was sick. That shot at Dexter was ridiculous. It's such a wide off angle.
He had 3 kills. At the start of that last round.
It's more than doubled it, Dinko.
Great work from Drop.
He's gone Kaiju mode. Yeah, that was actually filthy. Honestly, it felt like once he lost the M4 in hands of safe, even though it was retrieved, it was a 5v4. Just had pistols and whatnot.
We started talking about King Kong versus Godzilla.
Turns out King Kong versus Godzilla, what was happening right there in the server. And you do have to say, though, for Heroic, that was a bit lackadaisical. That was a little bit sloppy. Where were the flashes for that short peek, right? We're just going in dry when you know that they just probably have pistols. These are rounds where you need to be a little bit more clinical, a little bit more methodical in how you want to approach certain angles. And I feel like while MIBR and Drop did a fantastic job to steal the round away, Heroic kind of lifted their foot off the gas pedal a tad bit.
Yeah, there's not a sustainable way of winning rounds, is it? So you want to get the system going here for the CT side of MIBR. And that's a great start to the round for Shuch. He took that long spawn. He's not known to be an AWPer. But when he's got the best spawn, throw that sniper into his hands and he shows he's capable of taking a pot shot. Now Insani plays behind Car. MIBR will have to play the remainder of the round with a player deficit. Flash goes up. And Insani, he wants to hold with an advanced stance. He doesn't want to play in behind Car and let them come towards him. He doesn't want to play from the site. He wants to stand strong, and it has worked out for a kill on Shush. Tesses cleaned up, though. He got both Insani and Drop in one foul swoop for Tesses, and Heroic now have access to the A bomb sites. They sprint in, they filter through, and that might be another decision to make. Will they go for the 2 versus 3? They're setting up for it quickly. They don't want to allow Heroic to get to map point instantly, but it seems like that might have to be a reality that we watch unfold. MIBR don't have the resources to lose. And it is 12-7 now for Heroic.
The timing was so good for Insani, right? Catches the first player and Tess's just shuts them up. Turn around it's been. I have to say that the Double Ds, the 2 Danes, they have been, apart from the first map for Tess's on Vertigo, where he went 1-13, they've been really, really solid so far. Guess I can call them Triple D as well, because Dexter's there.
Yep.
More Ds, the better.
Tenacious Ds, you call them that movie?
Tenacious D, put some respect in the name. Not just a movie, it's Tenacious D, the band.
I know.
Who also have
I was going to go see Tenacious D, but unfortunately not in the city when they're on tour.
Oh man, yeah, I want to see Tenacious D. I think it would be great. Have you watched a movie, The Pick of Destiny?
No, I have not.
You need to watch The Pick of Destiny.
I get a movie list. I'll get a movie list out.
I think I have a very long movie list.
A blah movie list.
Listen, man, I just have bangers up the back. Here we go, Tesses.
Yeah, with Shush last round, they tried to open up what did open up a long. Tesses gives it a go this time, and unsuccessful. Flashed back, and so you got to take your long spawn. But if it doesn't go your way, get out of there. Don't hang around. Not a lot of left-handed gamers, blah, you know. And Sani's one of them. though. Nice shot from Nerds. That is Insani dead.
Yeah, that's what happens when you play left-hand, Dinko.
Yeah, you don't see it going.
You don't see it coming. Just also a little unfortunate for Insani, the angle he was holding right there, he just walked into the box. He should have been a little bit aware of that. But take nothing away from Heroic, that was perfect. I think that loss of the pistols from Drop have kind of made them realize they can't be a little too sloppy here. 4 more kills to find. And MIBR will have to plug in their artifact into the fissure wall.
Oh yes, that'll be quite devastating for them to Drop. Taking rid of Kixan, Shush, a big shot. His second is even better. Heroic, that might just be one of the final blows of this game. Exit is alone. And MIBR about to exit the competition. They showed some form today in that opening map. And the victory against Aurora yesterday. The MIBR go home from Belgrade, and Heroic will take that final spot in the playoffs. This is a team with a new look offer. Dexter returns to competitive play, and straight away, he's into the playoffs.
Indeed he is, and that was an incredible showing from Heroic, considering they got absolutely smackarooed on Vertigo. And for me, Shush, he is the MVP for this entire series. He was so very impactful on all 3 maps, despite being a losing effort in the first one. He was great on the second, and everyone just stepping up. Kixan as well, putting in a lot of work when it comes to the calling. And Dust 2, I did have my trepidations, Dinko, as to whether it was going to be very competitive, because I would rather have seen MIBR go on some other map. But Heroic making very quick work of them on the second and third map. There we go.
Stunner, we out here once again. Another. Where'd you go?
I'm
Where'd you
here.
go, bro?
I got lost in the fog and the haze of battle, they call it.
Honestly, it was a bit of an up and down performance. I was pretty impressed though. Shout out to Insani. He gave us a great performance in that first map that we saw as well. What did you make of it?
Where do I begin? This series had everything from Negevs to people not really enjoying Vertigo. It also had Shush with his Jordans on over there on the A side of Dust 2. So, other than the back and forth Force Buy wars, yeah, that was a pretty close game of Counter-Strike when it came down to the very end, Jazz. But what does that mean for us?
Well, Stunner, you know what that means? Another team being eliminated means another shard, another artifact being placed in our wall. What can you tell us about the artifacts?
Well, you see, the artifacts, most ancient astronauts, they say that the artifacts themselves are, they come from deep space. And we don't know a lot about deep space, just like we don't know a lot about the deep ocean. And so in that moment, you have to really consider where this all came from and what it all does. When we get it all together, apparently it does save the entirety of the universe, Jazz. And that, for one thing, is exciting. So we get the AWP placed into the wall. That leaves just a few holes blank at this point. But, yeah.
Which one's your favorite artifact, though? Because I know you were trying to steal a few of them earlier on in the day.
I was trying to, borrow it, okay?
Borrow it, okay. Yeah. Sure, we can go with that one. Which one's your favorite?
I'm kind of partial to the Deagle behind me. I'm not going to lie. It's pretty nice. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
I think the AWP is my favorite.
Well,
you can actually look down the scope of it.
Yeah.
It's pretty snazzy.
That is about how it works. Also, let me tell you guys a little bit about what we've got going on tomorrow.
Oh.
Got my handy dandy cue card, and no, this isn't a Blues Clues. Here we go. Tomorrow, our last 4 Shardners attempt to save the universe and continue through to the semis. We've got Mouse, we've got Spirit, we've got Falcons, and now Heroic.
Oh my goodness. Today has honestly been one of the most exciting days that we have seen so far, especially given the reverse sweeps. We've had the Falcons coming back to play, coming back to fight once more as well. And you know what? I'm super excited for us to dive into tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. And on that note, I think it's time to GTFO. So let's do just that. Thank you very much, Jasmine, and thank you very much for watching at home. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you, and good night.
Thank you very much, guys. As usual, doing a great job getting that shard put into the fissure. We're filling it nice and quickly now. We're down to our last 4 Shardners now. I like that word.
Shardners, William Shardners.
Yeah, that's a good one. They were here all day, all night. Actually, we're not here for much longer, Blood. But that was a fantastic performance from Heroic. They're through top 4 of the event. And do you think, based on the start of the groups, looking at the teams you would expect to get through, or is there some upsets here that you didn't expect?
I think VP not making it is a bit of a, surprise, right? But on the other side, the pleasant surprise would be, Falcons on a bit of a streak. Just 2 games, but a streak is a streak. So I think Falcons making it here was a bit of a surprise. They did look pretty good overall. VP, a disappointment. The tears continue to flow for any VP fans. I think Spirit and Mouse can be expected once, though.
It's not looking good for super teams in Counter-Strike 2, is it?
Unless you're FaZe.
Unless you're FaZe, the real, true, original super team.
The only super team.
Yeah, it's like, it's just a whole bunch of phonies walking around these days. But Heroic, fantastic work. Dust 2 was impressive. We'll get to relive just a few, in fact, every one of those moments here from Dust 2.
Yeah, every single one of the moments, Nico. Every single
one
of the kills. There were moments. Say that a game of Counter-Strike does consist of separate moments stitched together into the fabric.
Sounds like you're reading from that same Deep Space book as Trace. He didn't really explain it too well to me. Maybe Deep Space is confusing, so maybe I'll have to ask him a few more times.
Maybe he doesn't.
All about those shards.
Whatever Trace was rambling on about, I want a taste of that. I want to know exactly what he's been reading into, because that looks very interesting. The universe.
The ancient astronauts.
Ancient astronauts, especially, and this was.
That was the ridiculous.
That was a moment for me in that.
That was out of this world.
Indeed, it was stratospheric, Dinko.
He was a Shartner right there.
Yep, indeed, Shartner straight into the fissure.
Yeah, but moving forward into the playoffs, see, we have got our 4 teams. It has to be a Donk versus Mouse. Spirit versus Mouse grand final.
Yeah, put some respect into the name of Spirit. I mean, jokes aside, obviously Donk being Donk, I think everyone's been looking very good for Spirit, right? Shuro's been fantastic, Zontags, Magix, even Chopper as well. And for Mouse, it's about, they've been kind of on the road for a while right now, and coming off that EPL win, we're wondering, are they going to taper off a little bit? Exhaustion creeping in. We saw an interview as well where Brolan's like, yeah, it is super exhausting. Just traveling non-stop, playing a lot of CS. He just gave the interview yesterday on HLTV. So I do wonder if that will come into play, but they just need to play a couple more games, so they should be hyper-focused. Winning 2 events back-to-back, I think would be great for Mouse.
Yeah, should be. And I'm looking forward to seeing if Mouse can get into that grand final. They really should. Looking at the 2 teams coming in among the 2 favorites of the event, you've got Heroic, who have just added Dexter, and you've got Falcons, who many didn't expect to make it into the playoffs.
Who kind of
maybe slightly did.
I mean, yeah, you were kind of waiting for them to find some success at some point.
They probably might, as you would say. Well,
yeah, they probably might, but they probably mighta, coulda, woulda, and they finally done it. They finally actually found a winning couple of games. The first one, maybe not so impressive looking at their opposition, but against VP, I think it was a team effort. Everyone came in together. But then again, it's also VP who are looking. Man, we're just expecting so much out of them. The electronic announcement came in. I was super happy. Everyone's super excited. We're like, holy hell, this is it. The CIS super team finally coming to fruition. And once again, it's a big, fat L, at least for the time being.
Yeah, at least for the time being. I think it is going to take maybe a little bit of time to try and figure out how to best use electronic in the James system. I think they will figure it out eventually. And that is what I'm looking forward to.
Indeed, I am. And I'm also looking forward to, obviously, what is going to be an incredible weekend. We have 4 teams that we just touched upon right now. The semifinals and the best-of-5 grand finals on Sunday. Dako, I'm just ready to go, baby.
Oh, wow. You sound really, really pumped, almost guttural. 13-7, though. Heroic with a big victory on that 3rd map. We thought Dust 2 was destined for overtime, but ended up being 2 back-to-back. Pretty quick maps for Heroic. And overall, this was a 3-map affair, but it was a lot of one-sided maps, Blah.
It was very one-sided, and yeah, sometimes you find games like that. I did hope that Dust 2 would be a little bit more closer in nature, but Heroic said, you know what, nah, we're not going to give you that space.
No, let's just win. And Drop had 8 kills. 4 of them came in the best round of the game.
I think the safe round was the best round. It's funny, the 2 rounds we remember are like the drop round and then safe with an AW.
So it's cultural impact from MIBR. Heroic still get the W, and Shush is the MVP play, as you were saying.
And depending on who you ask, sometimes cultural impact, that's what you need in life. Might not win championships, but he had the cultural impact. And Shush might not have necessarily the cultural impact in Counter-Strike, but he gets to win. And if you're a Heroic fan, if you're Shush, if you're Heroic, you're going to be happy with that as well.
Yeah, you're going to be very happy with that. Here's a rehash of Group A. We're done with the groups. Mouse and Team Falcons, the 2 teams that made it into the playoffs from Group A. Mouse started their tournament beating BetBoom, then BetBoom went out pretty quickly after. And then we have Group B. We've got Team Spirit making it all the way through. They cut through all of their opponents relatively easily. And then Heroic had to do a battle beat MIBR and made it through in that last chance game. But the playoffs are now set up. We've got Mouse versus Heroic. That'll be the second game of the day tomorrow. And then the first game of the day will be Team Spirit versus Falcons. Now that will be exciting.
That should be absolutely
That's a rematch, right, of the semi-final matchup at Katowice.
Absolutely, and Falcons will be looking for a little bit of revenge. You're talking about veterans of Counter-Strike, you know, some of the most decorated players we've ever seen going up against Spirit.
Well, that's all to look forward to tomorrow. Plenty of Counter-Strike action still going. We're heading into the playoffs here in Belgrade at BetBoom Dacha. And to keep up with all the action and fun content that will be all over the social media platforms, make sure to follow Fisher. Until tomorrow, we'll see you then, and this action is just getting underway.